Visítanos en cubekinks.com.
¿Estás preparado para la carrera Rubik's Race? Demuestra tus habilidades con Rubik's en la batalla definitiva cara a cara. ¿Quién será el jugador más rápido? Resuelve la combinación y ganarás Rubik's Race.
Visítanos en cubekinks.com.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2024 from Pamplona, Spain. Next to me are Remo Pihel from Estonia and Diego Freide from France.
France, yeah.
How do you say your last name again correctly?
Frel.
Frel.
But it's a Spanish name, so you can say Fraile.
Fraile? Okay.
Fraile, yeah.
So, Remo, what are you looking forward to today?
What am I looking forward for today? I'm actually only competing in three things. That is 3x3, 2x2, square one, round two. So mostly looking forward to the first finals we actually had today. Well, we had 4 blind and 5 blind at FMC already, but definitely 6x6, 7x7, Megaminx clock happening today. Clock being one of the most anticipated finals, so for sure that. What about you, Eric?
Yeah, sure. I'm also looking forward to the first round of 3x3, which is going to start right now. We're going to have some fast people divided amongst all of the groups, so it's not that the last group has the fastest people. So to be sure to not miss anything, just stay tuned and keep the stream on.
And you, Diego?
Well, my main event is 2x2, so I hope to make semis and tomorrow to make final. I know it will be tough considering every people that we have here, but I have still hope for that.
Okay, and we see Alvin Rolch there from Switzerland, starting with a 689. Really above his PR average, but still a very solid solve to start off the day for him, probably.
So in this first group of 3x3, we already have some very top competitors. The top seed in this group is Alexei Tsvetkov with a seed result of 575. So be sure to keep an eye out for him. Also, Radoslav Marcinek with 612, Alexandre Callier from France, Robin Teune from the Netherlands, and we just saw him before, Alvin Rutz. There we have Alexandre with a rather poor start.
Yeah.
Well, as they say, it's just the first solve. He can still recover from that very easily. William Jensen there on the right with a 687. I would say that's a pretty okay start for him, considering he has a 722 PR average, so probably looking for that sub-7 average here. We have Radoslav Marcinek from Poland.
Fast start, solving on yellow, and 602.
602,
Nice.
yeah.
Very solid.
A solid time.
On the right side, we see Robin Teune from the Netherlands. I think he's also part of our Nations Cup team. So after all of the regular action tonight, we're going to have the famous Nations Cup again. Also looking forward to that.
Absolutely.
Are you competing, Remo?
Yes.
Oh,
Estonia is competing for the first time ever in Nations Cup, even at, like, considering all the World and European Championships. What about you, Diego? Are you competing as well?
no, I'm not competing. I mean, in France, we have so many top speed cubers, especially in 3x3, so I'm not part of it.
How are your chances with Estonia?
We are pretty much dead from the start. We are going against Denmark, so it's going to
solid
be
team, yeah.
very, very difficult. Alvin with a, what was that, like a very interesting OLL skip case there, but a 659, so counting that 6.8, very, very solid start there for Alvin.
Yep, everything was oriented except for one edge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it did like
a weird elk.
did like some wide move algorithm there.
Yeah, there was a white F or something. It
Yeah.
was, but you can just solve it with RU. Why
Yeah,
would you?
yeah.
Why would you do it?
I would do E-slice moves.
Alexei with 817. That's not the best start.
I think Alexei was on the right.
Yeah,
Oh,
Alexei was on the
William,
right.
Oh, there we go. I was
he
gonna say
Alexei.
that was gonna really bad start then.
Also,
And
we
I
saw
think
there.
he's using Rue, right?
Wait, is he?
Well, we'll see.
We're gonna have the
Yeah.
perfect point of view.
But I think
for
he
that.
is.
Also, William Jensen just got a 5.5 singles, so he is counting that 6. Definitely very, very solid start for him.
He is.
What?
Nice.
Okay. 6.40, I think, for
And Alexandre. Was
starting
it
the counting 8.
8.52.
Oh.
Well, you know, knowing him, I think he just woke up like 20 minutes ago, so
Well, easily still making it to the second round where he can
yes.
prove himself.
Is Alexei the only top cuber at this competition using Ru, or do we have some other competitors?
I think we had some.
We have
Ru-
Eden from Switzerland, Eden Robinson Rechavi,
Oh,
who won the 100 event yesterday. Well, he finished first European.
Robin there with a 698.
Not too shabby. I think Netherlands has got quite a good chance at Nations Cup as well.
Radoslav there. I think there's Radoslav with a cube drop there, 760. So hopefully he gets that 602 to count to be on a good pace.
3x3, obviously the event with the most competitors. There's going to be 9 groups of 3x3. Local time here is 9:07, and it's going to be scheduled, the last group, to be starting at 12 o'clock. So stay tuned on this nice Saturday morning from Pamplona, Spain.
Absolutely.
Eric, will you be competing during the Nation Cup or not?
No, I'm
No.
way too slow for that. I think Mats is even the 3rd fastest now, according to the sheet. I'm not
Because
sure.
you have Tuan and Anthony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's Twan
Oh.
at the fastest, then Anthony, then Mats, and then Robin.
Okay.
Alvin Rels there with a 749 plus 2.
Yep.
Means he's going to count at 6.8, so he needs a counting 6.4 or better for that PR average. But the right, I believe that is a French cuber.
Yep, it's Elian who will be part of that French team tonight.
Oh, Elian also with a very solid 673.
Oh,
Oh,
PR average.
4.8.
Alexandre, nice.
Alexander proving that after that late wake up, he can still get those good
Yes.
times. So currently, Alexander has a 9, an 8, and a 4.
It doesn't make any sense, but
That is the fastest solve so far.
yeah.
Yeah.
It might be a while until that gets broken.
Alexi there starting on the left.
No.
LSC was on 4. So probably maybe a high 5 or a low 6 for Alexi there. See Matteo De Witt on the right there. Also with a very solid 735 PR average. And getting a 683, that's definitely pretty good for him. On the left, Radoslav starting, the current Polish champion. Very nice turning there. Easy last layer, a little lucky on the T-perm. 518.
518.
Means he's going to count at 602, but definitely there was some potential for a sub 5 there without the lockup. Also, it was the first sub 5 for Alexander Callier. That's a PR single.
Well, I thought he already had a sub 5.
Apparently, he does have a 509.
Ah, very close then.
So I believe that is NR2 for France, with first place being Juliette. Alvin Rölsch there on his fourth solve.
Must avoid that 9
Yeah.
being anywhere within. Oh, okay, no, it's fine. It's fine.
7.6 counting, that leaves him with a best possible average of a very high 6 or a very low 7. So seems like we're almost soon wrapping up Group 1, not yet, but some keepers still have 2 solves to go. But as you can see, the competition is running on a very fast pace, trying to get the 1,200 competitors in 3x3 through as quickly as possible.
Now let's have another look at one of Alexandre's souls from this amazing angle. That was a
Whoa,
nice.
that's
Oh.
extremely good.
Oh!
Oh man, that's
Still sub 6. 5.91.
that could have been so much
Oh.
faster.
Yeah.
I think Alexander
Still a
is-
great time though.
is actually like pretty known for good F12s. I believe there is a video from 2018 from one of his amazing F12s.
Now let's have another look at another ruse solve from Alexei.
Currently with not the best counting times. I believe we have 2 low to mid 6s. For sure very solid times, but probably not something Alexei is looking for here.
Well, this is not the best solve for him. 677. It's still okay.
Still,
But with his best average being a 575, I'm sure he was hoping for a little bit better.
for sure still going to be one of the top seeds for round 2.
Definitely.
Also Radoslav with a very solid PR average potential here, having a 7, a 6.0 and a 5.1. So he is most likely looking for that sub 6 here, with a very, very solid potential. After this, so we can get some estimates for the best and worst possible averages. This 4 scramble seems to actually have like a white pair and also like a little block there.
Yeah. He
Well,
saved the pair.
Oh, that was a
Oh,
pretty
no,
smooth
it's-
F12.
And
Ah,
And prom with a big lockup.
8.7. But
Can he still PR?
no, I don't think so, but I can get really close to that.
Mhm.
It seems like his best possible is 6.1, but he needs to count at 5.
Yeah.
That's going to be hard.
872, obviously a former world record for 3x3.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yu Nakajima.
Oh, Alvin with a very
Poor
big
start.
pause there. Trying to save it up.
No, Z-perm.
I think
I think it was a U perm.
not sure.
This M2.
He took a very long time for it then.
He might have messed up there like a
Yeah.
few M moves. But that 8 leaves Alvin with a low 7 average. Pretty okay going into the second round, but I'm sure he was looking for that sub 7 here. And I believe we have Robin on the left with a 646 PR average. We've seen some souls for him. Not sure exactly what they were. Here we had L.
Oh,
CVL,
the set
you must know
recognition.
this. You must know this. No, he didn't. He
Ah.
didn't.
Oh.
Going into that new firm, getting a 9.33. And I believe we have Alexandre coming up for his last soul. Currently having
Or maybe
a
not.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe in around 5 seconds.
I mean, if you are pausing for the case, you must know it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's my philosophy at least. Like, if you learn ZBLL, you should learn the whole, like the whole subset, like all of the T's, all of the U's, and then anytime you get one, you know it's worth it to pause, recognize it,
It
and
is
do it.
extremely risky to try to recognize a case, and if you don't know the algorithm.
Definitely.
Now we have 2 of the fastest cubers in this group sitting right next to each other. Alexei on the left getting a 736. I believe that was his last soul there.
Yeah.
So that's a high 6
High
average.
6 average, yeah.
Yes. And for Radoslav, we can expect to see probably mid 6 average. So since that low 5 is going to be hard to beat.
There was the new chime we have every time we update the cube with information on the top of the
Oh.
arena.
A very big pause there in F12. Some lockups. A very nice last layer though.
Yeah.
And it's, I think it's 824, yeah.
Yes.
The execution of the OLL was very nice.
So then for him we have a counting 6. He had a 6.0, a 7, and I think an 8 as well. So leaving him with a low 7, possibly sub 7 average. And seems like that was a wrap for Group 1. It's getting some last people from the other stages as well. But in the next group we are going to see some other fast people, such as Philipp Weyer from Germany, one of the world champion in 2019 with a PR average of 566. Right behind him is Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. Also Yanis Kostincele from Romania, the up-and-coming. He made finals in 3x3 in Euros 2022. But now he's probably looking for one of the top seeds in the finals this year.
That's right. That's right. There's some other fast cubers we're gonna see. For example, Daniel Sartori, Łukasz Buringa, Nicholas Archer. But let's also have a look at the event overview. So there's gonna be 4 rounds of 3x3, and after this first round, with approximately 1,200 competitors, I believe, we're gonna have 500 left going to the next round. So having a look at the psych sheet, spot number 500 currently is occupied by Oscar Roth Anderson, better known as Ola, with a 10:31 average. So that's approximately what you would expect to need for making it into the second round.
And how many people will advance to the semifinal?
100, I think.
There's 125. For
125, yeah, okay.
So spot 125 is going to be way harder.
I think it's it's low 7, maybe high 7.
High 7.
Yeah.
755.
Okay.
But maybe, I mean, people usually do a little bit worse than their PR average,
Yeah,
obviously.
of
So it's going to
course.
be maybe sub 8.
So I think we should make some predictions here. So for previous rounds, for example, Scube, the average needed by the site sheet was 3.9. Realistically, we saw a 5.07.
Oh, that's a big drop off.
So, and for longer events, such as Megaminx, we saw a 3 to 4 second difference. So I think in 3x3, the difference will be around 2 seconds. So maybe not for the third round. For the third round, we might see a mid-8 average.
I think 8.3, 8.4
something around.
will be needed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense. But for the second round, I think probably even sub 12 is okay.
Probably, yeah.
Also, we expect that some people aren't going to show up, around 50 people probably.
Yeah, that's to be expected.
And we have to keep in mind that it's the first event of the day.
Yeah.
It's early in the morning.
People
Early in
could
the
sleep
morning.
in.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of the Americans not coming due to the major flight cancellation after North American Championships. So
Yeah, that's a good point.
a lot of the top seeds dropping there, like Luke Garrett, Cal Santucci, Daniel.
Max Park
Yeah, Max Park as
and
well.
Max Show as well.
Although I think Max Park actually cancelled before the flight cancellation.
Yep.
Maybe
Yeah.
due to some other reason.
There we have Philip.
Our 2019 3x3 world champion.
Seems like a potential X-Cross on white.
If anyone can see it, it would be Philip. Only doing white. I'm sure he's focused on that.
6.28. He
PLL
messed
at
up the PLL, yeah.
PLL at 4.7. Definitely had a mid-5 potential.
Started off strong, but the solve just got worse and worse.
6.28 seems that he's not too happy with that.
And I think Philippe is one of the only top cuber who only start with white face.
Yeah,
Oh.
definitely. So
Could
on the
be,
left, another one of our Rousseau ovals, Nicholas Archer with a 712.
Then we have Richard Delacoste.
Richard is very focused here.
Also decided to put on a jacket, even though Spain, obviously not the coldest of countries, but the AC is working very well here.
Oh, last layer at 4 there.
And a low
633.
6, yeah.
Pretty solid start for Richard there. Also worth mentioning that we are in inland Spain, not by the sea, so the climate is different. So it's pretty cold in the mornings and in the evenings.
Cools down well below 20 degrees.
Yeah.
Nice to get a good night of sleep as well.
Tomorrow we're going to get a heat wave with temperature going up to 38 degrees in the day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for the next 2 days, Sunday and Monday.
Well, I'm sure we're not going to notice any of that in here.
We are also underground. There we see Yanis Kostinchele, and I believe this overhead cam is for Łukasz Buringa.
I'm not really sure from this angle, to be honest.
This could be...
This is definitely Philip, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. So...
I mean, it's hard to pick any of the 3 competitors to stay with.
A little lock-up at the start there for the very first move.
Oh! 5.76 pill skip.
Getting lucky, not a crime, but he
You should know that.
bit
yeah.
of a bit of a smile on his face because that wasn't the best of solves.
It's interesting how like always the good last layers come on the worst of souls.
Yeah,
For example, our North American Championships, in the 7x7, I believe it was first round, we saw a last layer skip from Kate Graham, which was like pure skip, no AUF as well, and it was on a pretty bad solve for her. So
My first official last layer skip was also on a 7x7.
oh, I don't think I've ever had any. Maybe some forced ones.
but would you rather have a skip on a bad solve, saving your average, or having a skip on a good solve, improving your PR, but not really contributing to your average?
On a bad solve, saving the average, because that's what matters.
Definitely. Right.
I'd say the second one because most of my averages are bad anyway. I used to be a single guy, always getting the good singles and having like very much worse averages, but now my averages are like so much better in world rankings than my singles. So I believe that's she's
Rotillo next to Richard Della Costa.
Richard having starting with a 633. Probably looking for that sub 6 average here as well. Cutting this is, I believe, Lukas Burliga. Yes, it is.
I think it's Wukash.
Oh,
It's like pronounced.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The L with the dash is like almost like a W.
oh yeah, yeah. That's there's a city in Poland as well, with that same L in the start. 599.
592, okay.
So
A very good start from him, yeah.
2 souls right around his PR average.
Yep.
One is 0.2 higher, one is 0.2 lower.
Now let's see a solve. This is Yanis Kostinkele from Romania.
A really nice shirt.
He really has a nice shirt, doesn't he?
Hitting that summer vibe.
Definitely.
When is Cube Head going? We can actually, we should.
We
check
can have a
that.
look.
I will get back on that in just a minute.
Yanis starting on yellow. Is that his OLL, PLL? A-perm, 664.
That A perm was like 0.5.
It was really fast, wasn't it?
I was watching the wrong display. I was like, what?
In which groups are you guys?
I am group 4,
I think I'm group 9.
the last group.
Yeah.
Oh, so am I.
So Philip is on the screen right now.
So I will be leaving you guys in just like 15 or 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, that's fine. You want to start and prep?
Not yet.
And
G-
high 6.
He still uses
6,
that
5, 6, yeah.
rotation for the G-perm. I'm not sure he should.
Oh, we actually have Cube Head currently competing on the blue stage. So we might be able to see 1 or 2 shots from him later on. That was not Giannis?
That was not Giannis?
That was not.
It wasn't.
Oh. Richard de Lacoste.
I think
on the
Yanis
right.
has a greener hair protector, so
Oh.
Mm.
The last time I saw Giannis was 2 years ago, and he has grown up so much.
yeah.
So I do not recognize him anymore.
I've actually seen him last week, so this is it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Oh, a very big poster for Richard. Very unfortunate F12 case, where the last 2 pairs were both in slots. A 7.7 for Richard.
The G-perm was solid, though.
Absolutely. There is Vukash.
Wukash.
Vukash.
We should get some of the Polish cubers on the stream as well. They can. I'm sure
sure.
they can teach us.
A very solid solve.
See, this is the J-perm Philip should be using.
Yeah.
646, he seems to be happy with that, just under his PR average there.
+2 time penalty on the right side. Waiting for Nicholas Archer on the left to start his Roux solve.
Really interesting to see some of the results in here. Also, we have our first results up on WCA Live. So, our top seed of the first group, Alexei Tsvetkov, getting a 672 average. And right behind him, saying Radoslav Marcinek from Poland with a 729 average, counting a 6, a 7, and an 8. A little bit unfortunate for him. And in case this is Yanis, he is starting on the left. And on the right we have Jules.
Jules.
Jules, yeah.
Oh,
That was perfect.
still, still using cross on left.
Yes, he is.
He's such an old school guy. I mean, he always he does cross on left. He does K4 for 4x4 and 5x5. I don't know.
But still super fast with a 7.2 PR average.
Yeah. No, that is not Yanis.
Yeah, that is not Yanis.
That is not Yanis. No, I definitely it's definitely not.
Yanis has different facial features. You should be seeing Philip here.
This is
Maybe.
definitely also not Philip.
This is not.
Yeah,
Philip,
there we go.
That is
There we
Łukasz.
go.
Vukash.
Łukasz.
Nice
And we
ZBLL.
can't see the display.
I would say it looked like a low 7 to me. But that's just a guess.
Oh, it's Mr. Sartori according to chat.
Oh, yes. Daniel Sartori is from Italy.
Definitely.
And Richard starting his fourth song. Definitely still on PR pace there.
We should definitely get some of. I think there's a mall nearby. We should get some of the binoculars there. Might be easier. We were chatting in the car on our way here to get maybe some AI to recognize the faces automatically, because there's so many cubers that you have to know here.
Well,
And a lot of them you haven't seen in maybe like a year or so.
Yeah, that's right.
in this case, I could actually see the name tag for a second there. It's just that the name tags are hanging like right under the table.
Yeah.
So you're missing the name by like 2-3 centimeters there.
Okay, so Richard has a 6.3, a 5.9, and a 7.7.
Oh, a really unfortunate last layer. A good G-perm execution nonetheless. Seems like a 7.96 for Richard. Counting a 7.7 there.
No, that is Yanis.
That is Yanis.
This is definitely Yanis.
With a 5.76. Still doesn't seem happy. That's interesting.
Yanis even helps us wearing a Romanian flag on his
Yeah.
shirt. It's good
There
to
is
know.
Philip. This is only his third solo, I believe. Or we might have missed one.
I think it's his fourth.
We've seen a 6 and a 5. And short applause from the crowd there.
Oh, very lucky indeed.
821.
Seems like we are starting Group 3 really soon, as we just heard the bell or the chime. I believe this is
707 for Nicholas.
Vukash's last solo here.
Judged by Jan Bentlage. J-perm. Nice.
Very like smooth, calm turning. Not stressed, no lockdowns.
That's right. That's right.
That seems like a pretty solid average for him. Definitely not something to be unhappy with.
On the top, we had Daniel Santori with 784 as well. Very briefly.
Here we're seeing some results from other stages as well. So on the left we have an unknown Swedish cuber.
So we only have the overhead cameras on the green stage, and the green stage is where we put all of our fastest competitors. So that's why we are focusing on that stage the most. Speaking of fast competitors, Eleanor from our own commentary team with a 1798.
I wonder if we can look up her PR average. What is it?
I'm sure we can. Oh, there is P.
P. Sevilla Hernandez.
P also part of our team.
Any predictions for his soul?
I've no idea how fast he is.
Same thing for me.
We'll find out.
I'm gonna say a 11.
Okay, considering his turning, I would say 13.
Very calm turning though.
I'm gonna go 11. No, wait. He's only doing 4 pair.
Just decide.
Oh. Okay, it looks like a 16 or maybe a 17.
A very, very iconic. P. Sevilla getting a
Oh,
high
1546,
case.
yeah. And a 484 from Yanis.
Oh,
Wow.
that is the fastest solve, wasn't it? Or
No,
I think Alexandra get a 491 or a 481.
It was
I think it was 481.
481.
Yeah.
yes. That means Giannis is also counting a 5 there.
Yes.
So
Oh yeah, you're right. Alexandra got a 481.
we missed some of Giannis' solves there, but that could be a really, really solid average for him there.
Yep, I have no idea of the Aussie times.
Could be sub 6. He looked decently pleased. Richard there on his last solve, sadly counting a 7, so lost that PR potential there.
Struggling a
Oh,
bit,
E
yeah.
perm right, 787.
Now this is Daniel Sartori, I believe.
Yeah. We're not going to forget that today.
The shirt will remind us.
The shirt, it's such a nice shirt, isn't it?
No.
No, this is wrong. This is wrong.
I think the graphics person doesn't know.
And a 7.62.
I do believe this was the, if not the last solve from Giannis, so sadly this won't help us.
I hope it wasn't.
Yeah, I hope we can see some more solves from
Yeah.
Giannis Kostin.
Kele. Yanis Kostin Kele.
I think it's like the CH sound at the beginning, the start of his last name. Is that very specific? I don't know if it's specific to the Romanian language, but it's similar of how I think the Gouda cheese is said in Dutch.
Gouda?
Yeah, I think it's that kind of.
Is it? No, I don't think so. Isn't it like the Italian K for the CH?
I'm not sure because I remember he was at. I saw him at a competition a few years back, and we were asking about how to pronounce his name, and I think it was some weird sound, like not like isn't in the English language. So we could
we could just try to get him on the stream, right?
absolutely an interview with him would be interesting. A very good all-rounder as well. Getting a autograph for someone from someone.
Well, it's for Philip,
For Philip
Oh.
Virulo, yeah.
one of the most important people at this competition. I think yesterday, after all of the rounds, he had to generate all of the new tasks for the staff, because obviously some of the staff have made it into some rounds with which they were supposed to help judging or scrambling. So it's very important to be able to make these new schedules on the fly.
So we are moving on to third group now. Our first cuber being Martin Vadel. Martin, I don't actually remember how to pronounce his name.
I think it's Martin Wiele Idol.
Ah, yeah.
heard it. I've heard it so often. You can basically dream it.
Yeah.
I'm sure the pronunciation is not exactly on point, but it should be close.
Starting off with an 8.6 there, his brother sitting right next to him, the other Egdal. This group, the top seed is Patrick Pons from the United States, also a member of our team. Second in this group being Antonia Patarakis from the Netherlands. In the fourth fastest in this group, we have Daniel Rush from South Africa. And also we have Giacomo Daniele Corro, I believe.
From Italy, yeah.
Nice.
And seat 46, we also have on blue stage, sadly, but we have Antoni Stojek from Poland. So won't be seeing him, sadly. Also, it looks like Yoav Vishne from Israel has been moved up from the third group to the first. Since
Oh, his average was already there. You're correct.
So don't know what happened there.
691. That's second place so far. I'm sure that would also get him into the second and the third round of 3x3.
Absolutely. Also, Alexander Carlier getting a 7.1 average with a counting 8. A little bit unfortunate, but still something that we'll get into the second round.
Yoav Vishne from Israel with 691. It's only 0.2 seconds away from his PR average, so he must be pleased with that. Maybe we can get a little bit attention to FMC while we are at this group switching, because we have another, we have one of the events that have been finished already. Radomir Baran from Poland winning with a 21 flat new European record mean.
And an 18 single, right?
Very strong.
No.
The 18 single is from our second place, Jan Riedel from Czech Republic at the first attempt. That 18 move result has not been beaten or tied by anyone, actually. There's only been a few 19s on the second scramble, I believe. Well, actually only one 19. So there's only two people.
On the second scramble?
No, on the third.
Oh, okay.
So there's only been two sub 20s. Yeah. So in second place as well, Sebastiano Tronto from Italy with 21.33, also a national record mean. Although his best single is worse with a 20, but for fewest moves, I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad thing, having a better single, because usually when if you're good at FMC, that means that you have to be like consistently with your short solutions.
Yeah. Oh, Chan is saying that Yoav Vishne competed in 3x3 and 2x2 yesterday due to religious reasons.
Ah.
That's
so we have his 2x2 average?
Could
Can
have.
we see it?
I'm not sure if it's in yet. But
Oh yeah, maybe they didn't display it yet
Okay.
before the round. Let's have a we'll have a look real quick. No, there's no results yet.
Okay.
I'm quite happy for Sebastiano being on the podium for FMC. I mean, he's one of the FMC legends. You know, he wrote one of the guides as well.
16 is absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah.
in 2019 as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah,
That's 5 years ago.
And it is still the WR. Yeah.
Also now we see Antonia Patarakis recently getting a 0.97 European record 2x2 average on his first solo on 3x3 here.
Starting on green. Not the nicest of OLLs.
Still
6.89.
6.8.
He has a 6.1 PR average, so probably not something he's looking for here. But a sub 7 in the first round, still very, very solid. Not sure who that cuber is, but that was a very interesting. Was it an OLL or a LSLL? Or
I think it's Giacomo Daniel Kerr, I think.
so a quick peek at Jacob Oliver Brun there, a Norwegian delegate. top right, we're seeing Martin with a 898. Pretty unfortunate. That means he is, I believe, counting an 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chad is also saying that Daniel Wallin is on the red stage. I believe he competed in Group 2, so we already missed him, sadly. Some cuber on the left there, sadly messing up cross.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate.
Tries to keep Kerning calmly.
A 16 does not seem too pleased with that. And then we have Patrick Pons,
Yeah.
our top seed and the winner of the last European Championships.
Yeah, that's right. With an impressive performance in the final.
Uh,
A
it,
sub 6 average.
currently it is Group 3. I think the graphic is wrong.
That is right. You're right in that it's wrong.
Patrick there with a
Oh.
cool...
I mean, it was cool, but it wasn't that fast.
Yeah.
8.1 for Patrick. Not something he's looking for here, but it's just the first solve. Anything can happen. He has an entire average ahead of him.
Jaime.
Is that Jaime on the left? I believe Jaime looks a little bit different, but it could also be a different Jaime.
Well, this is definitely Anthony.
That's for sure. Anthony starting off with a 689, so he's probably looking for that sub 6 here, probably. I see a free pair on yellow, potentially preserving that. He's going for orange, though.
Yeah, orange.
And a pretty fast F12 there, but
Yeah.
an unfortunate last layer is getting a 7.7.
I think it was a V perm.
Here we have a German cuber. This is most likely Emanuel Leonid Müller
That's correct.
with a PR average of 678. A little bit lucky lefty A-perm. Interesting, he could be left-handed, we don't know. 984.
Lefty A-perms are the optimal A-perms.
Yeah, totally.
It's easier to do the flick with your right hand.
No,
It is.
I do not agree.
Are you left-handed or right-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Yeah, me as well.
Yeah.
You still do it on the left side, right? Yeah. It's
Totally.
better.
Yeah, it is.
It is better.
Patrick there on his second solve. Looking most likely to not count at 8 to guarantee a good seed for the next round, which will be happening tomorrow morning.
Next to him, Stacy.
Seems like a lot of blocks on yellow, also a free pair.
Oh, that one, that can confuse you.
Also starting on orange, as we saw from Anthony.
No, he did on-
started
oh.
with blue.
Definitely.
Oh,
blue.
yeah.
Yep. And
So-
a 574.
That's more like it for Patrick.
That looked very efficient.
Definitely pleased with that.
Stacy's still on it.
The runner was taking 7 cubes at once. Very impressive.
And oh no, it's not sub 40.
There we go, we updated. We're actually in Group 3 now. It's confirmed.
On the right, we have the Daniel of the Edals, and in the front, we have the Martin of the Edals.
Okay, so we have Anthony third solve.
Green.
Yep.
Doesn't look to be
Big
very good.
pose.
R-perm.
7.2.
A very fast R-perm.
The R-perm was good.
So he is counting that 7.2, I believe. 7.4 there for Martin. Means he is counting in 8.9. And that's 7 as well, I believe. So most likely a not too good average for Martin. There is Emmanuel's second or third solve now. A 747, that's going to at least be counting, if not
He
the best
doesn't
solve.
seem happy with that.
Yes, he has a 6.8 PR average.
I wouldn't be too worried if I were him.
Yeah.
Still early in the day.
True.
Almost dropping the cube. J-perm, the one that Philip doesn't use. Well, actually, I think it's the same algorithm. He just does it from a weird angle.
You see Patrick on his third solve. Starting on green.
So he has an 8 and a 5.
Zero edge OLL. Dot case.
Counting 7.2 for Patrick. On the left, Jacob Oliver Brun with a 12.6. As we're seeing some of the top competitors here, we will still see 6 groups more of very fast solves, very fast cubers. We have 1,200 people competing in the first round of 3x3. So there is 9 groups in total, and this is only the third one. A lot of top cubers still to come, including the top 4, which is Timon Kolashinsky, Toine Dulemont, Olaf Kuzminski, and Timofey Tarashenko as well. Also, we haven't seen solves from this seat 9 and seat 10, who are Juliette Sebastian and Kim Roger Haraldson. Also, sub-6 cubers. Also, solves from the 2x2 world record single holder Theodor Zeider, and sadly, Kyle Stucci and Luke Garrett couldn't make it, so we want to be. Wait, there looked to be a pretty big block on yellow there.
Yeah.
Almost like a
Phi perm.
very easy X cross there. So that could be scramble 4 potentially. So shortly we can see what Patrick and Anthony can get on that scramble. This looks to be maybe an Italian cuber. That's Giacomo. Then.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
Giacomo.
Giacomo. Yeah, it seems to be that same for scramble.
Yeah, let's have a look.
He's going for white there. Could also be that I was saying wrong because the lights are very bright there.
Oof.
A-perm was still okay.
We're seeing an overhead from Anthony.
Yeah, now
here.
Anthony is looking at this blocky.
It seems like that the block is not
Blocky
entirely
stuff.
solved, but there is still a free pair on yellow at least. Going from green here. Pretty nice last layer. That was 10 move OLL to A-perm. 713. So most likely his average is going to be around high 6 or low 7. Emmanuel there with a 762. So counting that 7-6. And we just saw Patrick going up for his fourth solve.
Here it is.
So can we get some predictions on Patrick's fourth solve?
555.
I would say 6.8.
I'm going to go right in the middle. I'm going to say 6.1. So he is sadly counting at 7.2.
Yeah, because he started with an 8.
Looking intensely at that blocky stuff.
He's going for blue here.
Maybe it's
Ooh.
just maybe the block
it is
isn't
fast.
correct.
Okay.
Almost sub 3 F12, 5.6.
Almost.
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 So he is counting at 5.7, I believe.
Yeah, he's
So-
also counting that 7.
So best possible is around that low 6.
Yeah.
The judge, very famous Latvian cuber Jānis Sirnis. Latvia going against Poland in the last Nations Cup at Euros 2022, and Jānis Sirnis taking a win from Polish, I think it was Lukasz Burliga he was going against, taking a win with a 13 single due to a DNF.
Oh.
So Jānis is optimally faster than Poland.
G-perm with the white moves on the left side. You
And
rarely see that these days.
as we are slowly wrapping up Group 3, it is time for me to leave to go compete in Group 4. Sadly, I will be on red stage,
Oh.
so you won't get to see me,
We won't be able to see you.
but I will most likely be back later on today.
Yeah.
So enjoy the stream, and see you later.
Good luck. May you have many skips.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice to see people from all age categories competing at this European Championships as well. Hello, Sean.
Hello, hello, hello. How is everybody doing today?
Good, good, good. How about yourself?
I'm doing excellent.
Did you have nice dinner yesterday?
I had an excellent dinner. We had Mexican food.
Mexican, nice.
Yes, it was really, really good.
Was it this place near our hotel?
I don't know where your hotel is, so
It's near the center. Whatever. Was it good?
it was very good.
What did you have?
There was a big thing, a big sign in the very front that said these tacos were their award-winning tacos.
Hmm.
So
You wanted to confirm this.
I didn't really know what it was. It was chicken with some kind of sauce.
Hmm.
It was all in Spanish, which my Spanish is minimal, but it was very good.
Nice, nice.
Okay, so we have Chloé Demiac from France here on the stream.
Fellow badminton player. We were planning to find a place to play, but in the end we didn't. I'm not really sure why. We just didn't seem to find a place that would have us. And then bringing a racket on the plane means you have to get some checked luggage because usually
yeah.
it's too large. Yeah. So either you have to borrow a racket here, which I don't know. I mean, it's certainly possible, but it was fun in Korea. We played with Christian Forsado, who's an excellent badminton player.
I played badminton for years.
You did?
Yeah, I did. I wasn't particularly good. It wasn't bad. But it's definitely something I'm going to pick up again soon, hopefully,
Do it.
now that I have more time.
So that means, we were planning next year to organize a competition due to my 20th
Oh, yes, your
cubing anniversary. So we should definitely plan that together.
Organize it in a badminton hall.
We could actually.
And then in the evening we could play badminton.
We definitely could, because there are some halls nearby that we have used to organize some youth competitions. And if we get one of those halls, I'm sure we can build up a court and have some nice matches.
A side event, unofficial event.
Yeah, nice.
Wait, did you say 20th cubing anniversary?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, you've been cubing for a very long time.
2005 ID. But it's not impossible for me at this competition to get the bingo card of having a picture with someone from the same ID, because István Kosca from Hungary also has a 2005 ID, I believe.
And I think we have a 1982 ID at this competition, right?
Really?
I think. I'm not sure about that.
I can check
think.
that.
Who would that be?
Uh,
I know, I mean, Ron has a 2003 ID. He is obviously not eligible to solve this bingo spot for for his card. Let's have a look. An 82 ID. I only know about Lars Petrus and Guus Razul-Schulz and Jessica Friedrich.
no, we don't have.
Who have competed since the the very first World Championship. So
No, 1982
Okay, my bad.
ID, registered for 3x3 anyway. But I'd imagine if you're 1982 competitor, you would probably compete in 3x3. So
that would make sense. Yeah.
I think we can. So Ron, obviously being the only 2003 competitor. We have no 2004 competitors,
Yes.
and then 3 2005 competitors. Eric. Oh no, we don't. It's just.
It's just a ranking. So there's only the option of having a picture with István, which of course would be always a nice thing. So Ron actually is the only person to have competed at all of the European Championships. This is his 10th European Championship.
Wow.
What an impressive fact.
On the top right, we see Veerle from the Netherlands. Veerle, she's also one of the staff members. She helped setting up the whole venue on Wednesday. Shout out to her, even though she's blocked by one of the Cypriot. In Dutch, we would say Cypriotic, basically.
I would Cypriot would be the English.
Yeah.
I think I could. Someone else can correct me in the chat if you'd like.
Always glad to have you here teaching us some English. So we're gonna slowly transition to group 4 with some excellent cubers
So
as well.
who do we have in group 4?
Our best seed in group 4 is Olaf Kuzminski,
Okay.
Sebastian Weyer, Mats Valk, Tommy Cherry, Mathis Luke, Quentin Rivaux,
Oh,
Jonas Bielhofer, and our last sub-7 cuber of the upcoming round, George Scully.
okay. Pretty big names.
That's right. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. You'll have some more world-class cubing.
Yeah, Olaf is definitely a real contender for the 3x3 podium.
Definitely.
Definitely.
Diego, what did you have for dinner last night?
I think I ate pasta, you know, because it was late and we didn't have many things to eat. We just cooked pasta and
Oh, you cook yourself?
no. I
Ah.
mean, the other people in my house cooked it.
So this is Sebastian Weyer. Very confusing that he also wears glasses now. 788.
I on Thursday I was talking to Sebastian for about 10 minutes before I realized that it wasn't Philip. George
is
Scully
confusing.
here.
Aperm 796. George Scully doing a marathon
Yeah.
while solving cubes the other day. Be sure to check out his social media if you want to see some footage of that. Very impressive. I mean, running a marathon in itself is impressive enough.
AJ Nichols on the right.
Legend. One of our legends. Senior cubers. He's like the most active one in the senior cubing community,
Probably.
probably.
Yeah. There's a few that are at a similar level, but
Yes, indeed. Sebastian and Philip Weyer are brothers. They are twins. They're not identical twins, even though they do look very
they're
similar.
not identical twins.
They're not identical twins.
Wow. How do you even find that out? Because then do they have to do like genetic testing?
They don't look exactly the same.
But they must be like they are identical twins. They have different.
Yeah.
Can't you just see it when you are checking while they're still in the womb?
No, but I
You
mean, he's saying that biologically.
Biologically identical
Yeah.
twins, and they'll have the same genetics.
Biologically, they have the same genetics if they are identical twins. Ish.
Yeah,
Like
DNA
99.99 whatever.
No, they're. I can go. The. We can have a lesson on genetics if you in the stream if you would like, but identical twins have the exact same DNA.
Yeah.
So I think, but I
That's
think
why
they are.
the perfect crime would be to have
Well, they'd have
your
different fingerprints.
your twin blame it. Oh, they have different fingerprints. That's it. How do they come?
I think this is a crazy conversation. to have on screen.
Diving deeper in the rabbit hole.
They don't really know how fingerprints work, but the same way that like
That is interesting.
yeah.
But don't fingerprints change over the years? A little?
I mean, I'm not a forensic expert, but I don't think so.
Where is Dexter when you need him?
I know.
So back to cubing then.
Mats Valk on the left.
Mats did a 7x7 national record out of nothing. Well, out of nothing because nobody was expecting him to have another national record because he's not being cubing actively that much. But knowing Mats, I'm sure he is secretively
At his
been
competition?
practicing. Yeah.
Oh.
So Mats came first at Euros 2018 and he's second in 2016 and 2012. So
Looks like a 6.3, if I'm not mistaken.
this is Mats' 7th European Championship.
Not too shabby.
Quite a lot.
This is George
This is
Scully.
This is George Scully,
And
yep.
this is Sebastian Weyer. He does solve, well, he can solve on yellow more easily than Philip, but he still doesn't do it really.
No. Old school.
We did some step-by-step solves earlier on at the restaurant, and he was thrown off when we started on. Well, Henry and I were the other two competitors. we started on yellow. You could just see the look of confusion on his face.
.49 from Nicholas. A fun fact, Nicholas once broke the national record in 3x3 with a 5.00, but it was a +2.
Oh.
So unfortunately, he never got that record.
Timon has not done his solves yet. Timon's in the very last group.
Really?
Yeah.
Me too. I won't be able to see
Yeah,
see
same.
him solve.
So here we go, Olaf Kuzminski, the fastest cuber on paper for this round, or for this group. See.
Well, his single is pretty slow compared to his peer average.
That is true. Well, he's going to have, let's say, 4 more attempts this round.
Yep.
Yeah. Still, sub-6, very solid. Always
AJ again.
Yeah, always a challenge for the competitor on the left side. It's always a challenge, like positioning your phone in the correct spot. I find it a little bit distracting, like positioning your phone every time before a solve.
Yeah.
I don't bother.
It's a bit
referring
distracting.
myself.
I mean, I think it messes with the quality of your
With your
focus.
flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Totally agree with you.
So currently we have a new top 3. After the first few rounds, it was Alexei Tsvetkov with 672, but now we have 3 people who have beaten that time. So at top spot right now we have Philip Weyer with 620, then Yanis Kostin-Kele from Romania with 643, and Patrick with a 661.
Okay.
I have no doubt that that's going to change in the next couple of hours between Timon, who else was at the Theodore.
Definitely. I think Timon has a clear edge over the other competitors, but still he has to prove it every time. Every time again and again.
Yeah,
AJ.
Timon is in a really good shape right now, especially in 3x3. He won every round of the North American Championship a week ago.
He also won the North American All-Stars.
Yeah.
Out of his 5 consecutive 3x3 rounds, 3 of them were sub-5.
Yeah.
And one of them was about a 5.1.
He seems to do so well under pressure every time. It's one of the few cubers I know who basically they use the pressure and turn it into something positive.
Yeah.
I think he does a lot of training almost for that mindset, and he's put a lot of time into
How do you train
building
for
that
that
mindset.
though? Because you
Just
cannot
mental preparation, I think.
you can never simulate the same amount of pressure while
That's
at
right.
home.
Yeah, you can try, but never. It will never be the exact same condition. But I think Anthony Paterakis is extremely good at it as well. He always managed to get a really good performance in 2x2 finals.
That's right, that's right. Nice. Another
5 on 9, so 2 sub-6 in a row for Olaf.
So people asking in chat, a seed is where you were ranked before the round, for example. So the seed 14 for Sebastian means that his PR average is the 14th fastest out of the competition.
Sebastian with his weird A-perm again. We spoke about doing the double flicks left or right-handed, and Sebastian just decided to completely ignore those double flicks with his weird A-perm.
Will the location of the 2026 European Championship will be announced at the end of the competition?
Their applications aren't even open yet, so no.
Okay, so
Mats with another 7, so that's 2 7s in a row for Mats.
I have no idea what his 3x3 form is at the moment.
So here's a question. What do we think an estimate for the fastest 3x3 single we're going to see throughout the whole competition?
I would say around 3.6 from Timon.
3.6.
3.6.
That's
That's brave.
it is. It is. I'm gonna say 420.
I'm going to say 3.9.
Sub 4. Is it really? I mean,
Yeah.
it's still a very rare thing to happen. But then again, we have 4 rounds.
4 rounds, 5 solves,
A lot of competitors.
a lot of competitors.
Remember, 2 years ago, Timon started his 3x3 first run with the European record, with a
Yep,
3.9.
the very first.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
It was the first sub 4 on camera.
Yeah.
Because obviously before that there was
With a good
3.0.
quality, you know, because we had the 3.47 of Yushen
yeah,
Du.
well, those few.
I
Pixels,
don't think that counts.
those few pixels don't really count.
And then obviously after that there was Asher. He got one before Timon.
Okay, sub 7 for Nicholas, and we have Olaf sitting right next to him.
Looking for another good solve.
Yeah.
Starting off strongly with 2 5s.
A 5.9 and a 5.0.
Looks like he's starting on yellow, indeed.
H1 bishop 6.
749.
A TZBLL case.
This is Quentin. Yeah.
Nice. Let's see how he
Quentin
does.
is actually Juliette Sebastian's boyfriend since the last European Championship.
Ah. R perm.
801 for
This is Mats. 813, not the best of
two
times. for
counting
him.
7s for Mats. 760 for Sebastian. He doesn't look particularly happy.
Probably Sebastian focusing on that 4x4 event a little bit more than 3x3.
He's put a lot of work into 4x4.
Although I'm sure he has touched a 3x3
Oh,
at
yeah.
home once or twice the other day as well.
AJ Nichols in the back.
Sean, what do you hope we will have a European Championship? Like, disregarding any gossip about who might do an application, but where do you hope we'll have a European Championships in 2026?
I don't know actually. I would like it to be somewhere that I have not, a country that I haven't been to before.
Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
So, I mean, I've been to France. I think France recently did the World Championships. They might not want to do it.
Well, recently it was like 7 years ago.
Well, that was when I started cubing, so we're going to call
Okay.
it recently. Because in my mind, it's recently.
Yeah.
I mean, I actually don't know. the Netherlands would be great because they had obviously 2 bids for.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
that would
That's what
be-
I was going to say.
That would be true,
The
yeah.
Netherlands, obviously, they were supposed to do European Championships in 2020, and then the World Championships in 2021, and
Yeah.
they both ended up being cancelled.
Because of COVID, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Scandinavian country. That could be quite fun. 'cause they have a lot of-
Maybe not in Denmark again. Although I mean I love Denmark, but we've already
just-
had
just- yeah,
we've
maybe-
already had some of the bigger competitions there.
I think out of any country that would do it, be Sweden would probably be the most likely. But I think they're.
Why not Poland?
Poland also would be very good.
Yeah.
Uh,
You have many top competitors. It's like a big country in cubing, so I'd say it would be
I've
a good
competed
idea.
in Poland before.
Okay,
so
that's
I would,
why.
I'd prefer to go somewhere different.
Yeah.
But
Maybe Finland then. I haven't been to Finland yet.
I haven't been to Finland.
Well, not for a competition at least.
Oh no!
Don't drop the cube.
6.36.
How is that still at
I don't
6.3
know.
while half dropping the cube?
Okay, so he can still get a sub-6 average. He has a counting 6.3 and 5.9.
Seb with another low 7.
Next to him is Mattis.
What about European Championships in some random French territory? It's not in Europe.
Oh, that would be nice.
Like what they're doing for the Olympics with the surfing.
Really?
They're doing
Yeah.
the surfing
I didn't know about that.
In
That's-
Haiti, yeah.
That's cool. I mean, we could, if you were talking about having it in the Netherlands, so we could do that as well. We've got some in South America
Yeah, there's
or
Really?
Central America. There's some islands, some small,
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
yeah. So there's like 3 countries that still are part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and then there's 2 special municipalities that are also part of the Netherlands. That would certainly count. But you have to travel through the USA, I think, to,
Yeah, it will
to
be
get there.
extremely
Although
difficult for many people to go there.
If you have it on Curacao, I think there is a flight from Amsterdam,
Okay.
so that would count as an inland flight.
Do you think we could have? The French especially could host a national championship FMC on the most continents.
That's right. Yeah.
They could have.
Yeah.
Because there's Oceania. There's territories in Oceania.
Yeah.
There's territories in
In South America,
South America. There's
Yeah.
territories in. There's some
near
like Caribbean
Madagascar.
islands. So that's Africa.
Yeah.
Is there any Asian French territories?
I think yes.
So you have a French FMC championship all over the world.
This looks to be a good solve again. Yeah, another 5 for Olaf. Nice.
I think there's also a French territory in Antarctica, but I'm not sure about that.
But
I think a lot of
Antarctica doesn't count, right? Because
No
nobody
country-
recognizes that.
Okay.
I think a lot of countries claim they have territory. in
Yeah.
Antarctica. But
But it would be fun to hold a competition in Antarctica, you know?
so people in the chat are asking about technically you could have it anywhere, but per the WCA competition requirement policy, a national championship must be held entirely within that country. So you're not allowed to have an FMC venue outside of that country's territory.
How about France? France does the FMC thing in all of their 12 different time zones. That would be funny.
Yeah. That will be a nightmare also for people to just wake up at 2 a.m. and and start thinking about FMC for an hour, you know.
Let's see, Quentin. Starting off strongly, but then hesitating.
Oh,
Ooh.
yep.
Pi and an
A
Archer.
929. He's disappointed. Yep, he is.
Very disappointing.
Fun fact about Pi. It's my ID. 314.
Yeah.
Having a gander at some of the other stages. Green being usually the fastest stage. I'm not really sure why it is that the green stage is finished first all of the time.
I think the competitors are faster.
But
Yep.
in
Which
an
it
event
shouldn't
like
make a
3 out,
difference, yeah.
it doesn't.
Yes,
it
faster like
doesn't make a difference.
1 or
Like,
2 seconds. I don't know.
it doesn't make sense that it makes a difference with like maybe like 1.5 seconds on average better than the others.
So once this group is finishing, I believe we're going to be taking a small break between groups as we're running ahead of schedule.
Yep.
So if anyone in the chat has any questions about what is happening so far or what will be happening, or questions for any of the commentators.
That's right. So who is commentating?
Well, my name is Sean O'Toole. I'm a competitor and delegate from Ireland.
Hello, Sean O'Toole, delegate and competitor from Ireland.
My name is Jacob Frel. I'm competing for France.
Hello, Jager. Hello. So my name is Eric Akkersdijk. I'm from the Netherlands. Cubing Grandpa.
Cubing Grandpa is right.
Former world record holder in 3x3. Yeah.
That's right. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we might have a quick run through the 3x3 results so far. They're still going to be coming in. But
So it's still Philip on first place with 620. Let's see how Cubehead has done.
no, I don't think he's done yet.
He is. I
Is
think he
Yep.
was.
He was
Oh.
in group 1
I
or
missed
2.
that.
Yeah.
Cubehead with an average of 903 puts him in 54th spot so far. I'm sure that's enough for the next round.
100%. It was about 13 or maybe sub 11 for the psych sheet.
1031, I believe.
Okay. Not me.
What do you average, Sean?
He doesn't know.
Somewhere between 12 and 18.
Depending on.
On what?
I don't know.
Wow.
Like it just sometimes depending on the day.
Depending on the day.
Depending on the
Sometimes
cases.
I sit down and I get no. Sometimes I'll sit down.
It's
and
not
I'll
even
do-
depending on the cases.
I'll do
Depending
fi-
on
I-
the mood.
Sometimes I'll sit down and I'll get 5 16s and I'm like, oh, okay. None of them felt particularly bad. And then I'll sit down and I'll get like a 13 average. It's just
Strange.
very strange. I mean, I don't practice, so that probably doesn't help. But
So I prepared a little game where everyone can play. Both of you can play, and the chat can play as well.
Oh.
So the rule is simple.
Love
So
games.
I wrote facts about a speed cuber, and your goal is to guess who it is.
okay.
But you only have one guess, all right? So the first few facts are extremely general. It is impossible to guess it right away.
Mhm.
However, the more we advance, the more precise it will be. So,
Okay.
so we have 3 levels of difficulty: easy, medium, or hard. Which one would you choose?
Let's start off with
Start
something.
with easy.
Start with easy. Yeah, yeah.
Easy, okay, so. I think it will be easier for Eric, because he's older in
old.
the community.
He's an old man, yeah.
Okay, so first fact, this cuber broke 23 national records, 22 of them being on the same event.
Oh. Apologies, we had a quick ad break from Rubik's there. It's not a lunch break. We just have we're running ahead of schedule, so we are just giving a 15-minute break for competitors just to make sure that no one misses their group.
Well, that gave us some thought to think about Diego's question.
23 national records.
Yeah, 22 of them being on the same event. Second fact, this cuber is a delegate.
Okay.
This cuber competed in 3x3 with feet until 2012. This cuber won the Euros 3 times in a row in a specific event.
I still have no idea. Anyone in chat? Does anyone in chat have any idea?
This cuber never broke a world record.
Huh.
This one will make you.
And
think
this is still the easy one.
Yeah.
Ah.
This
Wow.
cuber is a 2-time world champion in an event.
Is it? No world records.
No.
No world records, 2-time world champions.
3-time European champion.
Two-time world champion.
2-time world champion, 3-time European champion, 3
Is
times
it-
in a row.
Is it?
I'm genuinely
I
at a
think.
loss.
Is it? Sébastien Aurou?
No. No, it's not.
No,
Sebastian.
no, that can't be right.
Last but not least, this cuber is from France. Guys, a 2-time world champion from France. You don't have many.
There's not that many. You're right.
This is before my time.
This
He's-
is starting to become
He's a
embarrassing.
member of the stream team.
Jules.
Yes.
Wait, he's competed in feet.
Yeah.
That threw me off. That definitely threw me off.
I think he did once or twice and then never did it again.
So the answer for those, it was Jules Desjardins.
Jules Desjardins, yeah, 2-time Megaminx world champion in 2011 and 2015, yeah, and 3-time European champion in Megaminx, yeah.
Wow. We definitely have to apologize to Jules. But then again, Jules still owes us cake.
He owes us cake.
He's
Double
still-
Yeah.
cake.
He still owes us cake. That was a good one.
That was good.
That
yeah,
was
I
a
like
really
that.
good
That
one.
was very good.
So I don't know if it was an easy one, in fact. Maybe it was a medium one.
No, it should have been. I mean, Jules.
I'm afraid of.
I'm a little bit ashamed of how hard this was for us. Okay. Do you have another one?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I like
I have
this. This is
another
good.
one.
Yeah, I want-
I'm getting into this now.
Okay, so
I hope
this one,
I hope the pause is going to be, the break is going to be very long.
this one should be a bit easier for both of you and for the chat as well. Okay, so this cuber attended more than 150 competition. This cuber has a 1-point multi-blind personal record. This cuber competed in Magic and Master Magic. This cuber won a world championship title. This cuber had a brother.
That competes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have any idea right now?
Can you say those facts again?
This cuber attended more than 150 competition. This cuber competed in Magic and Master Magic. This cuber has a 1-point multi-blind personal record. This cuber won a world championship title. And this cuber has a brother.
People in the chat are guessing with
Oh.
fires.
We have Philip Weyer or Sebastian Weyer. It's one of them.
Yeah. I was
But
gonna-
which one is it?
It must definitely be Sebastian.
It has to be.
It has to be Sebastian.
It is Sebastian, yeah. The last fact was this cuber is a 4x4 specialist.
Okay.
Ah.
There
No,
we go.
the fact about the multi-blind, I'm sure Philip would know. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Sebastian is a little bit into those
Yeah,
other puzzles, but
yeah.
Philip definitely
That's
not.
right, yeah. And in fact, Philip has less than 150 competition, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh. There we go.
So was it easier than Jules?
Yeah.
Yeah, a
it
little
was
bit, yeah, a little bit.
definitely, yeah. Are you ready for the hard one?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go.
Okay, this cuber is competing at the 2024 European Championship. This cuber has competed in 15 different events.
Okay.
This cuber has a 2017 ID. You only have one guess.
Oh yeah.
This cuber has a sub 5 3x3 single.
Ah.
This cuber is from Poland. Well, many Polish people
That's
have
about
a sub
half the
5
community.
3x3
Yeah.
single.
That can be many people.
Yeah. This cuber stepped on the podium at the last European Championship. This cuber is considered an all-rounder.
All-rounder. Okay.
I'm looking for the list of
But
Polish
you're not
competitors.
gonna.
I still have one hint, but
You're not gonna say which podium
no, it will be too
or,
easy.
or the event. You're not gonna say that,
Mm-mm,
right?
it will be too easy. I still have one hint, but it became extremely easy. It's not Timon. No. It's not Olaf either. And I'm seeing Stanley Chappell isn't from Poland. I'm sorry.
Magda is a.
Magdalena.
It
is
is
a good one.
Magdalena.
Yeah.
The last hint was this cuber is a female.
Ah,
Yeah, it
so,
is Magdalena.
That would have given it away, basically.
Yeah.
So Paolo was the one who said that in the chat. Well done, Paolo. I would
Yeah,
never
well
have gotten
done.
that. Even though I know
Magda's
Magda-
really good at everything,
She's
basically.
very good at
Yeah,
everything.
yeah. I don't really know what his main event is because, you know, she podium at Perminx, yet she can podium at Megaminx. She held the 3x3 female world record single with a 4.24, so I don't really know what his main event is.
She also had clock female world record
Yeah.
for a while.
Yeah.
She's just very good at cubing.
She's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Except for blind events. I don't think
Alright.
she's really good at it.
You said
Maybe
she's
that's by
competed in-
choice.
Yeah, surely.
They're very different events compared to
Yeah.
everything else. I wouldn't be surprised if,
But
It's a
then
different
again,
skill
so is clock.
well, at least, like, you have to remember stuff for clock.
And yes, she's
Well,
definitely
same-
WL for female sum of rank, and I think by quite a huge gap.
Yeah, probably.
Let's see if we have any more 3x3 first round results.
Well, not really in the top, although I'm not really sure if we've seen Nicholas Archer's
I want to see what Olaf
result yet.
did.
Nicholas Archer with a 5.90 PR single. Not very many people in the UK have a sub 6.
Speaking about Magda, she is currently in 15th place with a 7.51 average. I think they didn't enter all of the results from the previous group yet.
Not quite yet. There's
I've
still results from
not seen
Sebastian,
Exactly.
from Olaf.
And Olaf's results should definitely be here somewhere
At
at
the
the
top.
top. Yeah.
Multi-blind, people are asking about multi-blind. I don't believe it's started yet.
Multiblind is scheduled to start at 11, I believe.
Yeah, so it's 10 past 11. So
Okay, after first solve, Ezra is in the lead with 45 points.
Yeah.
Yeah. He has a 5 points lead.
So he can take some risk on his next attempt.
Yeah.
But
I
then
think-
again, all the people that don't
I
have a
think
good
he's
result yet
aiming
can
for.
also do that.
I think he's aiming for ER at that point.
We started back here.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to Timofey's solves. Because like his previous competitions, he doesn't have many previous competitions, so the level that he has right now, it's a bit hard to
It's hard to gauge.
estimate. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
hard to gauge. That's very well put, John. Thanks for teaching us English throughout the day. Timofey taking his time to get ready. Unfortunately, the phone is blocking.
Hopefully we might get an overhead view here. Maybe not.
It's hard to switch right now.
Ooh.
6.87.
He doesn't look particularly happy.
Yeah, but frustrated.
So in this group,
What's Timofey ID? When did he start queuing?
Good question.
That is a good question.
2019.
2019.
Okay.
So he must have been what? 2? Ruben there in the top, the main organizer for this competition. It was put very, very eloquently yesterday. Ruben described to me as a man with infinite passion for cubing. He seems to never stop thinking about what he's going to do next and keep pushing for more and more and more things.
It's hard to get him like stressed out. Like
Yeah.
he's
He's so chill, so relaxed, and everything. In a good way, hard to get him stressed out.
Okay, so we have Tommy and Carter. Ah, not anymore.
Speak of Ruben, here he is. Jack Cord is beside him.
Tommy with not the best of souls, and now let's see
I've
how
seen Carter solve right
Carter
now.
does.
The Nations Cup will start at 7 p.m. Spanish time.
That's an 8 for Carter, I believe. 8.2.
But you guys have really good eyes. I cannot see that time.
Timofey now.
Let's see if we can get the overhead shot for his second solve. Well, this is definitely not Timofey.
Here we go.
Unfortunately, we can't see the solve.
Doesn't look
There we go.
particularly happy.
U-perm?
7:23.
No, he looks definitely upset about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Evo. Not Evo. Yeah. Simon Callan with a 6:56. He'll be happy with that.
Our first seed for Pyraminx, I believe.
By single, yes. I don't think he's first seed for average, though. I can check. Or do you mean after the first round?
No, like in general.
Oh, no, you're correct. Okay. Yeah, 153 average. Tied first seed with
Oh,
an
it's
XC.
That's funny. Let's see Ruben.
Ruben.
Let's go. Come on, Ruben. You definitely earned some skips.
Ooh. Ben Barron now on the right-hand side.
Ben with a 618 best average so far. 683, good start. Or maybe this is also already his second solve. I haven't seen his first.
Some Irish flags waving there towards the camera.
Sitting now next to Ben, Tommy. Tommy Cherry probably has shaken off his jet lag already.
Carter Kukala, they are just finishing
Well,
up
that was
7:21.
That was a funny last layer.
Was it a ZB? A ZB? Yeah.
I think it was a T. One of the T's.
Yeah.
Evo back again.
Ivo Stoutjesdijk.
It's very similar to Akkerstijk. It's got the Stijk at the end. Does that mean
Yeah.
anything? Or is it?
Dijk is dike.
Okay.
So, I mean, it doesn't. It's just a dike. Which we need definitely in the Netherlands to keep us safe from all of the water around us. Corner twist for him. Still an 8-19.
I'd be
We've seen some good times, even though people have flunked a little bit. We've seen a 6-36 with a cube drop.
Ruben back on stream.
Let's see if we can get some action shot from him again.
Is Juliet competing? Yes, she is competing.
I'm not sure which group she's in though.
I don't know either.
Meanwhile, Zain Kanani on the right side. Does he know that? Yeah, that was
yeah,
an LZPLL. He definitely knew that.
Team Fei with solve
like the
3.
Timofey.
H.
Perm.
599.
Yes, sub
That's
6.
his best
Barely
so far.
sub 6.
Next to him, Mr. Zirnis.
Janis being a delegate in Finland, but he represents Latvia. Tommy Cherry about to start his solve.
And off he goes. Let's see if, yeah, overhead shot, nice. Also an L, but he didn't know this one. Was it? I think I know which case that was, yeah.
Valerio now.
Locatelli.
Locatelli.
Always love hearing the Italian names. Makes me hungry every time.
And Ben Barron beside him.
So Valerio is aiming for that sub 6 average for quite a long time.
Ben with a good solve, 6-12. Now we're on board with Valerio.
Looks like a nice solve.
Yeah.
Oh.
Little low key at the end.
6.5.
6.5, yeah.
Yeah, there are going to be a lot of fast cubers in Group 9 with Juliet and Timon
And me.
and Diego, obviously.
No, I'm joking.
Are you
I'm
on the
joking.
green stage?
No, absolutely not.
Thankfully not, I would almost say, right?
Simon and Carter. Giannis in the back. Have we seen any unusual camera mounts this competition so far?
Some unusual what?
Camera mounts for people recording themselves. Seen a couple of head cams.
A cube is not that unusual.
I think a cube is fairly. I'm going to be competing in the next group, so I'm going to go. But I will
Okay.
be back, I think, after my group. I think I'm scheduled to be back here. So
All right, all right.
We're
See you in a
wishing you
few
good
minutes.
luck.
I'm going to need it.
May you have many skips.
Oh, I'm going to get a F2L skip.
Go for it. See you in a bit. Yeah, that's a good solve for Ruben, 9-12.
Yeah, Timon will be in group 9, the last group of 3x3.
Ben with his worst solve so far.
And yep, Olaf is currently in the lead with a 609 average.
Oh, they updated the results, nice.
Yeah.
So we have a new top 3 with Olaf, Philip and Yanis. 609, 620, 643. Another attempt gonna start real soon for Evo. Just gotten that 8-19 with a corner twist. Kamil Przybylski doing a blindfolded solve for 3x3 sighted. I mean, there's no obligation to use your eyes, obviously.
Are you allowed to do that? I mean,
Why not?
there a specific rule which says that you cannot. How do I say that?
I know where you got. You're not allowed to bring anything that would help you, right? Like no different objects to assist with your solve.
No, you're
right?
not allowed to handicap yourself. I don't know if that's a correct word. I mean, for you are not allowed to get a +2 on purpose. You
Right,
know?
right.
And that would be the same thing for him.
Well, he got an 11. I'm not sure. Like, do you think he's? Well, he must be faster normally, without without handicapping himself. So Ben with another 6. So he's got a bunch of 6s and a 7. You may not interact with item. Well, he didn't do that during the solve, did he? Yeah, Timofey with a better sub 6 this time. Didn't he just get a 599? Are you gonna?
Yeah.
He's improved with a 598.
Slowly improving, yeah. Yeah, you can't have the intention of a bad solve, yeah.
Well, what's the definition of a bad solve then? I mean, it's 11 seconds. It's not like it's that slow. Tommy Cherry, one of the competitors from the USA that did make it to Europe. Nice to see him compete here, as well as Carter. Let's see if we can get the overhead view from them. Starting on yellow. (7-11). Meanwhile, as we speak, OJ sneaking behind me.
Hello, hello.
Grabbing a mic for himself. How are things, sir?
Things are going good. I just finished my own 3x3 average. Got a very solid sub 11. Now
So
I have Kamil Shabilski doing a blindfolded method.
So he didn't interact with his blindfold during the solve, so there's no rule against that. We were just discussing if it was if you could categorize it as being worse on purpose.
Well, genuinely, some of these blind solvers who have completely optimized all of their free blind algs will be able to solve it faster using those methods than with CFOP, even though in general it's not as good. And they should be able to do it faster with their blindfold on because they can concentrate better.
CT oh, this is a good. And then the E-perm messes it up, obviously. Well, still a 6, but not another sub 6.
That is the worst PL you can have, in my opinion.
I agree.
It's a nice one to execute if you're good at it.
I
mean, it looks impressive because of so many moves.
Yeah,
but
so many moves, but too many moves.
It is too many moves, you're right.
But it's also the hardest to recognize because there are 2 different angles and you've got to figure out which one's the correct one. Otherwise you end up with an H-perm afterwards, and we all know how that feels.
We can check if these or these are the same.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, still it's arguably the hardest to recognize, and then you've got to do the rotation as well, so a lot of people don't like it just because of that. But the alg itself isn't too bad. Here we see Camille again. He actually opens his eyes just to check it's solved before stopping the timer and notices there's a manual corner twist. So Camille was actually quite infamous for a manual corner twist out of a national record multi-blind, which is very, very sad.
Oh, really?
It's quite funny watching him get another corner twist in 3x3 of all events. So he got N out of N except for one cube,
Yeah.
which was the corner twist.
Felix Zemdex once broke the 3x3 world record single with a 5.33, but he had a corner twist, so
That's correct.
it was a DNF.
So the infamous Moyu Aolong
Yeah.
corner twist. Which they supposedly fixed with the V2, I think, and yet it was the V2 corner twisting in my own multi-blind attempt that cost me my first UK gold medal.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I know the pain of the Aolong corner twisting.
But in multi-blind, you're not supposed to be as fast, so it shouldn't happen, you know?
Well, the top solvers will still be solving at really high TPS, especially actually often higher TPS than 3x3 solvers because they don't have to look at what the next part is.
Yeah, I see, yeah.
They already know exactly what moves they need to make, and so they can turn at quite incredible paces. Also, when you have 50 cubes that you need to have, it's going to be very difficult to have each and every single one of them set up exactly how you like it.
Yeah, I know, yeah. That's for sure. So we are slowly finishing group 5 of 3x3.
In group 6, we'll be seeing Toine Doulemont, who is our second seed in the competition, as well as Theodore Zida, who is the 9th seed. I believe he's the 2x2 world record holder currently.
Yeah, for the single, yeah, with a 0.43.
So it'll be very fun to see him competing in 3x3.
Yeah.
Got a little glimpse of Fabio Schwant there in the background. Fortunately, the cube is covered up.
So we'll also have Andrei Cher from Russia. We'll have Henrik Gerber from Germany. Anatole Volongo from France.
So I believe that was Toine we saw got on the getting a 5.9 there. The card didn't pop up, so I wasn't sure. Perry Ledane, Australian delegate with an 8.81.
Well, she's pretty fast. $7.19 from Andre.
And now we go for the over-the-shoulder camera shot. I believe this is Herman Westerland Carland, who's our 18th seed. Hopefully we'll cut to the display so we can see what time that was.
Well, his last year was really, really good.
Looks like the judges lost their pen. There we go, 7.99.
Barely sub 8.
And we've got Tuan on the left now, warming up for his second solve.
Checking his camera.
And we're joined in the commentary booth by Rainier. Hello, Rainier.
Hi, hi. How has Group 5 been so far?
This is Group 6.
Group 6 already.
The graphic hasn't updated yet. We've seen Tuan do his first solve, which is a 5.90. And now a low 6 on his second.
I guess the air conditioning for Twen has been rough, wearing a very big hoodie.
It's quite surprising. I've seen some light jackets being worn, especially the Speedcubing Ireland jackets that we see so much of. But not seen anyone else. Not seen anyone else wearing a thick hoodie.
Very happy with the 1109.
Oh, here's Theodore.
For the chat, this is not Tuan Duleman. We just haven't updated the graphic yet. This is a Theodore Zadja, or Zaida, sorry. 7.47, not over.
Do you have any idea of how young he is?
No, actually don't.
I could probably find out, but then I wouldn't be allowed to say.
Henry Gerber.
Younger than Yiheng for sure. Apparently he's 8.
Eight years old, already got a world record.
Yeah.
What are we going to see from him before he gets to 10 years old? Who knows? It's hard to say with these younger cubers whether they will keep going for as long as some of the older cubers.
7.35 for Andre.
And now Herman, Westerland, Carland warming up for their probably second or third solve.
Apparently he's the youngest ever to break a world record.
Yep, that makes sense. I'm not surprised by that. Fortunately, we just cut away from Herman there. Oh, 7.44. The time in Spain is currently 5 minutes to 11. So, yep, we are still doing 3x3, which we've been doing for the past 2 hours now. And we will be continuing that until just about 12:30. I've just had news from the side room that there have been over 1,000 cubes scrambled for multi-blind attempts to. 1,093. That's a lot of effort for all of the scramblers.
People are taking all the risk, you know, for that second attempt.
Yep. Tuan with their third solve, is it?
Yes, CBLL and 607.
That's 2 low 6s and 1 high 5 at the moment. High 5. So I spoke to Ezra after his first multi-attempt.
Yeah.
Of course, he's currently the first seed ahead by 5 points. And I said, will you be attempting more cubes in the next, or will you be trying to play it safe? And he said, well, I'm already in first, so I'll probably go for a bit more, be a bit riskier.
Yeah.
And also, he ended the last attempt on with about 2 minutes left. So there's a couple more cubes that could be squeezed into the hour.
So do you have any idea of how many he tried?
So in the last attempt, it was, trying to remember, 49 out of 53.
Yeah.
So this attempt, he'll probably be going for somewhere in the 56, 57 range, I would expect.
What's the European record?
I cannot remember. I looked this up last weekend because I know that a few people were going for it. I think it's either in the high 40s or the low 50s.
Yeah, surely.
Henry getting consistent sub sevens. He's doing pretty well.
Definitely. Apparently, Theodore got a 5.96.
Which is a pretty decent time for him. He has a low 6 PR average.
It's nice fluent solve by Herman.
And resolving G perm 7.9.
Group 7 now being called up for handing in their cubes.
So coming up in Group 7, we will have Kyle Santucci from Canada, who's the 10th seed overall.
I don't think Kyle Santucci is here, actually.
Oh dear, okay. Well, he would have been the top seed in this group. We also have Nicolas Sanchez, if he's here. He's also from the US. Not also, but yes. And Kartul is our top European seed in this, who is from Estonia. Tuan now warming up for their 4th solve.
We'll have to keep an eye on Eden Robinson-Rechavi from Switzerland, who just clocked a 9.2 one-handed average yesterday.
Oh, wow.
He was a first European, just behind Patrick.
Tuan doing some real slow turning for his doing. Still a low 6.
Slow turning, yet still fast time.
Yep.
Do you think maybe they recognized the one that last layer? It looked like they spent a while looking at it and then solved it fluidly in one step.
He might also have thought like, let's do set up a ZBOL, but then thought out of it, and then still went for the normal OL-POL route.
We got
So
Theodore.
Theodore, yeah.
.29 doesn't seem to be performing particularly well.
No.
Not on all the solves anyway. Henry Gerber with an 8.68. And I think in the background, Haaland may have just finished. Oh, and a 14.27. That's very poor for a top solver.
And 9.1 from Andre. Who's not performing well in this 3x3 first round. We saw 3-7 from him and a 9.
last solve from Tuan. BOL skip.
Looks like it. A 5.22, so a very solid average from
Yeah.
Tuan. I think there's a very high likelihood that Timon will beat that. So if you want to see the groups of all of the top competitors, if you head to competitiongroups.com and then click on the competition, obviously the WCA Rubik's European Championship 2024, and then if you go onto the stream tab, we will be showing all of the top competitors who will be on the green stage, and you can scroll through that to see what group everyone is in. And someone asked in chat if we will be interviewing Timon at any point. We definitely will be interviewing Timon today.
So let's hope Herman's not making the 14 count.
I think that'll be highly unlikely,
Yeah.
but also incredibly devastating if it happens.
But still, counting 9 is not good.
That is definitely not good. We did just hear an applause from the crowd. I'm not entirely sure what the time was for. Potentially just a Spanish competitor who got something somewhat decent.
So after 5 groups, Olaf is in the lead with a 609 average, followed by Philip Vaya with a 620, and Yanis Costin Kele from Romania with a 643.
Yeah, Patrick Ponce, who won his last round of Euros, is currently 4th with a 661 average. Because it's only first round.
Theodore locking up a bit.
7.29, so that will be counting, as we saw an 8 from him earlier.
I think he's swapping cubes. Well, it looked like he was swapping cubes, but he's done.
Yeah, he's done. It was his last solve.
Andre on his last attempt as well.
Yeah. He has 3, 7, and an 8. So mid-7 average for Andre. He doesn't seem quite happy with that.
So the second attempt of multi-blind will be starting in just 5 minutes. So if anyone in the venue is competing in multi-blind and listening along to the stream, please go and head over there now. And we do have a camera in there again, so we will be able to see some of the action. However, it will be very boring for the first 30 to 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And 1100 cubes on the table.
Yes. Many, many cubes.
For how many competitors?
It was top 40 to qualify.
Okay.
And I know that because I was not far out of that. It was 18 points to qualify.
18. Okay. And what's your PR?
Mine's 15, so I was a little bit out.
It's a long while to be on the timer. I think it was like 3 seconds he waited.
Yeah, some people really like to get in the mindset that they're about to do a solve.
Yeah.
We've got Shivan Banzel in the chat, excited for multi-blinds. Of course, the former world record holder with 48 out of 48. Maybe we'll see that be beaten today, maybe not.
lucky POL.
So that was Caleb Wolf done from the UK, and I know that they're in Group 7, so Group 7 must have started by now. Caleb seeding in 40th for this round. So you have Kartul on the left, seeded 28th from Estonia. Unhappy with that 9.19.
Yeah, he has a low 7 PR average, so it's not great for him.
Oh, sorry, it must have been Tool on the right, because I just saw it on the back of his shirt.
Ah.
So he got a 6.24, which is submit.
So I will be in group 9, the same group as Timon, so I need to warm up a little bit. I'll be back this afternoon for 2x2, and now I'll hand it over to my colleagues.
Thank you, Diego. See ya.
See ya.
And welcome to the stream, Sean O'Toole.
Yes, I am back. Oh, there's CJ Fury, Irish competitor with a 6.15. I'd be very happy with that. Who do we have in this group? We have Nicolas Sanchez, Kartula, Eden, Caleb, Blake. Some well-known names in this group.
A few well-known names, but not the highest of seeds or the lowest of seeds, depending on how you look at it. Given that our best seed in this group isn't competing, Carlos
Yeah.
Santucci.
Still though, fun to see some other solvers too. We might get to see some action from other competitors.
We got
First, Mark.
stream's very own Mark Dulemon.
So you guys haven't seen him as much, but he's been managing everything behind the scenes for this stream.
A lot of what he's been doing is making sure the cameramen are focused on the right people. So it's great to see the cameramen focusing on him for a bit,
Exactly.
even though they've moved away now to more important people.
Bit of a slow group going on. So if anyone has any questions they would like to ask any of the commentators, or even say what they're enjoying about the European Championships so far, feel free to share any thoughts or opinions.
So someone in chat says he thinks Krzysztof Boba will make a comeback with 50 points, which will beat out Ezra's 45. I do not think that is off the table. I think that's a very high possibility.
Does anybody know how many he's attempted?
I do not know.
That'll be interesting to find out.
If this current weekend and last weekend are anything to go for, it will be around the 56 point cube mark, I think.
Yeah, then that definitely possible.
Although possibly he will try to reduce the cubes slightly just to try
and get as many points. That's the thing. The second attempt is a bit more tactical because
Yeah,
you
'cause you
know you have a bit more information than the first attempt.
So we already know that Ezra will be attempting more than he did yesterday because he had 2 minutes spare in yesterday's attempt and he's currently top seed, so he wants to do a few more.
He might do, two more, maybe 3.
2 or 3, maybe 4.
Carl with a 4.96.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
nice.
And
I thought he wasn't here, but he is.
Well, there
and
you
that
go.
is PR by 3.39 seconds. His previous PR was 5.33, so 4.96 is first sub 5. It's also the first Estonian sub 5 single.
That was Kyle, not Carl.
Oh, it was Kyle. I thought you said Car. Apologies. Kyle Santucci?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said Car.
We believe Kyle is indeed here.
Yeah.
Oh. CJ Fury? Seated 97th, one of the fastest Irish 3x3ers. Ireland's second sub-5 single.
Nice. I remember when Kieran got his first.
He was
So
very excited. The first
he was
Irish
very,
sub-5
very
single was
happy.
at 4.33.
Yeah.
So it was completely destroyed the national record of 5.66 at the time.
Yep, and he beat the UK national record, which
Yes.
was 5.00 at the time. We didn't have a sub-5, so Ireland beat us to it there.
I guess that's just because Ireland's just better.
Maybe. I think Kieran's definitely better in many ways, at many events.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see the Nations Cup. We can find out once and for all who the better nations are. A 3x3 at least.
Yep. But yeah, definitely good to see some other top competitors from Ireland now, especially with that.
Yeah, they're
second
certainly
sub-5
coming
single.
through. CJ's definitely one to watch out for 3x3. There's a couple more 3x3ers that are also coming through. Like Killian Heinbach. He's getting quite fast at 3x3 and big cubes. Killian got a sub-2 mean yesterday in 6x6.
Oh, very nice.
Which is the second sub-2 in Ireland after Kieran. There's also some Pyramixers and Megamixers, Enda Loftus. Top 35 or something in Pyramix in the world.
Oh, very good.
Jack Core and Clock, obviously, starting to take over a little bit more than we have been in the past, which is great.
And I'm sure that is down to the explosion of competitions in Ireland that we've seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, it's been crazy. It's kind of gone nuts.
Yeah.
I've been to a lot more competitions since the last Euros than I had been before the last Euros.
Yeah,
And
that makes a lot of sense.
The last Euros might have been I've been to less than 20, and now I've been to nearly 50. So
I think I'm probably in a very similar boat. I don't know
Yeah.
the exact numbers, but I'm coming up to my 100th competition now.
yeah.
I'm on. This is my 98th.
Ooh, my 93rd.
Nice.
So when I organised my first competition in Ireland, it was sorry, I'm trying to do some counting in my head.
Well, 5:59. I'm not sure who that competitor was.
Kyle.
Oh, that was Carl.
It was the 8th competition ever in 2017. It was in 2019.
Right.
And there've been competitions since 2012.
Yeah, just Irish Championships. Mostly.
Just Irish Championships. And this year we had our 50th competition in Ireland.
Wow.
So
There
that
you go.
is, especially since COVID finished, we've been having so many. It's great, because you get to see stuff like this happening. CJ is probably not too happy with the 7.5, but still,
Well, his average is 7.28.
I think he's a lot faster than that.
Okay.
He's
Gotcha.
just,
Doesn't perform
Yeah.
particularly well in competition. Gotcha. We see quite a mix of that, actually. We see some people who tend to compete better in official competitions, myself included amongst that, thankfully. And then some people who they say that at home they average 2 or 3 seconds faster than in comp, and they just get nervous and choke
Yeah.
every single time.
And also some turning styles are not favorable when you have nerves.
exactly.
Yep.
Or cold hands, cold cubes. Just a slight change in atmosphere can make a huge difference.
It's fortunate that the venue is nice and warm here. It's a perfect temperature, I think.
Yep.
There's nice aircon right on the stage, and I think it's set at the perfect temperature.
Yeah, 100%.
And we are underground, which
Sophia, the
helps with keeping it,
12.03 plus 2.
keeps it nice and cool.
Seeing our first little hint of the side room there very quickly. Memorization happening in multi-blind at the moment.
That sign there saying more cubes is actually part of Camille's harmonica holder, which he'll be using later on as the slight blocker so that a judge doesn't have to stand there for 20 minutes. I believe that they actually gave all competitors the option of whether they wanted a harmonica holder or a card,
Wow.
which is a lot to take on. I think they have the staff members to do it, especially dedicated side
Yeah.
room staff members. And they obviously have enough harmonica holders for everyone if they want them. But it's very nice to have that option because some people don't like to have it in their way and some people don't like a judge waving around a piece of card because it can easily hit you in the face or something.
Yes, exactly. I think it's certainly a balance, but you have to be able to accept the risk of either.
Yeah, personally, I definitely prefer a harmonica holder in multi-blind and 5-blind. But my 4-blind, it would slow me down too much.
Yeah.
And so The one time I had to use a harmonica holder in full blind, I was quite mad. Especially as I got PR single. So, could have been slightly faster.
Call it PR farming. You can get another one.
Yeah.
I did get another one
There we
later,
go.
so there you go.
CJ again on the right-hand side there. CJ's on the Irish Nations Cup team. He's very excited, I think.
Is it this first Nation Cup?
Yep. Yeah, last Nations Cup for Ireland. We were one of the worst seeded countries.
Yeah.
It was, and I didn't even make it.
Oh.
I didn't even make it. There was only 7 or 8 Irish competitors at the European Championships.
Right.
And I missed it by 1 spot. So it was Kieran, obviously, Tao Yu, who's not at this European Championship, Richard Madden, Simon Kelly, and Mary Hennessy. So I think Mary
You will
has.
not see many of those people on the team today.
No, I think Kieran and Richard are the only ones that are on it today.
Is that CJ's first European Championship?
Yep.
So
It's his first international competition.
makes sense.
So a lot of pressure, but I think he's very excited. I think all the Irish team are coming out in force, very excited. I'd imagine there's going to be a big contingent in the crowd for the Irish team.
Well, especially with the fan favourite, Kieran Behan.
Yes, that I think is going to get quite loud during the awards ceremony.
Yeah. If it happens during the Nations Cup, I will just wait for
Yeah.
it to be done.
Yeah.
Because I might even join in.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll start it. I won't start it.
I probably will.
Yeah.
Also the amount of competitors now. We from the Netherlands, we have 55 people here,
Mhm.
and it's so much more than
Yeah.
previous years. I think like 2022, maybe 40 max, and then 2018, maybe 25. So it has been going up
Well, it's
progressively.
one of the largest competitions overall, so that's not too surprising.
We had 8 in 2022, I think, maybe 7, and now we have 35.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
Yeah, big jump. Especially for such a small country.
Yep.
Ireland is the best represented country, second best represented country compared to the population,
Right.
because Andorra has 2 competitors.
Andorra, yeah. 2 very proud competitors.
Yes, as they should be.
As they should be. Nicolas
And-
Sanchez popping his warm-up 4x4. Thanks for that. Leaving popped pieces all over the table.
Anyone in the chat, anything exciting that you are looking forward to? What top cubers are you looking forward to seeing? We are yet to see Kim Roger, James Alonso, Kieran Behan, Alvin Fertzel, Mika Smulders. We also are yet to see Timon Koloshinsky, the great Eric Ackersteig, Juliette Sebastien, Kevin Gerhardt, Rasmus, Stub Detlefsen.
Detlefsen, I believe.
Detlefsen, thank you, OJ. There's a lot of very fast cubers in the last 2 groups. It's going to be absolute chaos, I think, for the cameramen.
We will do our best to show everyone that we can, although I do think that the cameramen are already in tune to what Timon looks like.
Yes.
So if they're anything like the cameramen from 2 years ago, they will see him and immediately point the camera straight at him.
So the current setup, you guys can't really see it when you're watching the stream, but we have Patrick Ponce sat very high up watching over the stages, and he is on the radio telling the cameraman exactly who is solving and when and where.
Yep. And sometimes there's a small delay, of course, in directing
Yes.
and setting up, but we've been improving the past days.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that we had to kind of figure out the system as we went along, and there was a few teething issues at the start, but now we really have, even though the likes of the graphics coming up,
Yep.
it's all working very well.
And all of these graphics are only possible if the person who is up in the stands knows the names of the competitors.
Yes.
So sometimes we will be missing them because we don't recognize everyone. But I must say, as the competition goes along, I tend to figure out
Pick
who
up
more
and
of the
figure
people,
it out, exactly.
especially as a commentator.
Kyle counting a high 6, unfortunately, with his last solve. So he'll be looking at probably 6-3 average, I think.
It's crazy to me that 588 is ranked 48 in the world.
Yeah.
That's so fast.
Also, the stat today that I saw, Mets is out of top 100 for 3x3 single.
Oh wow,
474
Whoa.
is 104 now.
Wow.
Yeah.
that was a crazy record when that happened.
Yeah.
Caleb Wolf done.
Caleb Wolf done is Caleb Wolf done with his average now. With a 7.33.
Are you proud of that one?
Not really. I do that joke all the time. It's too low hanging fruit, to be honest.
Mark was a sub 10.
Is that good for Mark? Can't
Yep.
remember.
Yeah, it
Nice.
is. I think he averages 12.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
so pretty happy with that, I'd say. Nicolas Sanchez.
Six nine, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it. We can
That's-
just about see the stack map time from where we're sat.
690.
Cameraman is just searching for where to go next.
No, apparently Kyle's not done yet. I thought he was done.
Maybe we miscounted, or maybe there is a extra that was given for some reason that we don't know about. I think that's less likely, but
Yeah.
I'd say we probably just miscounted. Or missed a solve. Or wait, no. That'll
No.
be the other way around.
We'll see.
showed an extra solve
Showed an extra
somehow.
solve. The new mean of 6 format.
And Kyle had a 496, so he can make it counting. That would be great.
Looks like a good solve.
Nice 2-gen, nice last layer. 5-7, I think.
If I can't see it.
Something, at least a 5.
Yeah, definitely a 5. Hopefully we'll see the display.
Looks like he didn't know the ZBLL, and I think it's one of the most common ZBLL sets to learn, so maybe he doesn't know many ZBLLs at all.
He did soon A-perm, right?
Oh, I missed that, sorry. Okay, fair
I
enough.
think, yeah.
I thought it was a T case.
Hmm.
Yeah, quite uncommon to know soon/anti-soon ZBLLs. But some do learn it, of course. Some of the top solvers, I know that Timon definitely knows full ZBLL.
And also ZBLS from all 4 angles. Nicolas with a 6-5.
So have you competed yet?
Yeah, I was in the second group.
How'd you do?
8:37 average.
Okay.
But it's fine for me, because
Nice.
I mean, last time I practiced free was like 6 years ago. Then I basically got all my PRs, and then since then I've stopped doing 3x3 practice at home.
Nice. Fair enough.
So I think this was like my best average in 3 or 4 years. So
Okay, that's
I
great.
guess like
That's great.
on a major competition, that's
Yeah.
more than fine. Yeah,
On the big stage.
yeah. But also scrambles were nice, so it helps. What did you do?
Oh, I did horrific. I did so bad. I think I counted on 19,
Ooh,
and I averaged like 13.
yikes.
So my counting times were 15, 13, 19.
So you're out for 3x3 now.
I mean, I was never going to get through. I
Fair.
was not part of it, but
Fair.
it was just annoying to count to 19.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Dahi O'Connor there on the stream.
I would reckon like low 11, maybe 10 high for the second round.
Seeding was 10.3, so it'd probably be sub 11.
Yeah.
Or close to.
Yeah.
Mika. So I think we've started our 8th group here now.
Anti-Soon and V-Perm.
So far our podium would be Twan Dulemont with a 6.03 average, Olaf Kuzminski with a 6.09 average, and Philip Weyer with a 6.20 average.
Yep,
So
that's interesting. I was trying to figure out whether Tuan was going to slide into first place there, and it looks like he has done. With a counting 589,612,607.
the judge practicing 3 blind there in the back. What do you guys think of the merchandise they're selling this year? See lots of
Well, at least the rows to get it, to buy it, are long.
Yes.
So I guess it's good.
Exactly. We have Lorenzo and Kim Roger there on the screen at the same time.
And that is our full graphic.
Lorenzo with a 653.
Kim Roger taking some time to get ready. Starting now.
So Lorenzo's PR average is a 699. So 653, he'll be happy with that.
Yep.
Kim Roger is starting his first solve.
Art Perm to finish it off.
Doesn't look happy with a 717.
A little bit of a shake head.
So Kim Roger is ranked 9th in the world for average with a, sorry, 9th in Europe with a 587 average. Apologies, it's 47th in the world. And 10th in Europe with a 443 single.
So definitely should be a top contender if they manage to not make that solve count.
Once again, it is only the first round, so anything can happen in the subsequent rounds. Any competitor, well, something we were discussing yesterday at the last European Championships, the final competitor to qualify in one-handed won.
That is true.
So
That was an
anything can
amazing
happen.
moment.
Kieran Behan, of course, now starting his first solve. Kieran only does green cross. 655.
Very good start from him.
Happy with that, I'd say.
So George Scully from the UK, one of the top UK competitors, also only does green cross.
Yes, because they both use the same
Tutorial.
Whose was it?
Tim Brown?
Possibly Dan Brown. I think it was Dan Brown's tutorial. Back probably
2000.
2011.
I think he made it like 2009 maybe
Okay.
even, like
So
2008.
Kieran would have learned 2010, 2011, I think.
Yeah.
The only one I know is that anyone who does 3 blind with blue top, red front learnt from Noah Arthurs. And that used to be a lot more prevalent. And
Mika Smulders.
obviously now most people are doing white, green.
Little lucky start.
Fluid middle there.
Anti-Soon into A Perm.
731, not particularly pleased. There's Rui Reyes. He does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work for the rest of WCA. Lots of communication team work.
All of the bingo sheets that you see at these major championships, if you manage to grab one of them, is produced by Rui.
Yes, and they're great. They're a lot of fun.
They are good fun. James Alonso just exiting the stage there. Not sure what time he got. He is the UK national record holder currently.
Just moved away from Jason Vinvamara.
Have you already made a picture of someone who is sub 8 on 3x3?
I haven't had any time to do
The bingo at all.
the bingo. at
Yeah,
all.
me neither.
The yo-yos look pretty sick though.
Yeah.
We should have done, I think we tried this 2 years ago, we should have kept a bingo card on the stream table and then ticked them off every
That
time
would
we
have been
see
fun.
things on stream.
That would have been smart.
Kieran being there once again. Unfortunately, the light seems to be coming off his camera. Get the overhead view though. Kim Roger just finishing a sub beside him. 7:53, I think, for Kieran.
I didn't look too happy with that. Still not too bad of a time though.
No, it'll be okay. You know, he's done worse solves before.
I'm sure he has. So what cross color do you solve on, Sean?
I do white yellow.
And you?
Color neutral.
Nice. I'm color neutral with a very heavy bias to white yellow. So
Yeah.
I'm basically a mix of both of you.
And it's like in a row, like I'm only white yellow, you do it a little bit, and then you do it all.
I started out on white yellow as well, and then I switched in 2017.
Nice. If
I
we
like white yellow.
if we had Eleanor sitting there, we would have the full range of it.
She
'cause
only do white?
White only, yeah.
Yeah.
So I can solve equally as fast on any cross color, but I recognize white and yellow crosses
Yeah.
faster. So if there's a really easy blue cross or like a really easy
Yeah.
blue X cross, I can
Yep.
do it with no problem.
Also, I found out a few years ago that like when people scramble, of course they scramble white, white
green.
on top, green front, and then put it in the back, and that usually means that when you get your
Uncover.
solve, that you always usually get a white orientation basically.
Oh, okay.
So it's more likely if you're going to solver that you go for a white-yellow cross because it's more likely to be facing up. That's very significant, but there is a small advantage. And in blind, of course, we do an extra rotation in scrambling.
Yep, just to make sure that it is completely randomized.
Yep.
Even though the cube could end up in any orientation after
Exactly.
being put into the box.
Yes, yeah.
It just
It just happens less if you don't do a move in scrambling.
Lorenzo now finishing or third solve, I think.
Could be.
Timon will be competing in the next group, which I believe is the final group of 3x3. Just let me check.
Yeah, it is.
And after that, we'll be moving on to 4x4 round 2. So I'm sure that Timon won't be overly happy about having to compete directly back-to-back in 3x3 and 4x4.
You know what you say to that?
Skill issue?
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
Womp
Okay.
womp is what you say to that.
James Alonso now with their second or maybe third solve. We haven't caught any yet. That looked very good. We've got a head nod.
589. Happy with that?
Nice to see a head nod rather than a head shake for once.
Yes.
Of course, there is still no sub-6 UK national record average.
What is there at national record average now?
I think it's low 6.
Yeah, like 6.2.
6'2", 6'3". It's
Yeah.
been beaten
That
very,
many times, yeah.
very marginally, very often. So
He seems very consistent.
yes,
Kim Roger now back.
and he doesn't go to too many comps either.
Yeah.
So yeah, the schedule for this competition has been impeccable.
It is unbelievable.
We
I've
have
never seen scheduling quite like it.
Only ever run ahead. We have never run behind, and we've had to take a couple of very short breaks.
Yeah,
just
we
to
had to
catch
take
up.
a little 15-minute break earlier during 3x3, but that's fine.
That's
Diego
perfect.
had a great game for us during the break. We were able to do some guessing games with some stats.
Nice.
It was very fun, and it filled the time perfectly. So
We love to see it. Kim Roger
Mika?
there with a 7.9.
Yeah, the basic type TK CBLL.
Speaking of TKCBLL,
Yes, 668. Nice switch to the overhead cam.
So that sound just means they've just started calling for the submission, cube submission for the last group. So we should hopefully see Tim on Juliet, Eric. Who else is in the group 9?
Oof.
Loads of people.
Loads of people.
Timon, Juliet, Kevin Gerhardt, Rasmus, Lear Ukai.
Let's go with Lukai.
Ukai, yeah. Kosovo. So it's a lot of our top 50 seeded in the next group. But I think everyone's most excited to watch Timon solve, because there's really nothing quite like it, is there?
Absolutely. His last average, which was the final average of the North American Championships, was sub 5. Also, his first average at that competition was sub 5. Will we see a sub 5
And also
right now?
his last average in North American All-Stars was sub 5.
Crazy. So
it's insane how someone can lock in specifically finals.
I would normally not say there is a likelihood of seeing a sub 5 average, but I think genuinely
It's very possible.
it would be unlikely to not see it
Yeah.
across the 4 rounds from him.
I think that's an interesting warm-up cube there also. It's either a big cube or a very small cuber.
We've got a very small cuber next to him. Milan. Unfortunately, that's not who is currently on screen, so the cameraman must have just misheard which station to focus on. There we go.
There we go. We have Kieran here. Turning very fast at PLL
PLL
skip with a 7.00.
Wow.
And there's the shake head.
It only happens once in 72 solves, right? So, if you like, 1 in 72, right? POL skip.
I thought it was more than that.
72 is correct.
Is it?
But, of course, you can influence it more
Yeah.
if you do things like COLL or, I
Yeah.
mean, obviously ZBLL is technically
Still
a
a PLL skip.
technically still a PLL skip. Did you permute the last layer? Well, yeah, you did.
Yeah. Wasn't it Lucas? Oh my God. Eder. Oh my God, I'm friends with the guy. How did I forget his name? Yeah, Lucas.
Is he
Eder.
that washed?
Well, it was at warm-up Sydney, right? When Timon got the European record single.
With the 4.5.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, 4.51 or something. Yeah.
Yes, it was. And it was a ZBLL. And Lucas, there's a video of Lucas going, no, it's still a PLL skip. And everyone's like, no, it's a completely different thing. It's not. It's a different, almost a different method.
It's all about how you interact with it. James shaking his head at a 6.62, but I think that was a pretty good average.
Yeah, for chat we are finishing up
Mika 772.
Group 8
722,
and almost starting Group 9.
Kim Roger on what is probably their last solve. We are going to be starting Group 9 very soon. So I would say do not leave if you want to watch Group 9.
In fact, just don't go anywhere. Just no matter what you want to do right now, don't do it.
Just stay here for the entire day. Watch some cubing.
Watch some cubing and listen to our beautiful voices as well.
If you want a cup of tea, if you want some breakfast, do it later. Don't do it now. This is the best part.
I think before we do start Group 9, I'm just going to go and quickly grab something to drink because I don't want to be raspy all day. So I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Fair enough. As the green stage wraps up on Group 8, we will probably be seeing some other groups. Although perhaps we have, yeah, this is still the end of Group 8. Kieran finishing off with a 7.57. So with all your chat, Sean, of the Irish being better than the British, I'm pretty sure the top British competitor just beat the top Irish competitor.
We'll see how we go in finals. We'll see how we go in finals.
Finals is indeed what counts the most.
We'll see how many medals get taken home.
So the chime for Group 9 has been...
Yeah, we're starting Group 9 bell.
Yeah.
So Timon Konashinsky, Julia Sebastian, Kevin Gerhardt, Rasmus, Lear Ukai. So many fast competitors. I can't. I'll be here the whole group if I have to say them all.
Well, we will be here the whole group. So
List every competitor in the group.
strap in, everyone.
So everyone in chat, I want everyone to guess what you think Timon's fastest solve is going to be.
Ooh.
And I will
I'm
probably
going to
not be able to
say
scroll far back enough to find it. In this average.
yes. I'm going to say 4.3.
I'm gonna go for 4.8.
I'm going to say, what do you want to say for 4.3? So I'm going to say 4.29. Because I think he's going to get faster.
Really?
So you may beat me with that tactic, but you won't necessarily beat chat.
That's true. But I want to beat you because that's what matters.
Someone in chat said 0.01. That would, of course, be an extra, so
Yeah.
it's not the case. 4.47,
Few high
3.98.
threes.
Everyone who's going for a 3 is going for a very high 3, which is interesting.
Jason Vin Vamara on stream. Jason is Timon's coach.
Oh,
Obviously, he's not quite as fast as Timon, but he does a lot of the other stuff associated with cubing rather than just the solving itself. Because I don't think there's anyone out there that could coach Timon on his solving.
I think we saw Timon walking up. I saw his shoes, I think. I'm not sure. I think I saw his shoes, yeah.
I'm sure we'll hear a big cheer.
you know you've made it in cubing when the commentators are recognizing the issues.
Janos here starting his first solve. Oh, there we go.
Okay, Timon is now sitting down.
I can hear people in the venue getting ready.
We can hear the buzz.
The atmosphere is quite large, and it's going to go silent, I reckon, once he puts his hands back on the timer.
The last European Championships, Timon took a very, very long time to warm up before the solve, and now he's doing it much faster so he doesn't get penalized.
Look at that turning, it's insane.
5.43, a mid-5.
See, we're thinking for Timon, oh, he won't be happy with that. But if that was anybody else,
That would be more
They'd
than
be
content, yeah.
I don't
More
think
than
he's unhappy with it.
I think he's going for better.
Yeah, of course he's going for better. I think he would only be properly unhappy with sub 6.
Yeah, okay.
But you know him better than me, so.
I think he's what you average and what you expect are very different. Sorry, my headphones are buzzing in my ear. That's better. I think he's got high expectations for himself. So
Definitely, and a lot of other people in this venue will have high expectations for him too. I'm
yes.
sure there's many people in this venue who want him to get a world record average. I doubt he will, but
fourth, 36 is world record.
that's very good.
That's unbelievably
Very, very
fast.
good. Only someone from China could get something like that.
Yeah. Only Yihang can probably get something like that. I don't know if any cubers or many cubers have an average faster than that at home.
That's very true.
Juliette Sebastian, starting her first solve.
Using the hand warmers.
Apparently Juliette has a famous warm-up. So perhaps if we see that a few times in the future, we can comment on what the strategy is.
Looks
ZBLL, very good. We don't quite see the time for Juliette.
Shake head though.
Rasmus
it,
and
look,
Kevin Gerhardt.
it looked like Juliet did 5 F12 pairs because there were a lot of moves and fast turning. So
Well, if we know anything about Juliette, 5 F12 pairs does not necessarily mean a bad solve.
Was that an ER?
Yes,
Yeah.
Juliette's
Wow.
PR single, which was ER at the time, was 5 F12 pair and then a OLL skip? Or a left fire skip?
Sexy sledge, or a left sexy sledge PLL skip, I believe,
Okay.
because it was the exact same as the next UK national record single.
Ah, okay.
The 5:00. Janos Berexi now.
And we hear Timon is just getting ready to solve now, so hopefully we'll see him now.
Unfortunately, no display, but we might be able to catch the time if we go to an overhead view.
looks very smooth.
540 something.
5.45, I think. The crowd doesn't know how to react because they can't see what the time is, which is unfortunate.
So consistent times for Timon right now.
So again, this is our last group of 3x3, and next up we will have a 4x4 round 2, where we will be seeing Timon again.
And Sebastian.
And Sebastian Var.
So Timon and Sebastian, 4x4, I think, drew the biggest crowd so far yesterday.
Yes, there was a huge crowd for 4x4.
Huge crowd for 4x4.
Especially as Timon kept getting sub 20 times, and a lot of people were running. So
it was very loud.
Yes.
Very loud.
Please remember to respect all the competitors and also no running in the venues. No matter where you're competing in the world, please do not run through the venue.
Especially larger venues like this. This one isn't too bad because there's lots of canvas stuff around. But lots of large venues that I've been in, they're very echoey. So what you think is you running quietly actually echoes throughout the entire building.
Yep. Thump, 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 thump,
Ed
thump.
Burgess with an 11.60 on the blue stage. Kevin Gearhart with a 5.60. I'd be happy with that.
I think we're going back.
Juliet's changed. It's Juliet Sebastian.
There she is.
I was going to say we still get to catch the solve, but it does seem to be covered up by that bit of paper.
Ooh, 7.95 Juliet. She does not look happy. It's okay though, it'll still get to round 2. So we, of course, will not be seeing 3x3 round 2 until tomorrow morning. We've got 3 rounds of 3x3 tomorrow. Mark Mooney, another Irish competitor just there. Ethan Pride, WCA board member. No? Oh, it's not Ethan actually. Looks similar. They got a very similar top of the head as Ethan.
Ethan's got a great big bushy beard, that's why I know as
Yeah,
well.
not a staff shirt also.
Although I do believe Blake
Janos?
Thompson is in this group. Or was it in the last
Blake
group?
Thompson is attending this group.
Yeah, he was last group. I
He
think.
was last group, okay.
Blake Thompson is not in attendance this group.
Nah, that's a shame.
Janos getting ready to start solve 3.
Doing a lot of rotations in this inspection.
Possibly indicative of colour neutrality, although now that they're doing yellow, perhaps they're only yellow, white, neutral. And we've got Timon warming up for his 3rd solve.
I made a mistake.
Ooh.
Yeah, he misrecognized that ZBLL.
663.
I told you he'd be unhappy with the 6.
He wants to keep the streak going of sub 6s.
Yeah, though he did lose it recently, but
Yeah.
I'm sure he wanted a new one.
Did he have over 200 sub 7s in a row or something?
Sub 7s, yeah, but like sub 6, he had like 35
Whoa.
in a row in comp.
Yeah, he uploaded a video where he showed every single one of them. A lot of them at the Stevenage venue in the UK, so I was quite happy with that.
Kevin Gearhart.
And of course he got an 8 in the finals of NAG, so whatever streak he did have, it's not particularly long at the moment.
It's insane. Wasn't the 8 his 2nd solve?
Yes.
And pulling out a sub 5 average with that kind of pressure is crazy. We seem to have something hanging over our camera here.
I think it's an
Cable.
cable, yeah.
Just ignore it. We can still see the cube.
Yeah.
And Kevin. Kevin, of course, former 2x2 world record holder, but a decent all-rounder. .606.
Juliet here now.
Unfortunately, her GoPro is covering up most of this solve. A shake head on a 615.
Giannis there starting now. Unfortunate for Giannis that he's being cut off the past couple of solves
Yeah,
by watching Tim on instead.
he's exactly just in front of Timon's cycle of
Yeah.
getting called on stage.
I'm sorry, but if you're on the green stage and Timon walks up, we're not going to look at you. We know who everyone wants to see. In fact, Timon is just going up to solve now, so we will be
Yeah.
cutting away from Janos again.
The cycle is so consistent.
This is now Timon's 4th solve. We are yet to see a sub 5, so I'm getting nervous about my 4.3.
I'm getting nervous about my sub 4.3.
I have a 4.8. I'm might be lucky. Looks not super smooth.
Ooh, a perm.
Oh dear.
6.8.
That counts one of the 6s now.
6.6 he counts.
He might not even get a sub 5 average here.
Yep. If he does terribly on the last solve, he will not be placing first in the round. He won't be placing second in the round.
And he probably won't be placing third in the round either.
I think he might be placing third. Oh, I can't
Well,
quite
Kyle
remember.
Santucci got a sub 6 average.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's fair enough then. He doesn't count though. He's Canadian.
True. Rasmus now starting. Rasmus obviously mostly known for square one.
I think his BPA is like 5.8 now for Timon.
Okay. So still sub 6.
Yeah.
Knowing Timon, you can probably bring out any solve on the last.
584 average from Kyle Santucci with a PR.
Ooh, nice. So yeah, there is a chance that Timon gets knocked out of the top 3. Of course, I was saying yesterday, Timon not the current Polish champion,
Yes.
so there's no guarantee that he'll be the European champion. Kevin with the 620, and we can now see the multi-blinders have started executing, or at least some of them have. This is Ezra Hershey in the front, who is
The
clearly
favourite.
started.
Definitely the favorite to win this.
And I believe that Adrian Debski in the back is still memoing, which is probably quite late.
Ezra ran out of, it's not Ezra, Adrian ran out of time on his last attempt, so hopefully that does not happen again, because that's the worst way to DNF, I think.
Yep, his last result was 27 out of 54, which is 0 points. The 10th worst result that isn't a DNF ever. Anyway, Timon's last solve now.
He needs a sub 5.3 for a BPA average.
Ooh.
It's a slow start, fast ending,
Ooh.
4.95. So I think
I was
win.
close, yeah. But at first sub 5 for Timon this competition.
Not the fastest solve of the... Oh, no, it is the fastest solve by 0.01. No! Ah. Yanis Kostangele from Romania got a 484.
And, oh, actually, there was a 481
Alejandro.
from Alexandre Carlier.
Yeah, he did that in the first round, first group
First
this
group,
morning. Yep. Nobody was here clapping. This is French NR.
You're seeing someone's lovely chin here now.
But see, that's NR is 4.41, right? Still.
Yeah, so I believe, so I was next to Jules Desjardins as it happened,
Yeah.
and he said that it was the second fastest in France.
Right, so it's NR2.
Yeah, so
But
he was cheering like mad,
4:44, I
but
think.
not many other people were.
Well, yeah, Jules used to be an R2.
Yeah, he
And
said
now
he
he's
was
pushed down.
taken, yep.
So does Timon tie with Kyle in the first round, or?
I think we're not 100% sure exactly what the third solve was. There was two mid-fives, but we're not sure.
Oh, yeah, because
5-3, 5-3 and 5-4, I think.
Okay.
So,
It'll be close.
yeah, and 6-6-6, I think. So, yeah, around 5-8.
Rasmus now solving.
So Timon will be securing either the top 1 or 2 slots.
But there's
Definitely.
still 3 more rounds to go. Anything can happen.
He would definitely be first in Europe.
100%.
We know that for sure.
Unless someone gets 2 twos in a row or something here.
Oh, in the last few solves.
I'm going to warm up for Megaminx round 2. So
luck.
I'm gonna leave you guys to it.
Have fun.
Good luck.
See ya.
So yep, coming up we have 4x4 round 2, followed by Megaminx round 2. And then we will be breaking for lunch at 1:15 UTC +2. And we are now being joined by Remo. Hello.
Hello. I am now back from things.
I don't know if you've heard what happened in this round.
I don't think I've heard that.
So we're not sure whether Timon has come first or second. We know that
I
Kyle.
think they tied, and Timon's going to win on single by 0.01.
Oh wow, that'll be fun.
So
Chat seems to think this.
by Kyle Santucci?
Kyle
Yes.
Santucci, yeah.
So their average was tied. Timon's best single was 495, and Kyle's was 496.
Okay. That's
Mark Mooney on the stream now. Mark, one of the Irish competitors that are here. He's not particularly happy with the 13.
How is it going with the multi-blinds? Are they...
There's just started execution, so we might see if we can get a multi-blind cam now.
So Ezra has been executing for a little while now. The last we saw
Here we go.
of Adrian Debski, he was not yet executing.
Hard to see exactly what is going on
I
here.
think it's Simon Presci.
Looks like it.
And Kamil Shabilski is just off camera to the left.
I'm reading into the mic. Oh. Sorry.
And we've got Willem from Germany in the middle of this camera shot, who broke their first national record last weekend, which was in 5x5 blindfolded.
Is ping pong cup shots? Is that Mikey Whelan?
We also got Kyle Santucci in the chat.
Maybe Kyle can let us know whether he won or not.
Oh wow, Mikey Whelan. So the ping pong cup shots is a very OG competitor from Ireland. Hasn't competed since 2018, I want to say.
One of the old guys,
One of
then,
the- one of the
before
oldies.
the old, before the whole.
Mikey might be
renovation.
able to assist me here, but I think Mikey knew CSP in 2018, which is back in the very early days of CSP. So this is the final multi-blind attempt happening now. So this will decide who the European champion for multi-blind is.
Yep, Ezra is on top with 45 points currently, and then Krzysztof with 40. Both of them will be trying to beat those times today. We've got Ezra in the front now, and Adrian over to the back left.
I see lots of solved cues for Ezra.
Can't quite tell if there are any DNFs in the packs at the moment.
I think there is one in the back on the very right.
Potentially, but I can't tell whether it's just a slightly misaligned layer.
Should I go and do some recon?
Can do if you want to.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Although they might not let you join because they want it to be quiet in there at the moment.
I'll go up to the window and I'll go like this and I'll go. So I'll be back in 2 minutes.
So maybe soon we'll be finding out how many DNFs or how few DNFs Ezra Hershey is getting.
Get some insider information.
Yep. Since I was already in the room for 4 blind and 5 blind, I had a little peek at the scorecards as I was leaving. So we had quick access to who had won before it was uploaded to WCA Live.
I believe we are having a short break before we have 4x4 round 2, since we are 25 minutes ahead of schedule.
That is amazing. I'm sure that all of the 4x4 competitors will be happy about that, especially Timon, who has just competed in 3x3. So he will get a bit of warm-up time for 4x4.
And not to mention that we already actually had a 15-minute pause, so we completed the 3x3 round 40 minutes faster than expected, leaving us, was it 2 hours and 40 minutes?
That's very nice, yeah.
To let 1,200 competitors compete, which is absolutely insane.
Looks like the 3x3 groups were between 25 and 20 minutes. We tend to schedule 15 to 20 in the UK, so perhaps they were just being a little bit more relaxed just to make sure that we stayed on schedule, and it has paid off because we are now completely ahead of schedule and we get to chill out and watch some multi-blinders.
Alex asking in the chat about the pause. Yes, we had a 15-minute pause between Group 4 and Group 5 due to being ahead of the schedule.
I do not see a single DNF cube for that competitor on the right. I'm not entirely sure who they are, and I have no idea how many cubes they're attempting.
Looks like maybe a Polish flag on the blindfold. And by the amount of cubes, I'd say something 45-ish.
And we've got Martin Egdahl on the left. Also looks like they're solving a lot of their cubes.
We already have almost 1,000 results in.
For 3x3?
Yes.
Wow.
So we will soon find out what the total number of competitors in 3x3 is. But it will most likely be something around 1,200.
And it will also likely give us a good estimate for how many total competitors we have at the competition.
Yeah.
Martin finishing off his last cube now.
Seems like he may be an almost perfect attempter.
No, he's unhappy with something. Ah, there's a DNF there, 2 DNFs, 3. Looks like just the 3. There's N-3 out of N for Martin. I'll give him N-6 points.
I think that's... who's that again?
This is Ezra in the
This
front.
is Ezra. Seems like the 3 packs... Sorry, now we have 5 packs. Seem to be perfect, actually. I do not see a single DNF cube there.
Yeah, again, it could be a case that one of them has a DNF that we can't see, so some of the cubes right at the back, we can only see the top face of.
So, seems like he's going for packs of 8.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 packs.
So 56.
56 cubes.
And currently he is finishing up the 39. No, sorry, the 40th cube. So moving on to 41 there. And Sean O'Toole is back with us.
I think Ezra has no DNFs.
That is incredible.
Off stream, Christoph Bober has 1 DNF and he's attempting 54 and is looking very solid. But Ezra had an unbelievable shape here. I couldn't see that little row just off. I couldn't see the cubes there. So it's possible he has a DNF in there, I guess. But
could you see the stopwatch?
No, you see the people are behind the glass.
Oh yeah.
There.
But we did see him executing a lot earlier than Adrian, so if that's anything to go off of, he should be on somewhat good pace. The current ER is by Krzysztof Bober with 51 out of 55,
so
which is 47 points.
I think Ezra may have attempted 60 cubes.
It looked like 56.
We calculated 56. There were 7 packs of 8.
Perfect.
So unless there's more, we can't see.
So we are actually looking at two potential ERs here.
That would be heartbreaking to break ER and have someone else.
So Ezra can afford 4 DNFs and still get ER, if we are correct in our counting. And currently he has 0. So that he has a chance to absolutely smash the ER at the moment.
Other attempts, Daniel Valen has a few DNFs already, so I think he might be out of the picture. But it's between Christoph and Ezra at the moment.
Yes.
I think it was always going to be that way, really.
Pretty much.
But
they were the top 2 going into this attempt as well.
also looks like they're starting set up for 4x4 round 2, so hopefully we get to see the end of the big multi-blind attempts before we start that. We are not due to start 4x4 until for another 20 minutes, so we might wait, I imagine, to give them some time to warm up.
Maybe we will start like 5-10 minutes earlier, but
Possibly.
I don't imagine anything earlier than that.
Okay, I've just asked the camera operator to turn our camera around so we can continue
Wow.
seeing.
Isn't that a lot of cubes?
Still
Holy.
absolutely flawless at the moment.
This is the 48th cube now.
So if Ezra were to get all 56 correct, he would be tied on points with Ro Hessler, who has 61 out of 66. But Ro Hessler did it in 58 minutes 29. So it's unlikely that Ezra would beat him on time, which would place him third in the world.
If we're looking at the first attempt from Ezra, he did 49 out of 53 in 58 minutes. So he might have seen that he has those 2 extra minutes to fit in 3 extra cubes there. So,
And there is no judge standing around him at the moment, which indicates that he's not running out of time just yet. He is on his last pack of cubes. We have 7 more to execute. And of course, we'll be seeing a judge going over to him as he gets closer to those last ones.
It's very hard to tell. We do not know exactly, but we think 0 are wrong so far.
We will find out after the attempt because the judge will be pulling out all of the DNF cubes. So hopefully, in only a couple of minutes' time, we will know whether we have a new European record multi-blind single.
and seems like this is the 51st cube solved.
Wow.
So if he gets this one right, I believe he will have the European record, assuming every single other one is correct. And that is it,
That is going to be a European record for Ezra.
assumedly.
We hope.
Hold our breath, but
Well, if he gets this one, it should be.
there's no way he... Oh, we have a stopwatch holder, but that might just be because he's
Ending the attempt.
finishing.
attempt.
He will get tapped on the shoulder if he goes over 1 hour.
What was the current European record again?
It is 51 out of 55, which is
45. 45 points?
47 points.
47?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's another solved cube for Ezra, so this is guaranteed European record, we think.
If everything is solved, then yeah.
Assuming there's not two DNS, but I think that we would definitely see one of them if there was 2. Unless there's a 2 flip somewhere in there that I guess that we can't see.
My heart is pounding. I don't know about
I'm-
yours. I'm sure that his heart is absolutely wrecking itself. If we confirm this European record, I will be going and trying to secure an interview with him as quickly as possible.
Someone in chat also saying that looks like a DNF in that block.
We're not sure.
We will
haven't
find out
yet.
hopefully in the next minute.
Alex Mass is saying that there's 1 DNF. But
1 DNF is not bad at all. I am almost certain this is a European record for
wait,
Ezra.
so again we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, yeah, 56.
There's
Lots of cheering in the venue for
a lot of
Ezra.
clapping, a lot of cheering. The whole crowd can see. There was a massive cheer. He is in disbelief
Look
right
at him.
now.
Look at him.
Looks like there was one DNF.
Oh,
That is incredible. He has got the European record single.
55 out of 56?
That's what we believe. 54
wow,
points in
54
total.
points in total.
That'll place him third
did
in
the
the
judge
world.
pull out another cube there?
I believe it's just the one. He is in absolute disbelief right now.
Look at him.
He's flabbergasted.
I might try and see if we can get Ezra for an interview.
Yeah,
Yeah,
run.
I'll be back. I'll let him.
Don't run. He will
I'll let him
take his
I'll let
time
it
coming
sink in.
out.
We'll let him take his time. Let him watch it.
We will catch him as he leaves the room, though.
But I might go and wait for him. Just have a look and see if there's anything going on.
Thank you, Sean. People in the chat are saying 55 out of 56. I think that is what we saw.
Yeah, we saw 1 DNF cube for sure.
This is not, of course, the first European record of the comp, as we had a tied European record mean of 21 flat in FMC.
We also do have some continental records for Africa by Daniel Rush in 6x6, I believe. So, do we also know anything about Krzysztof Bober and his attempt?
We cannot see him on stream, unfortunately. And Kamil Shabilski is just off to the left of the camera at the moment, but I don't think we can get it rotated around quite far enough.
So I think Sean actually told us that Christoph has a pretty good attempt going on as well. And since he attempted 56 on his first attempt, we might be looking at something really, really close.
So we believe he was only attempting 54, and we know that he had at least one DNF.
Was he attempting 54?
That's what Sean said, but
Oh.
it's hard to know sometimes.
Let's see the 3x3 results now.
Oh, are they all in?
They should be almost all in. Do we get Timon's result here? Yes. So
Wow.
the podium, or sorry, the top two in the first round, Timon Kolashinsky and Carl Santucci having the same average, but Timon beating him by 0.01.
That is as close as it gets. If they were, if Timon's single solve was 0.01 seconds faster, they would be entirely tied because there was no more tiebreakers.
And no, everyone is not in. Right now we have 1,047 people in. Currently in third place in 3x3 first round is Toine de Le Monde, and I do not believe anyone is going to beat him.
So yeah, if people don't know how multi-blind pointing works, you take the number of solved cubes and you subtract the number of unsolved cubes. So with Ezra's 55 out of 56, that's 55 solved cubes minus the one unsolved cube for 54 points in total. Multi-blind is very heavily focused on getting more successes rather than attempting more cubes. Accuracy is very highly valued by the WCA. Now we're just getting a view of some of the competitors' cubes. Maybe we'll be able to see Krzysztof's. Those are Ezra's with the single DNF.
Yeah, so confirmed 55 out of 56 there.
Yep.
That is an ER by 7 points.
That is amazing.
That is actually amazing. So that is most likely guaranteed win for him.
It's definitely a guaranteed win. I don't think anyone else can even come close to that in this attempt.
And we do have
And here we have
Eric
Krzysztof.
joining us as well.
Oh, what's up?
How many? Oh, Krzysztof looks like he has 6 DNFs.
So that is a 50 out of 54?
And I think he has just possibly found out that his European record has been taken off of him. Although he will have come second in this.
We're just currently waiting for Sean to hopefully get Ezra on the stream for a little interview here.
That's correct.
That would be
So
nice.
Ezra is now guaranteed European champion for 4x4 blindfolded, 5x5 blindfolded, and 3x3 multi-blind.
Will we see something crazy from Ezra in 3 blind as well?
Ezra is not focused on 3 blind as much as the other people. Of
That's
course,
true.
Tommy Cherry is here and will almost certainly guarantee the first place, as he did in 4 blind, but will not be eligible for European champion because he's not European. Ezra looks like he's still...
Oh, we have Sean there.
We are potentially now getting Ezra for an interview, although he may have just said, no, sorry, I'm not ready for one now. So we'll find out when Sean gets back whether we will be having an interview as well. And we have Adrian Debski in the front here. I have no idea how many cubes he solved. Although he is potentially taking home the 3rd place. It's so unfortunate that it wasn't N out of N. That would have been really amazing to see. Still, 1 DNF is not at all a problem. And it looked like quite a few edges and corners were off, so I'm wondering whether it was just one additional move done. Because if it is off by 4 corners and 4 edges, that is indicative that it is just a single move.
I'm very happy.
Yeah.
It's been such a long time that I've been trying to beat the ER.
Well, you did it at exactly the right time.
Yeah.
Any thoughts on the results? Anything in particular that's notable about it during the attempt?
My time splits were really fast. Every time split was a lot faster than normal.
What was the final time?
The final time was 58 minutes and I think 8 seconds.
Wow, so you had it was comfortable.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was more like the time I was getting last year at Worlds.
Yeah.
Because I was really practicing for like 58 cubes.
Okay.
And then here I haven't practiced as much, but I think my practice from last year must have paid off.
Yeah, 100%. The high stress environments you posted a video about the practice for high stress environments last year for Worlds. Had you continued doing that at all? Or
yeah. I mean, this past week I've been practicing multi-blind, like on the tables over there.
Oh wow! Okay.
So with people talking, people moving about, listening to music.
And do you think that served as a benefit for you during the attempt?
Because this is probably the first competition where I've not been distracted by distractions. But normally, if there's like a small distraction, you just lose your concentration for like a full minute.
Yeah.
Here, I've been noticing distractions. There was the camera to my left.
Yeah.
And it just didn't bother me.
Well, that's great. The room was huge.
Yeah.
It was
that
full of people. I don't think I've ever seen so many big multi-blind attempts in one place.
Am I right in thinking the air conditioning was fixed for this attempt?
Yes, but I was actually at a really good temperature last time.
Okay.
So I was quite cold during this attempt.
Okay, that's
So
unfortunate.
like the first half of execution, my hands were really cold.
I've heard that a lot of multi-blinders say that because it's not a normal solving or pretty much any other event where you can, before you start turning your competing cubes, you can be there in the, when you're warming up almost before the actual solving, whereas multi-blind you're sat there for 40 minutes and not doing any turning.
Hands getting cold.
Hands getting cold, cooling down. So does that? I mean, I don't really know as much about multi-blind, but does that affect?
I feel like usually when I warm up for multi-blind, that drill comes and
Yeah.
it's just continuous. So sometimes before it would be quite straining. So personally for me, it's more of like a break. For
Yeah.
my hands, so they don't get tired. They can like kind of relax a bit during a memo.
Yes.
So the only problem is if it's too cold and my hands start getting
Yeah.
really cold.
So do you ever notice a difference in the splits for execution in different packs?
Yes. I mean, here I was colder in the start, but then with the adrenaline, I
Yeah.
get a lot hotter.
Yeah.
So at the end, it was a bit faster. But then near the end, the problem is with multi-blind, you don't know what the time is.
Yeah.
So you start stressing near the end.
Yeah.
Turns out I had a full 2 minutes, which I knew going into execution that I had a lot more time than I thought I would have.
Yeah, we thought you started early compared
Yeah.
to others.
So with the first like 40 cubes, I just went slowly and made sure to get execution right, which is probably why the only DNF was right at the end when I was starting to stress.
Yeah, 100%. How confident were you before you took off the blindfold?
There was at least 3 cubes where I'd messed up. There was one alg that I wasn't sure I could do properly, so I used Orozco. I just improvised Orozco on the spot.
Wow.
I've never actually used Orozco as a method. I just know it exists, and I know it can just shoot to like a target, which I know I can do the alg really easily.
It's somewhat intuitive though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, nice one.
One of the times I did it at the end, so I knew it was fine. But then I did it during, and I was like, I'm not sure if this even works, but I'll do it anyway because I feel like I would just DNF if I tried the.
Yeah, that's fair.
alg.
So European champion. I mean,
Yes.
like that's gonna probably take a while to sink in.
And new European record.
Yes, I couldn't have happened at a better moment.
Yeah, I think you picked the best possible time for it. Certainly lots more to come from the whole competition. How are you feeling for 3 blinds?
I 3 blind is like my side event that I
Yeah.
do for fun, so it's quite relaxed.
Fair.
I mean, I might fake finals, but I remember last year at Worlds, I didn't make finals, and then I saw at finals everyone was doing sub-20s, and I was like, I'm kind of glad I didn't. So I would have just been the worst on the stage.
And
But
you are the triple champion in 4x4 blindfolded,
Yes.
5x5 blindfolded, and 3x3 multi-blind.
I was not expecting that at all. I mean, it's kind of like a dream.
Nice.
It's
Well-
always like a dream to like win all 3 big blind events.
Well,
But-
you've done it. So hopefully you might be able to do it again next year or Worlds next year.
Hopefully.
So what's next for you?
I guess before this, I wasn't really going to practice more multi-blind, but now that I've got a really good multi-blind attempt, I'll
Do you-
try.
You
I'll try
just
to
want
push
to do
into
better? Better and better and better?
Yeah.
Do you think
for
you can see
multi-blind.
yourself challenging the likes of Graham and Rowe then in the near future for world records?
For multi-blind? Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And what about big blind? What about taking Stanley Chapel off his
I
throne?
mean, Stanley Chapel, before yes, now for single, no. But there's still the 5-blind mean that's lagging a bit
Yeah.
behind, which I could have a chance of catching up on.
What about Stanley's 4-blind bounty that he placed last weekend?
I only just heard about that.
For those who don't know about this, Stanley Chapel placed a bounty for a total of $1,000 split between the next 3 people that get a sub-1 4-blind success. So would that be something that would encourage you, or is that
I
not
heard
going to
about
change things?
that, and then I was like, but if it's sub-1, I mean, I don't think I'm ever gonna get a sub-1.
Sub-1 is crazy.
But you said not 2 minutes ago that you didn't think you'd ever win all 3 big blind events at Euros.
Yeah,
So you've shown that you
I
can
was
beat
kind
your
of
expectations.
hoping for it, but like sub-1 is just not huge. I think I might consider it if I practice full blind and I get faster times, and then if I'm actually closer, I might consider it.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it'll be valid for.
I think he just said forever.
Forever. I feel like even forever the money will just never get given out.
I guess we'll have to wait and
We'll
see.
have to see.
All right, I think we can let you go and let you celebrate and let you see how the rest of the multi-blinders do, because I think we're starting 4x4 soon. So thank you very much, Ezra, and
Thank you.
congratulations.
Well done.
Thank you.
If you go out that way. So we are just starting 4x4. We have Patrick Ponce on the screen now.
And I am going to leave you in the capable hands of Sean O'Toole, Eric Akishdijk, and Roma.
So I think what people are most excited for this for 4x4 is watching the battle between Timon and Sebastian.
Absolutely.
This is of course all in one wave, so we'll see Timon and Sebastian both in the same group.
We also have Timofey Tarashenko coming in the 3rd seed.
What was Timofey's average?
23.73.
Wow, that's fast.
So still 2 seconds behind Timon. And right behind Timofey with a new NR average of 24.03 was Twan Delemont. And behind Twan we have Kieran Behan coming in with a 24.69. And Patrick Ponce with a 24.82.
Double parity for Sebastian. 25, he won't be happy with that.
We also have Matt Svalk on the right, a very legendary cuber. There's Alexander Carlier. Coming in 15th seed.
Alexander in the first round with a 27.60 average.
Timon Koloshinsky now starting.
As well as Kiran.
We have
moving to the front
Kim
row.
Roger. It's going to be very difficult, I think, to keep track of this group because there's so many fast competitors all at the same time.
Here we have Timon, I think on his first solve. Getting a nice overhead view, already done with edges. Finishing up centers here. A small lock up there, but still seems like a smooth solve.
Another small lockup, but continuing. Doesn't really look like it's gonna be the best of solves for him.
Yeah, it already
But
hit.
then again, it might still be like a 23. Who knows?
It's already over 24.
So not this time.
A 27 for Timon. So that is a not so great start for both Timon and Sebastian. And we have Timofey Tarashenko, C3, coming up on the right.
Timofey with a 23.73 average in the first round.
Actually, looking at the last round results, Timon also started with a 26 last round. So I would say that he's experienced in starting with something not so great. So we'll definitely see some better results from him in the following attempts.
We're back on board with Patrick. Now we're switching back to Timofey.
Wow.
What was that?
18. That is Most likely the NR single for Russia there.
That's the fastest single for this competition so far as well.
Yes, by
Wow.
almost a second. Exactly to be 0.6 seconds.
Let's see if Sebastian gets something better.
Sebastian parity on 14. Oh,
Another parity.
almost.
That's double parity, 20.06.
Wow. Also, there was he almost DNF'd because he wanted to like drop the cube, and then he saw he had adjacent parity in the back.
Oh,
So not only is it double parity, but it is adjacent parity, which is an extra 8 moves. I believe it was the PLL was only parity.
the parity part of his solve must have been like at least like 30% of the whole time.
So without parity, we could have seen a 17 potentially.
Definitely, yeah.
So the top 3 competitors starting off pretty great.
A reminder for the chat, please keep the chat in English. It's very hard for us to do any moderation otherwise.
Then we have Kieran Behan. Just on last layer at 18 seconds. Getting something pretty solid here. Potentially at 24, but we are cutting off to Timon Kolashinsky for his second solve. Oh, some big pauses on those centers. Luckily can recover from that. Getting to that edge pairing at looks like 11 seconds.
Looks a bit better than his first, although not.
F12 there at 15. Last layer currently hitting 21 seconds. PLR parity. Yeah. That's accounting 22 for Timon. He does not look happy with that. Considering he got accounting 24 in the last round and still managed to pull out the 21 average, this is definitely not something that will, how to say, ruin his entire average.
Indeed. Let's see him pulling off 3 sub-20s in a row again.
We have Martin solving. And right next to him we have Philip Weyer, the infamous brother of Sebastian Weyer.
Who has been practicing 4x4 a little bit.
Cutting to Kevin Gerhardt and Kim Roger Haraldson. Kim known to have very fast TPS, especially on 3x3. Used to also hold the unofficial world record single for 3x3 with like 2.5 seconds. A crazy fast turner.
Who's this?
Sorry?
Who had the 2.5?
Kim Roger, unofficial.
Oh, I do remember that.
It
Yes.
was, a very controversial world pass time. Here we have Sebastian Weyer.
First seed from the last round, of course. 20.88 average.
Hearing an applause from the crowd. Not sure who that was for. Might be Timofey. Well, you were gone, Timofey Tarashenko. Got
An 18, I
yes.
saw. I was managing the graphics for a moment.
Excellent. See if Sebastian continues his parity streak.
Very fast start. He
This
was
looks like a very fast start.
edge pairing at 8 seconds. And coming into F12 at 15. Last layer there
OLL
at
parity. No.
20.
Oh.
That is accounting 22 for Sebastian, so Timon has accounting 22 as well.
Killian Heinbach sat beside Sebastian there. Another Irish competitor who got in the top 20 apparently. He'll be very happy with that.
19th seed with a PR average of 28.45.
I remember he was unbelievably happy with this actually. I remember that now.
Here we have Alexander.
Alvin. Is that Alvin in the back? Janos.
We do not have Alvin. Oh, we do. 18th seed.
Someone is standing in front of our camera.
And Kieran is on his last algorithm, 26.
Not too good for Kieran here. On the left, we, I believe, but I don't actually know who that is. Could that potentially be Janos Berezki? Maybe. One of the only names I don't recognize here.
I think so.
Or could also, okay, I'm not gonna guess names anymore.
We're gonna go back to Timon Kulazinski.
Currently, Timon has a 27 and a 22, so he's looking to recover from a pretty rough start here.
Looks to be better.
This looks to be pretty good. Finishing edge pairing at looking at 13 almost.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. OLL parity.
And ZB there with PLO parity. So,
Oh, dropping the cube.
that is a
23-20.
So he's looking to maybe get a counting low time there, but if he continues like that, it's going to be around the 23-second average there, or 22. So Timofey has the chance to take the round win here. We haven't seen many souls for him, but we know he has an 18. And considering Sebastian has a counting 22, and Timon has a counting 23 at least, then leaves the door wide open for Timo.
well put.
Very fast for first two centers. A little shaky there.
Finishing centers at 11.
Edge pairing done at
Not yet. Now.
At
Okay.
19.
Not the best of souls.
Sebastian there finishing up. Sadly, we can't see the cube.
Next to Ben Baron, 26-10, and Sebastian with a 21, which is also counting.
Timofey 26. So Sebastian has a chance to take the round win here with a counting 21 and a 22, putting him ahead of Timon at this point.
Not that many surprises in the top 3 for this round, but maybe they'll be in a different order than in the first round.
Kieran here seems like not on the best of pace, solving on green.
As he does, per usual.
Oh.
Very patriotic of him.
That looked like an inner slice parity algorithm. That's interesting.
Too many solves, too many moves for for the last layer there.
32 does not seem pleased with that. He has a counting 26 or 27. We're seeing Timon now solve. Just finishing up his edges here. Moving on to centers. Edge pairing at 11 seconds. Not the pace he's looking for here, but hopefully he can avoid the parities.
Still not finished. No, he is.
And already at 20 seconds.
The F12 looked very good. No parity.
And the 23 with no parity for Timon. Not something he's looking for here. Here we see Martin on the left and Toine de Le Monde on the right. Toine, our 4th seed, with a 24.03 and our average in the last round.
Tries to hide the cube under the table a little bit.
Finishing edge pairing at, I still saw also the edge, so.
This is not the best of souls.
Yeah,
but no parity.
No parity, seemed like a 27 or a 28. And this is the last souls of Sebastian.
28, let's see if we can switch back to Sebastian. We can.
Sadly the camera.
Can have a look through his mobile phone.
I'm not sure, but he's on a pretty good pace. Yeah, finishing edges there at 13. And very good transferring to OLL. PLO parity 20.08.
Another 20.08, isn't it?
I think that other one was 20.09, maybe. Not sure.
Funny. That's counting anyway.
Yeah.
Either of the low 20s.
So that puts him with a low 21 average.
That puts, I think that's the round win for him.
Yes.
Fairly sure, unless Timofey can pull out something out of his magical hat.
But that's actually two pretty consistent averages for Sebastian here.
True.
A 20.8 in the first round, 21.1 or 2 in the second round, putting him a very solid position for the finals.
Oh, a few lockups there for Timofey. Now on his F12, OLL, and adjacent PLL parity.
25 there, going to be counting. Kieran on the left. Just finished up edges at 16.
Now onto his green F12.
And PLO parity 24. That's still okay.
It's one of his better solves. His first average, well, his average in the first round was a 24 as well.
We still have the last solve from Timon Kolashinsky here. Currently his best solve is only a 22.9. So he's definitely looking to improve on that. And this solve, wow, that was a fast start, reaching edge pairing at 8 seconds. A little lucky there. Finish starting F2L at 14 seconds,
Olo parry.
at 19, and double parity again with a 24. So Timon really hit the bad parity count on this average. I believe we saw at least 3 souls with double parity.
Let's hope for him that he decided to use all of the parity bad luck in this round and save his luck for the finals.
That's true. Sebastian also with quite a few parodies, notably a 2008 with double parody.
That was impressive. Although one could still argue, obviously, that the OLO parody especially is a skill issue. Actively deciding against doing OPA. Parody avoidance. I'm sure Timon can do it as well. I know Sebastian can, but he decided to stop with it. No, Kevin not happy.
Oh, we still have 1 soul left from Timofey Tarashenko. I'm going to quickly see what...
So this is Tvan.
25?
Solid 25.
So Timofey, before this round, had a PR single of 20.02, and he broke it with an 18.8. That puts him right in front of Kieran Behan, in the 7th place in the world, beating also people such as Patrick Ponce, Ri Hang Shu, and Seongyuk Nam.
Definitely a force to be reckoned with, probably as well for the upcoming years.
Felix Zemdex ranked 4th in 4x4 single now, with 17.98. Timofey at 25, that puts him at a 24 or 25 second average, which might be enough to get the 3rd place in this round.
Also applying the Timon Kolizinski trick of gathering all the parities in this round to avoid getting them in the next one.
That's like the new version of zeroing. There's Kim Roger Haraldson, still 1 song left. Seems like almost everyone else has finished. So we should be getting the results in WCA Live pretty soon. And as we only had 1 group for the 2nd round, we are soon moving on to Megaminx 2nd round.
Yeah, it's crazy how we can just handle these groups of 100 people within no time at all.
It only took 15 minutes to get through 100 people.
500 scrambles, 500 solves.
That's a lot. Also 4x4 notably taking quite a long time to solve. 30 seconds compared to Premix's Cube, or 2x2.
Yeah, it shows that the solving time itself is not what really makes the round.
Kim with a 23, he seems to be very happy with that.
Must have been his best solve so far, right?
I think so. I believe he only got something around... let me check. Yes, Kim Roger in the last round got a 27 average and his best single was a 24.
Oh.
So definitely very happy with a 23 in that case.
Kudos to him.
So as we are soon moving on to Megaminx, worth to mention that also one of the top seeds in Megaminx was also Timofey Tarashenko, coming in 2nd place, right behind Aidan Granger from the United Kingdom.
Meanwhile, we are joined again by none other than Patrick Ponce.
Hey, how are you guys? How have you guys been?
We have been watching 4x4 with some quite interesting results, with Timon's best solve only being a 22.9.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And then how did Timofey do? I saw the 18 and I saw a 20.
And
the 20 he
we didn't see that 20, but on the rest of the solves he got around 25, 24.
Okay, so
So
maybe like a 23 average or something.
Which puts him in 2nd place behind Sebastian. Sebastian getting a low 21 average with a 20.0 something with double parity.
Wow. Yeah.
And a really impressive solve. Almost DNF'd as well, because he got on the PLL he only had edges and parity in the back, so there was like a little hesitation cube drop.
Oh, yeah.
You know that feeling, yeah?
Yeah, I had a funny story with Timofey just now. Basically, we were both sat down at the same table, and I told my judge, who was a friend of mine, like, he's going to beat me, he's going to beat me. And literally, I started my solve, and right when he was inspecting, and then I just had like this feeling that, okay, I'm going to get lapped right now. And yeah, I got a 28, but he got a 20. So I started the timer before him, and he stopped his timer before I finished mine.
That's
Yeah.
a bad feeling.
And it's funny because, like, I've done that to people before, you know, and so now I know how it feels, and yeah, not the best. But Timofey, I actually just had a chat with him because that was the first time that I met him here, though, waiting for 4x4, and he seems like a really great kid. Yeah. Hoping he does well for the rest of the day.
Chad is also asking how many people make the finals. 20 people make the finals.
Yeah, so I believe it's 20 people, and at least 14 of them have to be European.
Yeah.
And then if they aren't, they will keep adding until there are 14 Europeans.
Well, since we have so little non-Europeans here, I believe it's going to be only 20.
Yeah, it should be. I think when we had all of like a ton of Americans on the waiting list, it wasn't clear if that would be the case, but yeah, there aren't many of us non-Europeans here, so that should be top 20.
Yeah, the flight cancellations
yeah,
certainly contributed
threw a
to
wrench
that.
in a lot of people's plans.
So we just heard the chime indicating that we are going to start Megaminx.
All right,
that's right.
So our top two going into this round are Timofey Tarashenko and Aidan Granger, with Timofey having a slightly better PR average of 28.83 and Aidan's being 29.16, but Aidan beat Timofey in the first round by around 50 hundredths of a second.
Okay, wow. So they're very close.
Yes.
I had the chance to meet Aidan earlier this year when I went to a comp in the UK in February, and he seems like someone who has really strong mental game when it comes to improvement and competing well. So I'm actually really excited to see how it pans out, because Timofey I don't think is as like serious like when he's solving. He's more like carefree because he's 12. But yeah, it's like a clash of styles for like our top two seeds.
Just started Megaminx here. Cutting to the orange stage for a second, we can see Alvin Relush on the left. And I believe on the green stage we have Juliet Sebastian and Yanis Kostin-Kelle starting their solves.
All right.
Sadly, I think we won't see the end of their solves as we are cutting back on the green stage. Not sure who these two competitors are.
On the right side, I believe that's Jonas Spielhofer.
Okay, yeah.
Coming in at 12 seed in the first round.
Yeah, here we have Aidan, and next to him is Raúl Redondo from Spain, who holds the Megaminx NRs for Spain.
Raúl coming in 17th seed, and actually Raúl lost his NRs in the first round. With Arian Martin Nunes getting a 36 NR average.
Yeah, well, I stand corrected. Here's Aidan here expecting. Seemed to have a pretty short star. I don't think that was many moves, and he was already starting F2L.
Pretty good turning here. A little bit of pausing, but that's to be expected on Megaminx. With so many pieces on the cube, it's hard to find the right piece quickly.
Just keep turning, just keep turning.
Yeah, just keep turning. But the best thing, the most like improvement thing you can do for Megaminx is not just solely rely on your right hand, and definitely use both hands. Turn as many sides as possible.
33.86 for Aidan there.
34.55 there for Raúl. So
really close.
Yeah.
But as we can see in the first round, Aidan started with a 35. So again, not a stranger to bad starts.
Okay.
Looking forward to seeing the first solve from Timofey here.
Yeah. Here we have Oscar Roth Anderson. I have not
that's
seen this face in a few years now.
Legendary.
Legendary at Megaminx specifically.
Definitely.
Oscar Roth Anderson coming in with a 45 average in the first round, placing him 41st.
Here we have Kevin, looks like towards the end of his solve. 33.20 for him.
Very good. He had a 38 average in the first round, so this must be it's one of his best solves probably.
Yeah,
I can quickly check.
Even improving on his best solve in the first round being only a 35.
Oh wow. We have Magdalena.
That is not a PR single for Kevin. Kevin has a 31.
Okay.
close though.
Yeah.
Magdalena coming in a third seed with a 33 average from Poland.
For the longest time holding the female world record single for Megaminx, but just recently it was broken by someone from Singapore.
Really?
Beth Lee.
Oh.
So I believe she'll be looking to take that back. She got a faster 28.
Sadly solving under the table, we can't really see.
Yeah, maybe we can get that overhead, but it's not a big deal.
Julia.
Who's that? Is that Lukas next to her?
It is.
Yes,
Yeah,
I can see the.
33.71 for him.
I can see the name tag.
There's a non-European person.
That's right.
From Canada.
Juliet on the front.
35 there for Magdalena, and if we could just see Juliet's time. She looks like she just started, like her body posture.
Juliet coming in with a 36 PR average in the first round. And there's
here's Timofey finally.
Let's see his famous four-loop last layer then.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is he? Is he not?
I've heard that he only knows like I don't know a fourth or something of PLL. So
wow.
let's see if that's true.
Really fast turning.
I haven't seen any of his solves so far, so
Me neither.
this is a first.
I noticed that he uses like his whole arm a lot when he's solving.
Yeah, you really see his
elbows
when
flaring
out.
Next to him, I could just feel like his.
That is
arm
last
moving.
layer at 22.
Wow.
Wow.
Whoa! 589.
That's really close to the world record, isn't it? Oh no, wait.
World record is 24:23 by Leandro Martin Lopez from Argentina.
Well, that certainly didn't look like any four-loop last layer to me.
I think he added just a J-prim for PLO.
Maybe just a lucky case.
Yeah,
sure.
Be.
He is great at his first solves because 18 in the last round, 4 for
putting him. This is his PR single, only by 0.41 though.
Okay.
With his PR single being 26:30 previously from Warm-Up Portugalete last weekend.
Yeah.
But this single now beats Nicholas Nang.
Wow.
And he puts him 8th in the world.
Awesome.
Fastest solve of this competition so far, obviously.
Yeah, by quite a bit, right?
Yeah, by quite a bit. The fastest solve in the first round was a 29:26 by Timofey as well.
Yeah.
Also, really, really close to Amos Nordman's ER single. Only missing it by 0.3.
Ooh.
Amos Nordman, of course, being one of the
legends
fastest
of Europe for
exactly.
Megaminx, yeah.
I believe he took a break from he took a break for 3 years actually after Mega FMC Helsinki in early 2022, and then coming back 2 years later and getting 2 ERs in one competition. Oh, sorry, 3 ERs. 2 singles and 1 average.
Well, it looks like he spent his time well during his break.
Sadly, Amos Nordman not here at European Championships.
That's a shame.
He's a very busy man. Yeah. He is studying to become a doctor.
Mm.
Yeah. And because of in Finland as a male you do have to do your military service.
Oh yeah.
So he got that right out of the way and when he turned 18. So that's why he's taking a break and doesn't go to that many comps.
Right.
Was also one of the nicest keepers I met. Really friendly.
Amazing guy, for sure.
Absolutely.
Here we have Aiden, who's not looking the smoothest.
No, he had some very, iffy
There's last
B moves right there.
I see, yeah. Finishing off with 32.
That's going to be counting for him.
Yeah. Doesn't look too happy, but yeah, he's already quick to smile and brush it off.
Henry Gerber in the top right.
Yeah, former ER holder for Megaminx.
Yep. Last week, setting a new German national record with a 29 something.
Yeah, and I believe he also got average with a 33 something. 34. Yeah.
There is Yanis, was it a 37?
37, yeah. Oh, Timofey's getting ready now.
Let's see if we can get some of the overhead shots of this second solve.
Timofey here with a crazy start. Let's see if he can stay on that pace. Which of course would be absolutely unbelievable.
Wow, he's really unloading all of his cubing gear on the table there.
Here's Lucas.
Timofey is already doing amazing this competition, getting NRs in 7x7, 6x6, 5x5, and 4x4, and now also Megaminx.
So in every event he's competed, he has gotten NR, except probably for one-handed or something.
Not for square one, not for
Okay.
cube. And Pyraminx, he did get a PR single of 146.
He's crushing it.
Also not one-handed and clock.
Yeah, now we got the overhead view from Timofey. Let's see.
Yeah, so just like Aiden, he's using both hands about equally.
Seems like he doesn't have black on his square one, which is
Whereas Megaminx there.
sorry, Megaminx.
Yeah, there's the 4 look.
Yeah.
Or that did look like a PLO. 31-16.
No, that was one of the 5 corner cases, I believe. It was
Oh,
like
okay.
R2 U2
Oh,
prime,
right.
R2, and then
Oh,
cancel
yeah.
into the T prime.
That
Yeah.
one.
See, I even know that one.
So a 31.1, and he's not happy with that.
I'm
So-
trying to hear who is looking particularly nervous. I hope she can get together.
So Timofey's PR average being 28.83. He's probably looking for something in the 20s range.
Magda taking her time to get ready.
Nice overhead there.
I think it's better to have the black pieces because it's better for the camera. It's easier to distinguish the.
A bit of bias there.
Yeah.
I personally don't have black on my Megaminx.
You don't? Do you have cream?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just if I want to put black on my Megaminx, that's quite a bit of effort.
We also actually have
yeah.
live results from Megaminx on WCA Live
Nice.
Awesome.
for actually all competitors.
Great. Great to
That's
see.
a great effort by the staff.
That's absolutely amazing. 4x4 results also already almost all in here.
32 there for
Solid.
Magda.
Philip Weyer with a DNF average in 4x4.
I'm sure that's not correct.
It seems like he DNS the lasso.
No, that can't be correct.
I would say the same.
Philip has been practicing too much 4x4 to just DNF his average, even if it's a really bad average for him.
So yes, Timofey Tarashenko coming in with a 23.9 average in 4x4. Barely not beating Timon, and Patrick currently in 4th place with a
Oh, wow.
24.6
I did
average.
way better than I thought I did.
Kieran with a 26 average, sadly.
Did you get the same time twice? On your
Yes.
4th and
yeah,
5th solve?
I here they kind of superimpose the WCA logo so that it blocks the 4th digit. So I wasn't able to see if it was exactly the same time.
Aiden Granger there with on pretty good pace, seems like.
Yeah,
Last
this turning looks way more smooth.
last layer there at 24 seconds.
Okay.
Oh, well, all done.
So this will be.
A
Oh
20
no! +2 there. 31-11.
We are soon getting ready for, I believe, Timofey's third solve.
So this is Lucas
Mm-hmm.
on his 3rd. Looks like it's gonna be a good solve.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still.
That's a very Polish name for a Canadian.
Are we sure it's actually Lucas and not Łukasz?
Well,
It doesn't have the
L
dash.
doesn't have the U.
Maybe they just like in Canada they didn't
Yeah, that could be the
accept
case.
that
Oh yeah, maybe.
character, you know.
Chad is asking, why do European Championships always have their 4th digit blocked on the display?
Makes it very easy. I mean,
It doesn't count anyway.
it's easy, yeah.
It's just distracting.
Comfort more than anything. Here we have Timofey starting. Looked like he built the block and then finished the rest of his star. Very creative.
Sounds like a decent and clever thing to do.
Very fast turning there. Not locking up like at all. Just
He's very smooth.
constant smooth turning. And last layer there.
This is fast.
This is very fast.
But
PLL.
if only
Does
you
he know
know
the
all
case?
of the cases.
No.
Oh. A 30. How many outs was that for last layer? I mean,
He had
I
a.
feel like he did at least 40 moves
Yeah.
for that.
He had a 4 edge PLL there.
33.97 there. Who is that?
it's Elias.
It's Elias. Okay. Yeah, very happy with that.
Elias Fischer.
So it looks like the cutoff for 4x4 finals is going to be exactly sub 30.
Oh, wow.
With currently the 20th place being occupied by Killian Heinbach from Ireland. And he came in at 17th seed in the first round. I remember Sean O'Toole said that he was really happy about that average. So I'm sure he's really happy to make the finals with last place.
It's great to see how developed Ireland's community has been over the past couple of years. Before it was really just Kieran, and now there's quite a lot of talent and a bunch of different events.
He really set fire to get everyone on board.
Yeah.
Yannis Kostincella actually getting a 31 on his first solve in Megaminx.
Oh, nice.
So he's also on pretty good pace to come in at a really high seed. Magdalena there with a 33. And now that we're getting the live results, it will be really good for telling best and worst possible averages.
Yep.
An interesting person here.
They added that, right?
Yeah, on WCA Live.
Nice. So we have to wait for the fourth solve
Yeah.
for that to be displayed.
One of the most interesting results here from Yekaterina Kaneva from Russia, getting a 102 on the first two solves, and then on the third solve getting a 36.
What?
Possibly a misentry. He did get a 53 average and 49 single in the first round, with both being PRs. So very unlikely that he broke his PR single by 13 seconds.
That would be crazy.
Most likely a misentry.
Yeah, we're seeing the first few BPA and WPA stats popping up on the WCA Live.
And here we have the end of Henry solve. Ooh. Oh, you messed up his PLO. Oh. 45 there for Henry. Oh, unfortunate.
Big oof.
It looks like Kevin Gerhardt isn't doing particularly great.
No, he's not. His best average is only a 39.
Yeah.
Henry Gerber there
Hope
with a
he can
45
get
on
that
his last solve.
BPA because you don't want to get.
Well, he has been improving every single solve of this average.
Okay. Yeah.
So for some reason, I'm not seeing the worst and best possible averages on WCA Live, sadly. But we do have them up on the other computer. A very big applause there.
Cheers. Not quite sure what that's for. Was Aiden solving, maybe?
Let's see. Something may pop up on WCA Live in a second.
Well, meanwhile, we're looking at Timofey's next solve. This is his fourth.
Again, very, very fast, smooth turning. Already on his last two faces, it seems like.
3, but now it's 2.
Seems like
last layer. That was fast.
Yes, counting 27 for
96.
Timofey.
That was definitely not 4 algs.
Yeah, he did something weird there. Yeah.
Also, Luke.
I think he knows the algs that he knows, and he is efficient with reducing to those cases.
That's good.
So Lucas actually getting a counting 29.
Ah, maybe that was the cheers that we
some
just
Canadian
searched.
cheers there.
Could be.
Best average for Lucas possibly is a 30.96.
So we now have the exact results for 4x4. And it seems like Philip Fire still a DNF average.
Huh.
He got a 27, a 29, and a 31. And then a DNF. So he had a counting 31 and a 29.
Did he just rage quit, maybe?
Yeah, it looks like a tilt.
It seems like his best possible average was only at barely enough to get him into the finals. So, yes, the final cutoff being 29.90, with the 21st place being LEJ with a 30.06. So Kevin Gerhardt missing the 4x4 final, Antonio Paterakis, as well as Ben Barron missing the 4x4 final, sadly.
That's surprising.
That's actually quite massive.
Alexander Carlier also missing 4x4 final.
Wow.
Oh, who is in the 4x4
Yeah.
final?
Yes. And in the first seat we have Sebastian Weyer, and 2 seconds behind him, Timon Kolashinsky. Right behind Timon we have Timofey Tereshenko. 4th seat Patrick Pons. 5th seat Richard Delacoste. 6th seat Kieran Behan. 7th Janos Bereshki. 8th Mika Smulders. 9th Van Delemond, and 10th Martin Eidal. All of the top 10 competitors having sub 28 averages.
Lucas didn't look very pleased with his last solve there. I think he was really trying to get a good average.
And
So he's going to finish up with probably worst. Yeah, 32.23 average.
Yeah. So the first few finalized averages are being put into the WCA Live.
Yeah, it looks like Kevin was able to get that best possible average. So yeah, I hope that sends him.
So Timofey will get an average between 28.22 and 29.98. So he already has that solid sub 30 average.
so his best possible is still NR.
What is ER?
Or does he have ER already?
Yeah,
Oh, that's a
believe he
very
has it.
fast solve though. Oh, a little hesitation there. 27, and I believe that is his.
That is his second best solve so far. So this is counting. So he's counting a 27 and 27 and a 30.
30.8, probably like a 28.
So I think
average.
that is ER. He's currently calculating it.
Like
So in a second we'll know what it is.
28.5.
And he's happy. That is an ER average then, most likely.
Wow, congratulations to Timofey.
I'm not again sure if it's ER or NR, but most likely ER.
We'll see probably in less than a minute.
Or has chat already calculated? Chat says ER average.
Oh, Renier Skippers with the Dutch national record average, 37.59.
Sneaky.
Yeah. I saw him in the corner practicing.
Yeah.
he acts like he doesn't care, but he definitely does. Oh, good for him.
You can't disclose that here.
Aiden finishing up with 32.02 average. So, yeah, not what he wanted, but there's one more round, isn't there?
Also, Romanian NR average for Yanis Kostin Kele with 34.71.
Nice.
With a counting 37 as well.
Oh, wow.
So definitely one of our top competitors to look for in the finals. Jan Zich from Poland with a 34 average. Best single 28.66. And Timofey Tarashenko's ER average is going to be 28.66, beating his last ER average with 0.2.
Nice.
Does this also change world ranking for him?
I'm sure you'll tell us in a few seconds.
No, it does not.
Magda with a 33.
He will still be 5th behind Alexei Sinyavin, the North American record holder.
Yeah, confirmed 28.66 European record Megaminx average by Timofey.
So that is the second ER we've seen in the last hour.
Yeah, you're right.
That's great.
The first
after no ERs on days 1 and 2, I was getting like, okay, there's definitely not going to be the case that we're going to go all of Euros without a European record. But yeah, it's great to for it to finally happen.
So it looks like finals is not going to be sub 40, as we have still averages from many people here.
No, there's still quite some results that have to be put in, so I'm not entirely sure that's true. I see many people that still have a best possible average of sub 40.
Oh, okay.
It'll be quite close, I would predict.
Yeah. So Juliette getting a 41 average. She's definitely on the verge of getting into the finals. Getting a 36 PR average in the first round, coming in at 10th seed, but now may not actually make the final round here.
Right.
There's at least 6 people with a possible sub 40 average.
And finishing up Megaminx 9 minutes ahead of schedule.
Wow, this competition has been running very well time-wise.
Especially 3x3, where we...
If anything, the rounds have been ahead of schedule.
Yeah, exactly.
Which also allowed us a few nice breaks in between.
We also still don't have results from Joaf Vishne, who we were told by chat is competed in 3x3 and 2x2 yesterday due to religious reasons. So we should also have his 2x2 average already, but I believe they're putting it in with the other averages.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me.
So Juliette is already out of finals, and if one more person gets a sub 40 average, we are going to see a.
And we have confirmed a sub 40 average.
Yeah, already.
Raoul has his worst possible average at 38.
Yes.
Exactly.
Also, Victoria Jonet from Belgium getting a 39.29 NR single for Belgium.
Wow.
Amazing.
And it seems like Ekaterina Kaneva's 36-second solve was wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are trying to get in Timofey for an interview here.
That's great.
Meanwhile, we see Reinier Schippers with a big smirk on his face for getting a new national Dutch record. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Someone's been secretly practicing, hasn't he?
That's why I haven't been commentating that much.
And they say it doesn't really pay to practice right before a competition, but apparently it does.
For me, it does. For the old school guys, it does apparently. Yeah, it was last one. I knew I had to get something good, and then the start was so easy that it was great to plan.
Oh, Oliver Pello with 38.65 Estonian NR single by 4 seconds.
Oh, nice.
And
it wasn't sub 40 then.
I believe that is his PB single as well. Absolutely insane. Congratulations. Also, congratulations to Reinier Schippers for Dutch NR average, Yanis Kostincella for Romanian NR average, and of course Timofey Tarashenko with 28.66 European record average. A lot of records this round.
Yeah.
We're still missing averages from 15 people.
Oh, Giannis did well as well for Romania.
Yeah, and he got his average with accounting 37. So I think that will definitely improve in future months.
Yeah.
And also for Timofey, if you see potentially fully two-look last layer in the future, we could be seeing some crazy averages. Seeing as this 30.81 on his third solve, he reached last layer at 22. And he had I believe it was corners all solved and permuted, just a 4-edge case. And he did solve the 4 edges and then the CPLL. So that could have been with, if he knew the ALG, that could have been a 24 here.
There are only 3 4-edge swap ALGs,
so
it's not that difficult to learn.
Even I know them.
Yeah.
So
if we get Timofey here in a minute, maybe you can show him some new stuff.
Can show him my last layer trainers.
Have you met Timofey yet?
No, I haven't.
No, I just met him for round 2, and he seems like very nice. Yeah. I'd be happy to have him on.
Yeah.
It is a bit hectic though. Like there's so many people, it's hard.
Okay, it seems like we have a confirmed. All the people that made the finals are confirmed. So exactly sub 40 was the cutoff.
Wow.
So in 4x4 it was just sub 30. Megaminx just sub 40.
Last one making the finals is Jonas Pielhofer with a 39.70. He must be happy to be sliding in.
So in the top seeds for the Megaminx final, we have Timofey Tarashenko, followed by Aiden Granger, 4 seconds behind almost. And right behind, Lucas Kushai from Canada actually in front of Aiden by 0.06.
Wow.
So Aiden Granger coming in third. And 2 seconds behind we have Jan Zich from Poland, and right behind him is Magdalena by 0.06, the second fastest Megaminx solver from Poland, fighting for the third spot in European Championship podium. And also Yanis Kostincella just 0.7 behind them, also fighting for the third place. So
yeah, it seems the top 1 spot is between 2 guys, I think. Because Aiden is now, I mean, Timothy is better right now, but Aiden can pull something off. and if Timofey does not that well, then he may clutch it.
It looks like we're gonna have to wait to post the Timofey interview until afterwards. He's quite busy right now.
Okay.
Probably he's busy, signing autographs or heading out for lunch.
Yeah. And with that,
I would like some lunch.
I would like some lunch as well.
Well, lunch has been great.
Yeah.
Lunch has been great.
I've heard rumors that Worlds last year was also quite good.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think it's impossible to beat Worlds last year.
So for everyone watching, please go staff in a big competition.
Definitely.
Yeah, some of the best food you'll ever have.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not going to a major anymore without staffing.
Yeah.
And solely for that reason.
Yeah.
For food?
Yeah.
We had, what is it? We had pasta bolognese yesterday, basically. Or like, and then 2 days ago we had chicken and rice, also an option to get fish.
Yeah.
Very tasty.
Okay. Right. So that's it for the first half of this day. Stay tuned. There's still lots of action. After some finals at the end of this day, we're also going to have the Nations Cup. So
awesome.
Stay tuned, and we'll see you in a bit.
All right. Cool.
Visítanos en cubekings.com.
¿Estás preparado para la carrera Rubik's Race? Demuestra tus habilidades con Rubik's en la batalla definitiva cara a cara. ¿Quién será el jugador más rápido? Resuelve la combinación y ganarás Rubik's Race.
Visítanos en Cubekinks.com.
¿Estás preparado para la carrera Rubik's Race? Demuestra tus habilidades con Rubik's en la batalla definitiva cara a cara. ¿Quién será el jugador más rápido? Resuelve la combinación y ganarás Rubik's Race.
And right next, sitting next to me is
Reinier Schippers
from the Netherlands, and I am from Estonia. we are here for the clock finals. This is the first non-blind final we have, well, excluding FMC as well. And this will be one of, sorry, not the final, I'm sorry, it's the second round still.
Getting into the final.
Yes. And we have a lot of top competitors here, clock being one of the most competitive event of the European Championships here. We're only going to see the top 20 people here, with the 20th place in the first round being Dorian Chan with a 461 average. Top 20 needed for the finals, but we do have a lot of competitors on other stages that we sadly won't be seeing. But we will get the live results, hopefully, in WCA Live, so we can also tell you what the people on other stages are getting. Going into this round, our top seeds are Antoni Stojek from Poland with a 320 PR average. Second place, Erik Kasperek from Poland with a 335. And third place, Fengyuan Kelvin Low with a 348 average. Sadly, on these, this first row on the left, we can't see the display. Also in the first round, 361 Spanish NR average by Asier Adel Diaz. And Samuel Eklund Hanna from Sweden getting a 397 NR average. 9 sub-4 averages in the first round. Going to get very competitive. Most likely finals are going to be around the 4.7 average, which is needed to make the final round. But on other stages competing, we also have people like Matteo Dummer, Alvin Relch, Oliver Pello, Callum Wolfdan, that we sadly won't be seeing, but might see in the final.
We'll be trying to have live results.
Yes. On the right here, starting his soul soon, is Anders Barhauen from Norway. On the left side, not exactly sure who that is. Sadly, also the display is not showing anything.
Yeah, I think a few have been turned off because of lunch.
But this seems like a pretty fast soul. He's definitely going to be happy with that.
Yeah, we are. They are turning the timers on.
367. Maybe Twitch chat can help us with the names here. Oh, sorry, not Twitch chat, but YouTube chat. As I believe we are still banned on Twitch.
Could be.
Anders Barhauen with a 343, a very solid start. And on the left, we have someone doing 3x3.
It's one of the core team members who probably still is lagging a bit behind the competition.
Oh, most likely. On the right here, we have starting Tommy Cherry, a former world record holder in clock. Tommy Cherry with a 340. Very solid start. We can quickly look up what his PR average is.
Yeah, last round he got a 387, which I think is also not that great for him.
He does have a 328 average.
Exactly.
Which puts him only 9th in the world. Clock is improving like crazy these days.
Yeah.
On the right side, sorry, we have Jacob Chambers from the United Kingdom coming in at C10, also a former world record holder. Seeing some souls also on that blue stage.
327, I think.
Yeah. Chad is also saying that the first one we saw was Marcel Politovic. On the right, most likely. Sadly, we cut off him. Hopefully we can get another look. An Irish competitor, sadly, seems like DNFing there. I think on the bottom left, that's Marcel Politovic here. Marcel having a 3.2 official average, but coming in at 19th seed into this round.
Getting a DNF in your first few solves is so...
Yeah.
Oof, that will make you nervous. Oh.
So this is 415, currently his second solve. The first one was a 3.2. Samuel Eklund Hanna on the left, the Swedish NR holder. We can have both cameras here. We have overhead and side view, so that is absolutely great. Samuel using flip. 496 seems to be a success. Probably not something he's looking for, since accounting 4.9 is Not that great if you want to get into the finals here. Tommy Cherry on the right. Doesn't look like the best of solves for him. And is a DNF as well. 5.9 though. Luckily the DNF was on a bad solve.
Yep.
But since I believe Tommy is also a 7-simul user,
Mm-hmm.
very risky method.
Yep.
So he has to most likely safety his solves from now.
So he's gonna do a safety flip.
And sadly we don't have live results for clock.
Okay, that's a shame. Also a shout out to our team that is pointing the cameras.
Great work from the camera team. Also, not to mention great work by data entry at Megaminx. We heard a faint applause from the crowd. Looking at the scramble, I missed that aside. Potentially doesn't look anything too crazy. 408 there for some Irish competitor. It is most likely Ryan Burke or Jack Core. .456.
Yes, and on green stage we only have the top 20 competitors from last round.
Yeah. I believe the person we just saw could have been Eric.
Now going to Jack Core.
Okay, this time we have confirmation that this person is Jack Core. So coming in seat 17.
It's a great angle though, the split screen for clock.
Has a 350 official average and the Irish NR average as well. A 520 here. Seems like it was okay.
Yeah.
But definitely something he doesn't want to count here. Who could this be? What do you think?
I'm not sure, but chat. The chat's probably gonna help us out.
.378. That's a success.
Also because of clock has been getting so much better that so many new competitor names are entering into.
No, I think this is Eric, because I'm just looking at his WCA profile. Looks like a match to me. .398. So this is two sub 4s for him. Seems like a pretty okay start, considering it's the... Oh, sorry, this is Marcel Politovic. Eric is curly hair, yeah. Similar facial features. So let's take a look who this could be. Another fellow Polish competitor. That could be Antoni Stojek or Jakub Turcik or no, that's it for the Polish. But this should be no, it is not.
Chambers.
I don't think it is. Or is it?
Chambers.
Getting a 7 there. Oh yeah, it is. I didn't see the face like entirely. Tommy Cherry, cube drop or clock drop on 2 seconds, getting a 8-second solve there. Unfortunate. Another Irish competitor here on the left. Oh, that should be Eric. Okay, that is Eric.
There's so many solves going on, such a short time.
There was a 365 with a flip at the end to double check. So that is a really good single for doing that double flip. Or, okay, not double flip because 7 simul, but so. Here we have Adam Hodjanicki. very fast clock solver. I don't. I've heard that he doesn't practice as much anymore,
Okay.
but still performs very solidly in competition. Very consistent. Oh, Chad is saying that Tommy is basically out of finals. Oh yeah, because he has a counting 5.9.
Yeah.
But knowing Tommy Cherry, getting a 3.5 average, he could possibly get 3 low threes here and save his average. Or I think, oh no, sorry, he has 2 solves left.
Yeah, I need to be pushing high 2s.
Yeah, we have Samuel Eklund Hanna here on the left. He got a 4-second solve on his first one. Flipping under 1 second there.
3 times flip, I think.
549. So he has a counting 4 now. Not something he's looking for here, for sure.
Nope.
352 there for... I didn't see the name on the back, sadly. And you can see how much the camera people are panning here back and forth because so many solves are going on and they're all so fast. So Anders Barhauer here at 350. So he is counting a 3.5 or a 3.6. Chad is asking, where is Niklas? That is actually a very good question. Niklas, maybe he did poor in the first round. I have to use Control F here.
Niklas Ase, you mean?
Oh, Niklas is seat 6.
Yeah, he should be on green.
He should be on green. I think we're looking at some other competitors at the same time. That's why we missed him. There is Eric going up for his third solve, I believe, or fourth here.
It's one of the back rows, because you can see both tables.
There is a 552. And this should be Eric, most likely. And no, we're panning off Eric to watch Jacob Chambers. Flip at 1.5, 387, very solid. 3.7 there for Eric. Doesn't look too pleased. But I know for sure that he has 2 threes, so should be safely making the finals.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think the reason we went away is because he didn't have an overhead camera. Currently we're focusing on people who have an overhead camera.
Yeah, we have Tommy Cherry next to Samuel Eklund Hanna. So Tommy Cherry definitely under the nerves, needing to get low 3s and 2s here to make the finals. Sadly, Cube being hidden by the camera. 351. Assuming he gets a good solve on the last, he could still be heading into the finals.
But counting 5, it's oof.
862 for Jack Core.
He's not gonna make it probably.
Since Clock is one of those events where we have a lot of new competitors getting fast really quickly, we can now. We're probably going to see a lot of fast people failing under the nerves. Because Clock is one of those very turning-based events. Also with 7 simul, you have to be very accurate with, well, counting the position of the clocks and also turning very accurately.
Hello.
Hello.
And there, and he,
it's a DNF.
It's a DNF. He had a, the corner was like one tick off, and then he moved it 2 ticks and DNF the other way.
I had a very interesting clock average.
Yes, did you?
Chad is saying that Tom is counting an 8. I think he's counting a 5.9.
Yeah.
What happened to Jack?
He got a counting 5 as well, I think.
Ooh, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, he got an 8. We just saw it. How did you do, Sean?
My first solve, I got a DNF.
Oh.
My second solve, I got a 6, which is a bit yikes. It's not terrible. It's not good though. My third solve, I got an 11.
Oh.
And then my fourth solve and fifth solve, I both got a DNF.
Oh, Chad is saying, Tommy DNF to 5.9. Oh, so Tommy is counting an 8-second solve.
Ooh, so that means we might not see Tommy in the final.
Exactly.
We have Cham here. Cham, previous world record holder.
Cham also has a 7 or an 8. Not sure
Oh.
if it's counting. You see Eric
It could be a
there.
very interesting final.
And again, cutting off Eric.
No, we have Eric here on the right-hand screen.
That's true, but could have had the double angle, you know. 376, so Eric.
Cham solving now.
Eric so far getting every solve under 4 seconds.
Ooh, 7 simul flip.
481.
They will not be happy with that.
That's going to be counting.
Yep.
And on the right, not sure who do we have here.
Rasmus.
No.
No, that's the guy who looks like Rasmus.
He really looks like him.
I believe on Friday I also thought that was Rasmus, but that was. Let me see if I can tell you who that is. I cannot tell you who it is, Sally. I do not recognize the name. Oh no, that is that could be Viktor Glurskov.
Oh, maybe.
I believe it is Viktor Glurskov. Yes.
Let's double check that.
Viktor Glurskov is from Denmark.
So that was a bit of a hectic round, though.
Absolutely.
Did anyone get any very fast times?
No.
Not really. Everyone under the nerves.
Eric seems to be doing quite well with just getting consistent high frees, but.
Are you competing in Megaminx next?
Your finals. It's like at 6.
Oh, we already had round 2. Sorry. What's
Yeah,
next? 5x5?
Yeah, 5x5 round 2.
Nice.
Well, my assumption for clock finals was a 4.7, but seems like we are going for even worse. There is Sigurd, I believe, from Norway. Very fast at Megaminx. I know that much.
Yeah, so
but not pleased with that 6 on red stage.
a little bump with our camera.
Zaid.
We're finishing up clock round 2 right now.
Hopefully we can get the results in ASAP.
So you can see Zaid here's doing 7 simul, which is the no flip version.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a lot of different 7 simul iterations kind of coming through recently. There's 7 simul flip, which is what I use.
Yep.
There's regular 7 simul. There's 7 simul, like called pseudo 7 simul, which is where you can do lots of fancy shenanigans. I have no idea what it is. And basically, it's similar to like a pseudo pair, I guess,
Right.
where you can cut out a simul move. So it actually, your total moves is 12 instead of 14.
Okay.
Does that
Well.
make sense?
Yeah.
Very, very, very high level stuff.
Yeah.
It looks like we're getting ready to start 5x5 final. I just heard the bell for 5x5.
Let's see who do we have coming up in 5x5. So, of course, our first seed with a very solid 37.8 second average in the first round, Timon Koloshinsky. Followed by Kieran Behan with a 41.7. And in third, fourth, and fifth seed, all with NR averages. Coming up, third, Timofey Terashenko, fourth, Sebastian Weyer, and fifth, Richard Delacoste. All getting NR averages for their countries. Also, Richard getting a 38 NR single. Sixth place, Patrick Pons. Seventh, Janos Berechki. The eighth, Kim Roger Haraldson. Ninth, Mark Zimmerman. 10th, Kevin Gerhardt. 11th, LIJ. LEJ.
On stream now, we just saw Matteo Dumar. Matteo came third at the previous Euros.
Oh, yeah.
Clock. And 5x5 is starting now. We have Timon Koloshinsky and Andre Che.
Yes.
Solving now. Timon is obviously our first seed for 5x5 by 4 whole seconds. So we expect big things out of Timon.
Most likely taking that round win again. But the real question is, are we going to see any records happening here?
Anything can happen in 5x5 though. We even saw, as you get onto the bigger cubes, one mistake can cost you a whole round, or even the final if it's...
I think Timon actually finished up edges at 30 seconds here. Very solid solve. That's
wow, a 35.
35. Considering his last round average was a 37, that's a very solid start.
He'd be happy with that. Bit of a fist bump, give him a bit of a confidence boost.
Timofey there finishing up last edges at 35 seconds.
Turning very aggressively.
Most likely getting something in that 42 range.
A nice J-perm.
It seems like 43 maybe. 42.
42. That's good. That's about what his average was last round, so he'll be happy with that. He hasn't gotten worse. Timofey came places higher than his expected seeded place in the last round. So that is very, very good.
We're getting our first results from Clock here. Currently, first place is Paolo Marina from Italy with a 426 average, followed by Namun Natsagdorj from Mongolia, I believe living in Ireland.
Yes, she's one of our regular competitors.
And 489 average, followed by third place Alvin Rudge with a 499. So the top three might be looking at the finals here.
Sebastian Weyer on the screen now. Caleb Wolf Dunn with a sub-4 average in Clock.
Also Kai Jesinger from Austria with a 444 average.
Onome Brownlee Otide from Ireland got an 843 average by counting at a 9, an 11, and a 4.9.
Oh.
Kieran Behan also on stream now. We didn't quite see what Sebastian Weyer got.
He wasn't done yet, I think.
Yeah, they cut off Sebastian. PR for Magnus Lensch from Germany with a 396 average, placing him first currently.
Sebastian Weyer back, just finishing up now. On to PLL, RPerm, 45.
A little bit unfortunate here. Also, Giovanni Montana.
Should hopefully get back to Kieran now. 44, he won't be happy with that.
So a bit of a rough start for both Kieran and Sebastian here. Timon having a very good start.
Tuan Dilleman starting up his attempt.
Lots and lots of DNFs in Clock getting entered now. Fast competitors.
Currently, we have 33 results, of which 6-7 averages are DNFs. Here we have Richard Delacoste.
Alvin Roltz in the back.
Alvin Roltz also fighting into the Clock finals. Alvin with a 53. That's a little bit over his average. I believe he is sub 50. Also, Alvin Relish, one of the few Hoya users, uses Hoya for 5 through 7 and is very, very good on 7x7 with Hoya, having a 215-ish official average.
Timon now at 12 seconds. Seems to be finishing up on Jou Sanders.
Edges now, just lost. He's so fast. He's on 3 SDH at 30 seconds.
Yeah.
38.
And that's a 38, and that is counting 38.
It might not be counting. He might get...
I guess it might be his worst solve.
Exactly. So he is on very good pace. So
Timofey Tarashenko now.
So far from Timon, we haven't seen many great solves due to potentially jet lag from coming just back from North American Championships. So, but he's still doing good, but not just as good as maybe he would have hoped.
His 4x4 results were very good in the first round.
Oh yeah, first round.
Yeah.
But that was yesterday.
Yeah. But today in 3x3 he was doing not that great. Timofey coming from the high of his Megaminx ER.
So currently I am the last place competitor being entered into the clock. Namun Natsagdorj and Oliver Palau are entered and tied with 489, but Namun has a better single, so hopefully that does not push Oliver out.
We have 32 people left to be put in, and currently it's looking very potential that the needed average to proceed in clock will be sub 4. And Sebastian here
or sub 5 most likely, maybe sub 4.6.
Oh, sorry, sub 5. Yeah, I meant sub 5.
Kieran Behan now on stream. Just finishing up 3x3 stage.
A little
lucky. And a U-perm to finish it off with a 44.
Asier Adel Diaz from Spain got a 353 NR average in clock, placing him in second place, right behind Niklas Asen Eliasson from Norway with a 328. And already 96 people in clock, and already the needed average to proceed is 470.
Patrick Pons now starting a solve. Of course, an American, but also living in the Netherlands.
So out of our clock, we're the last few scorecards still to be entered, but it's a bit of an upset by the looks of things. A lot of our very fast competitors did not make it through, namely Eric Kasperek did not make it to the clock finals. Tommy Cherry, Namoon Natsagdorj, Rian Burke, Olivier Palau,
Tommy Cherry, Adam Hodenichki, and Kelvin Lowe, Alexei Tsvetkov, Samuel Eklund Hanna, Matteo Dumar. Oh my God, Jack Core. This was a clock round.
A clock round to be remembered.
Of all clock rounds.
DNFs, there have been people that Daniel Partridge didn't make it either. Daniel Partridge has an official sub 4 average.
Over 15 DNF averages. Absolutely insane.
Also, a lot of competitors not very experienced with big competitions, I think,
yeah,
in clock.
It's much more difficult when you're on the big stage.
Yep.
There we have Richard Delacoste.
People standing in front of the camera.
I believe we've only seen 2 solves from Timon so far.
Yes.
A 35 and the 38.
Correct. Yep.
Of course, we have big things left to come up for today. We still have to do 2x2 round 1 after square 1 round 2. But we'll also see 6x6 Megaminx, clock, and 7x7 finals today. So that is very, very exciting to finally crown our main event or main room events winners.
We have Timon on his third solve here. Hearing an applause from the crowd, a very loud applause. Hopefully Timon doesn't get disturbed by that.
Seat 1 and seat 2 sitting next to each other.
Panning to Kiran, and now, nope, back to Timon. Seems like he is on last 4 edges there. Finishing up just at 31 seconds, or no.
Kiran looks to be on great pace, actually. He's almost finished edges now.
Timon doing F2L.
Okay, and a 42.80 for Timon.
So making 38 counting, like you said.
Yeah, see, I knew what was going to happen. Is everything in?
So we have 97 results in a clock, and 3 people are missing, but it's possible that they didn't compete as well.
That is very true. I know Zaid, I did see compete.
I did see Zaid as well.
So I'm not sure what Zaid got though. I don't think they were particularly happy with their average. So
maybe some missing scorecards. Sebastian Weyer, they're finishing up last 4 edges. And going on the 3x3 stage at 37.
Is that a Zebula Sebastian knows? No, it is not.
Going for the RUZ perm there. Interesting choice.
Sebastian not happy with his results.
Timofey Tarashenko there now. Obviously seeded 3rd out of all our second round 5x5 solvers. Beside Mika.
Mika Smolders from the Netherlands. Timofey there doing a last 2 edges algorithm at 34 seconds on great pace here. PLL at 40.
So Mika on the right placed 12th in the last round.
18th.
18th, sorry. Oh, sorry, 18th. Yep. Apologies. Mika placed 18th in the last round. However, they were seeded to be around 30.
Yeah, so he did very well.
Very, very well, or much better than expected from Mika.
St. Patrick Pons there.
The same thing happened to Kim, but I'm not sure. No, for 5's not. Okay.
So Patrick,
I think our biggest surprises there were Mika, and also Timofey was very highly seated compared to the expected results, but that's expected somewhat because of the fact that he hasn't competed in a long time, or not much.
Patrick on 3x3 stage at 37 here. Does he know the ZB? No, he does not, and he gets a 42. A very solid time for him.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, I think.
We're seeing Kevin Gerhardt now.
On the beside Kevin is Cham.
Did Jacob Chambers make clock finals? He did. Seed 14. Kevin just finishing up last 4 edges here. Going into parity at...
Is that Timon Koloshinsky now?
Yes, he is.
These rounds are so quickfire, it's impossible to see every solve.
We have 2 graphics, one blocking the cube. Finishing up centers there at 18, going into edge pairing. Very, very smooth there. A little pauses there.
Yeah, sometimes he can't find a piece, but still turning very fast.
Last 4 edges there, going into the L2E algorithm.
It's not going to be a sub 40.
Still a very solid time. 41.98. Doesn't seem too pleased with that.
Of course, with a 41, a 35, and a 38, that's very, very possible for a very solid average, the BPA.
Meanwhile, Mats Valk solving on the left side of the right screen.
And Janos Berecci on your screen now.
And as these competitors are finishing 5-5, I'm going to compete for square one.
All right, well, good luck, Remo.
Thank you, and I will maybe be back later today.
Yeah.
So,
well,
enjoy the stream and
best
see
of
ya.
luck.
Thank you.
See you around.
Timofey Tarasenko now on your screen. Our 3rd seed from the first round. And all of our clock results have been entered. So there were 8 sub 4 averages in the second round, which is a lot of sub 4 averages. And a lot of people that did not get sub 4 averages are very capable of them. Timofey Tarasenko with a 38.77, possibly NR average, I believe, or NR single.
Very nice V-perm he did. It's very stable.
That will be NR. Previous NR for Timofey was 39.41, so that is about 3/4 of a second faster than the previous NR. So as we said already, now we have all the clock results in, we can look through some of our surprises. I think it's most surprising some people that didn't make finals rather than people that did.
Yeah.
Namely Zaid Chowdhury, Rian Burke, Namoon Natsak George, Oliver Palau, Eric Kasperek, the world record holder by a lot, was the favorite to win the entire event.
Wow.
Tommy Cherry, of course, has been a previous world record holder for clock, single, and average. Kelvin Lau has got a 292 PR single and a 5 average, and also got a PR sub 4 average last round as well. So they were very much expected to get in.
Yep.
Alexei Svetkov is very good at every event, and we would have expected to see him in finals. Matteo Dumar also did very well in the first round, but didn't do so well in the second round. Jamie Casado Gomez did very well and was very highly seeded at the last European Championships. Last European Championships, if memory serves me correctly, they were seeded first into finals.
Okay.
I don't think they managed to get the podium there, but they didn't even get to finals this year. Jack Core was also, I believe, ranked top 10 in Europe before this, and is now not even in clock final.
Wow.
I could keep talking all day about our surprises here.
It has been a fantastic clock round.
Yes, but it's very, very, very surprising.
Meanwhile, Timon's doing, I think, his 4th solve. Not doing that great, but still one of the quickest guys in the group.
Bit of a pause there while he was just looking for the pieces.
Yeah, but still it's going to be a quick solve.
We've lost the feed.
Still 36 probably.
Okay, that was a very solid sub 40 average for Timon. Kieran Behan finishing up what is probably his last solve now. We seem like we just missed Richard de Lacoste as well. Kieran is not looking particularly good, looking at possibly a 44. 43.31, he's not happy with that.
No. He's been getting a lot of 44s this round.
39.09 average for Timon, apparently, according to our chat. Timofey Talashenko finishing probably his last solve, or about to start his last solve. How did you do in round 2 of Megaminx? You got an NR?
Yeah. I got an NR 37.59.
Nice, well done.
Yep. So made finals, I think 11th seed. So I think my seed for the comp was like 25.
Nice.
So I think
That's
I did well.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Very good. I'm sure if you went through the stream already, have you the Megaminx results?
Yeah, we have.
Obviously, most notable being Timofey Talashenko's 28.66 average European record.
Yep.
Which is insanely fast.
Yeah, it was crazy. Well, it was cool to see. I checked his solves later, and it's still interesting how quick he is, but he doesn't understand a bit of more into like advanced Megaminx stuff. Like some elks, which are very easy to learn, he just doesn't know them. But he's so quick with just basic Megaminx solving that he's still very good.
I guess if you can turn faster and be less efficient, that works too.
Yeah. Patrick not happy with his 45.
No. We have the great Eric Ackersteig about to join us after completing his 5x5 average. So Eric, how did you do?
Well, you'd rather mean burning up staff resources than doing a 5x5 average.
Timofey not happy with his 49. He did get an R single though this round.
Yes, Timofey got 38.
Not too shabby.
Timon counted a 36 and a 39 at 41, I think. So
Does he have any chances of some records?
He's done. He got a 39 average. He's done.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We were looking at the clock, Eric. I mean, the people in stream here are probably sick of me saying this. Massive upset here. All of these people. Eric Kasperek, the world record holder, not in finals.
What?
Tommy Cherry not in finals. Alvin Roltz not in finals.
That is
Kelvin
super
not in
surprising.
finals. Jack Core not in finals. Namu Natsuk Dorj also ranked top 30 in the world. Zaid also has multiple sub 4 averages. I didn't make finals, Eric. How could that happen?
How could that happen with 3 DNFs?
I think they should let me in anyway. Daniel Partridge has multiple sub 4 averages as well.
He doubled as well.
So it's a 4.71 average to get to finals.
That's great. That's the biggest improvement from last year.
That would have won the last Euros.
By far, yeah.
I believe it would have won last Euros. It would have been very close.
Well, it's nice to see a new field of competitors jumbled up.
Yeah,
new
100%.
finals ready to go. It's very hard to say who's going to win then, isn't it?
Impossible, yeah.
Place your bets.
So it seems we're finishing up round 2 of 5x5. Now we're going to the next event, which will be Square One.
Square One, second round, semi-final?
Semi-final, I think,
semi-final,
yeah.
Oh, yeah, Square One finals is tomorrow.
Tomorrow
at
afternoon.
2:10. 10 past 2, that is.
So last year, or last Euros, I should say, apologies, to win clock was 4.47.
By Cham?
By Cham. And third place out of our European competitors was 6.2. And 6.2 would not have even made top 80 this time. So
Exciting stuff. We'll see still currently Kim Roger Haraldson on one of the last solves of this round. Unfortunately, neither of the camera perspectives we have gives us a clear view of the cube. But I mean, what can you do?
What can you do? It's unfortunate with the position of these placement of these cameras. It's just they.
I'm sure
can sometimes get knocked.
We can adjust the overhead a little bit.
Yeah. In fact, I might go do that now. Just go and point it the right way.
Yeah, please do.
8.
Yep. You have approximately 10 more seconds? No.
Well, I can just look. I can look through the camera.
There goes the chime for square one submission. Are we ahead of schedule as always this competition? Or are we now on schedule?
Square one is set to start it in 3 minutes.
Right. So I guess we're right on.
It's spot on, isn't it? Waiting for, well, still a few more solves to go.
Yep.
Dean David here, not balancing the Garfield plushie while doing 5x5 apparently. See if we have the live results as well for 5x5. Unfortunately, this is not the case as we did for 4x4. Or no, actually it was Megaminx where we had the results entered in live.
Yep, yep. Yeah, Clock and 5 have not been live.
Well, Clock is a very hard event to do that with because there's so many results popping in.
Maybe Data Team is having a lunch dip.
Or maybe they haven't finished yet because of the long queue lines.
Oh yeah.
Sure, come over, come over. We're joined now by Eleanor.
Hello.
Hello, hello. How are things going on your side?
Going very well. I was quite enjoying watching 5x5 finals.
There we have Sean.
Sorry, round 2.
Semi-finals.
Yeah.
We have Sean. Very hard to see, obviously, because of his camouflage clothing on the green stage, adjusting the
overhead cameras for us.
Well, he's good like that, isn't he? He's really been on top of things.
He has been.
In any role we've given him.
Except for the clock solving.
Well, except for the clock solving, but maybe he was, I don't know, at some point he's bound to like let something slip.
Yeah, yeah.
And fortunately for us, it was not one of his commentary tasks.
Yeah. So Eleanor, you want to talk about Square One next round?
Yeah, definitely. I think Square One Finals is the round I'm looking forward to the most this competition. So semi-finals, that'll set the seed for finals. Super looking forward to that as well. I was really interested after round 1 seeing Alessandro Ricci take the top seed, beating Hassan Kanani, who ranked 3rd in the world. I mean, that's pretty amazing to see from Alessandro Ricci. Also, given he's a Lin solver, and most of these people on the top of our seeds are all Vandenberg solvers, so it's really interesting to see a Lin solver take the top seed going into the semi-finals for Square One.
You're always rooting for the odd one out, right? It's always fun to see.
Yeah.
Always have the same with Rue solvers. I mean, it's always like, come on, just try it, you know? If you're brave enough, go outside of the mainstream methods.
And for one-handed, like, it's best.
Apparently. There's quite a few one-handed solvers in the top there using Rue, like Nicholas Archer, Magnus Lynch. We'll have Rasmus Stoet Detlefsen, probably one of the favorites to take the win, at least on paper.
So Rasmus was only seeded 5th in the last round.
It's a poor result for him.
And he was seeded 4 for like on the psych sheet.
He was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, even our own Vincent Chan from the Netherlands beat him in the first round with 200s, but nevertheless.
Yeah, Vincent also coming from a high, getting NR a few weeks ago.
He's been improving.
Yep.
He took his time on his last solve though, with a 24.
I'm excited to see what Hassan pulls off in his first solve. Because Hassan, of course, broke the world record single back in 2022 with a 4.34, while Alessandro, top seed, going into this round, but no world records under his belt.
Maybe that'll change in this round. You never know.
Not too happy.
Well, a 12-second solve is surely not what he was looking for.
He started very slow on his cube shape.
Not by the regulations.
There's a minute to get ready,
Mhm.
which is quite a lot actually.
Yeah, but also depends on which round you're in, I think.
Yeah.
Because finals people take way more time than.
I noticed the judges were instructed by their leaders to start the stopwatch as soon as someone sits down, or as soon as they get the indication that maybe this competitor will take a little bit longer to get ready.
But your 1 minute starts when the judge asks you if you're ready.
Okay.
And not if you sit down.
There have been some inconsistencies then.
Caleb Wolf done there. Seems to have made a mistake. I think he traced the CSP, but ended up with parity. I think it might be interesting to talk about the different methods going on in Square One right now. So the standard method, or the method that most people use, is Vandenberg. So you start off by taking it from the weird, completely irregular shape back into a cube. Then you put all the whites and the blacks on the correct side. Then you solve all of the whites and blacks. Then you permute the corners and then the edges afterwards. And then as you get onto high-level cubing, you obviously start combining those steps, which is sort of the process that happens in so many events. You just start pairing up back-to-back steps. So at high-level solving, you've got CSP, so cube shape parity. And with CSP, it means that you skip the potential last step of getting a parity where there are only two edges left to be swapped. And parity is absolutely devastating to a Square One solve, because it can often take about 1 or 2 seconds to execute. And when you're averaging 7, 8 seconds, that extra second or two is really detrimental to your solve.
Vincent getting a 702.
Avoiding the parity also reduces the amount of cases you can encounter for your last step. So it must be easier to recognize as well.
Yeah, because if you have parity and non-parity, you have to look at 3 different sides of the top and 3 different sides of the bottom. Whereas if you know that there's no parity, it's only 3 on top. You know whether it's odd or even on top, and then you only have to check 2 on the bottom. So you have to check 1 fewer sides.
That's a good point. Also, if you start off with CSP and not start off with learning like different parity algs, you can save some parity algs. But then again, obviously, you have to invest more in learning the CSP algs. How many cases are there to learn for CSP?
So it depends on how you define it, really. I think a lot of people like to put the number at 360 because they like to make it sound as big as possible. But if you take away the mirrors and stuff like that, it's more like 90. And if you take and personally in my head, cases that are very, very similar, like left and right, those are also paired up in my head. And once you bring that down again, it's only about 60.
Okay. Yeah.
Sounds very doable.
A lot of ALX sets have it because ZBL has that. Megaminx POL has the same ID. So yeah, you can like reduce a lot of ALX into like a subset or small subsets, and then it's not that bad to learn.
But for Square One, it must be easier than for ZPLL or ZBL.
Yeah, but it's funny in the method though that if you learn more ALX or like a more efficient method, that you have an easier time recognizing. Because usually a more advanced ALX set is more difficult to recognize.
The thing about CSP that makes it very fundamentally different from ZBLL is that CSP is a lot more intuitive. So while ZBLL is about learning the finger tricks, CSP is more like thinking about what shapes the cube shape goes through before you get back to the cube. So if you end up with one like fist scallop, you can think, for one case, I put the L on one side of the scallop, for the other, I put it elsewhere, and the pair is adjacent versus next to the slice. And it's very simple tweaks like that can alter the parity state when it ends up in cube shape.
5x5 results from round 2 are now dripping in. Of course, Timon, 39.09, probably is going to be first seed. And most other competitors, top competitors, has to be inserted. Yet.
Ooh, a 6.40 there from Fengman Kelvin Liu from the UK.
Former world record holder Tijmen van der Rey starting his attempt now.
Previously, we briefly saw Hassan with a 5. So he has a 6 and a 5. Strong start. Patrick on the left side.
Alessandro Ricci solving now. Seeded second going into the competition, but managed to take the top spot in round 1.
Now let's have a look at his method. Oh. Yeah. There we go.
Ooh, and a 7.70 from Alessandro. We're now watching Austin Ritchie from the UK also. Very up-and-coming square oneer. He only got into it in the past about year or so, but gotten incredibly fast since.
So Austin Ritchie and then Alessandro Ritchie. I mean, obviously they're spelled differently, but...
Somebody in the chat was talking about square 1 3 look is too hard, which is very interesting. So that the sort of meta nowadays is to solve it in only 3 looks at the cube. So you do your CSP, you bring it into the cube shape, then your next step is you solve the blacks on one side, the whites on one side in 1 algorithm only instead of 2. And that's called OBL. And then you have to solve everything after all the blacks and whites are separated in 1 step called PBL. And there are a lot of PBL algorithms, especially.
It's a little slip up, I think, mid-solve.
Now on the right side, that must be Rasmus, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Corners and edges done at 5:42.
Very good solve.
Bit of talking in the chat as well about OBLP, so OBL prediction, which is even harder than anything I've even talked about so far. And that's where in your inspection, you have to trace the cube shape parity, figure out your solution for cube shape, and then trace where all of your pieces are going to end up so that you know how to solve and separate the blacks and whites going into the next step, all in one.
And for like a non-square one solver, is it like predicting F2L in 3x3 or even harder than that?
It is easier than predicting full F2L, but it's a lot to trace. It's more about tracing in this case than about sort of looking ahead, like with F2L.
Didn't we talk about Hassan's ability of doing that previously? Because it was rumored that he could, but then...
I've heard some rumors about certain solvers, but I'm actually not sure.
But then I've seen some of his solves, and I'm sure there was a pause between, you know, after his cube shape and the next step.
There are certainly some people who can do certain cube shape cases, because there are some that are closer and further away from being in a cube.
Makes
and the
sense.
closer it is, you can sort of look ahead into where it's going to end up easier.
This must be Carter.
Yes, Sukant says in the chat, prediction is about memorizing a lot of reference schemes for different cube shapes so you can set up the remaining cases to them. So I remember when OBL prediction was first getting talked about, and that was probably, I don't know, about a year or 2 ago, and it seemed entirely impossible from when I first heard about it, and it felt like a sort of very distant reality. And that reality seems to be coming a lot closer. So maybe in the coming years, OBL prediction will become the new meta again, and two-look solving will be the standard.
I mean, there's so many things that people would imagine to be impossible, and then a year later, everyone does it, right?
You'll often see CSP traces in inspection.
Oh, the TPS that Hassan has is just so crazy.
Wow. You'll see them in inspection twisting the cube up and down, because you need to look at a piece at the bottom, look at a piece at the top, and you keep switching, tracing the pieces around. And so they often end up with this sort of jerking motion during inspection as they're tracing it. What's also quite interesting at this competition is that every square one comes with a piece of card jammed inside of the square one, and that's to stop the pieces on the top and bottom moving, because in square one you have to be so precise, because every piece is about a 1/12 of the 100. So I think there are 24 places you could slice from, whereas with a 3x3 there's only 4. So that gives you it's about 3 times more accurate than 3x3.
Yeah, because we want to give everybody the same scramble. They don't want to have to scramble change during running from the scramble stage to the solving stage.
Yeah, it's because of those tiny edges and the corners, which are smaller than pieces on a 3x3, which gives you more places to turn from.
Yep.
And if you're off by just one of those little edges, suddenly you've got a completely different solution if you end up slicing from there.
Yep.
So they jam the card and stop it from moving. But other competitions will get specialized boxes, so boxes that come in a bit of a star shape. And when they're in the star shape, the pieces on the top and bottom can't move.
Those boxes are very clever because they can hold the square one. They can hold the clock as well. And wasn't there another puzzle that it was for as well?
For clock we have changed, right, from the pins that you can move them.
Yeah, so it's not necessary anymore to use those covers for clock.
Yep.
It's made the event a little bit more manageable, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
It was very tricky to carrying the clock around.
There was always a debate, basically. That's every world record.
Osmos with another 5.
Do you happen to know if Rasmus is a PBL user? His PBL solution there seemed very fast and fluid, and it looked like he did 2 very short algorithms, which is the most common way of doing PBL, because there are so many, there are hundreds of PBL cases. Instead of learning a set algorithm for each, you learn a set of short algorithms, and you learn how to apply 2 short algorithms back to back to solve it.
So you often do just two swaps?
Not
or two and two swaps?
There are certain cases, but there are certain algorithms that are especially short, and so if you use a combination of them, you end up with quite a short PBL compared to if you did the 2 steps, the corners and then the edges.
Alessandro interacting with the crowd a bit.
Pietro Mazza from Italy solving now. An 8.42. And he scrunches up his face. Doesn't look very happy with it. Cutting back now to Austin Ritchie from the UK.
The other Ritchie.
So it seems to me that Austin is not a PBL user, because I saw him do the CP followed by the edges there. And it didn't look like an especially good edges case either, unfortunately.
Hassan with another strong solve.
It's amazing to me that we've gotten to the point in cubing where you can get a 5.30 and shake your head like it's nothing good. When I began cubing, when I began doing square one, the world record single was about a high 4. I can't remember quite what it was, a 4.9. It's now about what the world record average is. So people have gotten a lot better.
For me, I think when I started cubing, square one world record was slower than getting into these rounds, probably.
Definitely.
5x5 results are almost in, so when this round of square one finishes, we can discuss that a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Although there have not been that many, I mean, outstanding or weird results in 5x5 yet. I mean,
No.
nothing that you wouldn't expect. Some national records, though.
Yep. Ben Barum from Israel getting a 49.68 national record and a 45.97 single. Let's see, what do we have more?
Ellie J from the UK with
Yeah.
a 48.14 national record. And then, as we previously also saw, Timofey Tarasenko with a 38.77 national record.
Also, a lot of people making finals with a PR average. Daniel Partridge making finals with a 15.79 average PR. Adams made a PR average with 51.23. Alexandre made finals with 51.29, also PR. And from the Netherlands, Mika Smulders, 51.43 average, also PR. And Alessandro getting a 4.8 on his last solve, I think, with Squan.
It looked to me there like Michał Krasowski, the third seed, got parity then. And because these high-level
Oops.
people are tracing to avoid it, you definitely get caught off guard when you end up with it.
I've heard from some of the CSP solvers that when they get parity, sometimes they don't even know how to solve it because they only have learned like one of the easiest parity algs, and it just doesn't work for the case they get because usually they just don't have to use it. Now let's have another look at Hassan's predicting OBL skills.
There you go, the rapid wrist turning,
Flip.
tracing the cube, flip, flop, back and forth.
Flip flop.
So it looks like fist on top, can't quite see the case on bottom.
He went to the edge of inspection, I think, around 13 or 14 seconds.
Yeah, it didn't look like a great cube shake case
Nope.
to me. 6.51.
Doesn't seem very happy with it either. This looks very dodgy, but looks like it's still okay.
The misalignment rules in Square One are slightly different from the sort of normal cubic ones in that the slice, you have to be 90 degrees off instead of 45, which means, and because you can adjust the top layer by a little bit before you do that, you can end up with some really wacky states that still technically are allowed, and you can even end up with some even wackier ones that look like they're absolutely a DNF, but are technically a +2.
So next up, after this round of Square One, we're gonna have some nice working out for the stream team because we'll be doing a 2x2.
Oh, this is also a big workout for the camera guys then.
Yep. Yeah, we have to be on it.
I mean, there are 8 groups of 2x2 in a row. I'm sure the camera crew will be very happy that it's 6x6 after that.
Yep.
Much slower paced, obviously. So, yeah, we're gonna look forward to this first group of 2x2 with many people in here with a sub-2 average.
Did you guys see the Square One results last weekend at the North American Championships?
Not yet. How were they?
They were really strong. So in fact, the Simir Agarwal got a 4.97 average, which in the first round, which placed him first in the first round, but he +2'd out of world record average with that.
Ooh.
And it would have been world record average by I think about 0.2.
That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. So we have a message saying desactivar apagado automático, which means we will need to
get the I'll get the remote.
Be sure that the TV doesn't turn off in 36 seconds.
It's probably gonna be the remote. That's just have to click it. It's because we have been watching the TV so long today.
Stop watching TV for so long, right?
Yeah.
It's not good for your eyes. You'll get square eyes.
Oh, then I can compete in Square One. Wow. It's been a long day.
Well, it's a good point to say stay hydrated.
True. So for 2x2, group 1 of round 1, in the green stage, we have Pep Eden from Sweden. He is 15th in the world with a 131 average. Second seed for this group is Nicolas Sanchez from the United States. You want the next two? You want to do the next one?
Yeah, we've got Oskar Hanuszkiewicz from Poland.
I think it's swapped. Yeah, there it is. Yep.
With a 1.45 average, followed by Matteo de Wit from the Netherlands with a 1.50. So it's only about 0.2 seconds, a fifth of a second between them. So because 2x2 is such a fast event, it's really hard to compare people based off of their personal record averages because they can be so close, fractions of a second. So we ran a calculation to average out the people's past 12 rounds, and then you've got 60 solves factored in, at which point it's a far better indicator of
It's a very good metric.
how you're averaging nowadays rather than just one average, which can be so affected by the scrambles and by luck and by random chance.
Shout out to the stats people. So shout out to you.
So by the metric of average of the last 12 rounds, Pep Eden from Sweden, while seeding 15th, is actually 5th on that metric.
Wow.
So over the last 12 rounds, they've got a mean of 1.64 seconds.
It's a very interesting stat.
Hopefully we can see a bit from Pep during this round.
Two by two, obviously one of those events that we have currently, well nowadays, that have become like a total inspection solved event where all of the top solvers they plan the complete solution in their 15 seconds of inspection time.
And they can even plan multiple solutions.
Exactly.
And then choose the best.
So on the left side we have P. Sevilla, also from our streaming team. Let's see how he does.
Doing layer by layer, it looks.
Yeah, he definitely did some T-permy thing at the end. There's also some intense planning going on here. Yeah, 140. Still a shake of the head, but come on. Can't be that bad.
Nah. But it might have been it might is an easy scramble. Then he wanted to get a low one.
I didn't really see any flaws in his execution, so I'm not really sure how he could have improved on that one. That was close of touching the cube during the start.
I didn't see it.
I didn't quite catch that one either.
It was, I mean, I'm sure the judge had a better view than we did, but
In events especially like this one, the top solvers will practice the way they start and stop the timer because at this level, starting and stopping the timer can be something like 10 to 20% of your total solve time.
Matteo has the same scramble, I think.
Or at least that's what he thinks.
That's what my lip sync is saying.
This must be, oh, this is easy, of course. But on the left side, it must be Alessandro from Italy. Nope.
So I watched an interview with Zain Kanani, so previous 2x2 world record average holder, and he was saying that in inspection he searches the cube and finds sometimes 10 to 20 different solutions.
What?
He's looking for so many, and he has to find the fastest one of all of them. Because the basic method of 2x2 is you solve a layer and then you solve the rest of it in one step after that.
Well, rather a face.
Yeah, sorry, a face specifically. So all of one color on one side. But different faces will be easier, and different cases that come after each face can also be trickier or easier. So you need to find the right combination of a good face and a good follow-up. And then as you get faster and faster, there's cancellations as well. So you want something where the face cancels very nicely into what comes afterwards. And that's why it's such intense inspection at the highest level in this event.
It must be very tricky to practice canceling into algorithms, because you usually practice the algorithms on their own, but if you cancel out the first or the second move and then change these first few moves with other moves in combination, then it must be really hard for your finger memory to...
Yeah, your muscle memory is going to be completely overridden.
But doing 10,000s of 2x2 solves will probably help you a lot.
I'm sure, and that only takes a few hours for these people.
Mika Small is solving now.
It's a very short solution. Philippe Virolo. He made it into this onto the green stage, rather.
Yeah. Nicolas Sanchez getting a 135.
So if you are still not into 2x2 that much and you want to get into it, I would suggest learning EG1 to be specific, because that was the case that you will encounter most often. EG1 being a face where there's two pieces that are connected, but then there are also two pieces on the same face that are not connected. The algs are not bad, they're short, there's not that many of them. So go ahead and learn it, and that will probably allow you to one-look already many of the scrambles that you will encounter.
I've seen a bit of discussion about whether CLL or Ortega is a better starting place for 2x2. So with Ortega, you build any first face, then you do an OLL algorithm to solve the other face, and then there's only, can't quite count,
It's 40, right?
Oh no, sorry, only about 4 or 5 cases.
Yeah,
It's very few.
Oh, yeah, it's for Ortega.
With Ortega.
It's basically PBL, right?
Yeah, so it's not very many algorithms at all. But with CLL, the method is you solve one layer. So a layer is different from a face because with a layer, the surrounding edges from the face also have to be solved. And then once you've solved the layer, you solve the rest of it in one algorithm. So the pros of Ortega is that it's very few algorithms, whereas CLL is more like 40. But CLL sets you up nicer to learning more algorithm sets like EG1, EG2. There are so many 2x2 algorithm sets nowadays.
But I know people that are easy sub 4 with Ortega.
Easy. The nice thing about Ortega is that you can learn it very quickly. Your results will be improving, and like compared to doing layer by layer. But then for the next step, I would definitely recommend learning CLL.
I mean,
recognizing those last layer cases is a good practice for progressing then into EG1 and 2.
But a lot of methods you can get pretty quickly good with 2x2. I mean, I did layer by layer for years and got many sub 4 averages.
Shame on you, Ranier.
So a fun fact about how I solve 2x2 is that I do use Ortega, but I've never learned an Ortega algorithm because all of, or nearly all of the square one corner permutation algorithms transfer to 2x2. So I just use square one algorithms on a 2x2. So definitely don't take my advice, but I've managed to get some, I think, high 3-second averages with that method.
+2.
This scramble looks to be very, very easily solved in a few moves.
But also difficult to execute because it would be 2 Jenny, then it probably would be sub 1.
Yeah.
So probably some F prime needed or something.
So for 2x2, my solving method is it's very cheeky as well, because I never could be bothered to learn my own algorithms.
Of course you could. Just gen them.
I mean, genning them, publishing, whatever. I mean, I know the CLL ones. I never bothered to learn EG1. Oh, actually, I did learn them, and then a week later I forgot them all.
Yeah.
Because never make the mistake of learning too many algorithms at once.
Nope.
So there's many different ways of like separating both layers and doing the last step of Ortega. So I know some tricks for that, but it doesn't really help. Like any method you use for 2x2, if you have to look for your last algorithm in between, if you have to do it basically one look at in between, then you're already lost, because that's all the time that you have to save, and save that during inspection. So whatever you do, make sure that you are able to solve it in your head in inspection, and then just execute the solves after picking up it.
The square one results, I think most of them are in now. Still a few to go, but it looks like a lot of our top seeds have already come in, and there's been a lot of shake-up going in from the round 1 seed. So Alessandro Ricci, who was our top seed going into the semi-finals, is now looking like he's going to be 3rd seed for finals. Meanwhile, Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen from Denmark, going into the semi-finals in 5th seed, but likely going into the finals in top seed. I mean, what a shake-up that is. Hassan Kanani, I think Hassan, for many people, was the fan favourite to win this competition, but coming 2nd in the first round and then seemingly 2nd again in the semi-finals.
Yeah, he's got some fierce competition. Let's see what Matteo does on this song.
He's already counting at 2.
Yeah, see, that's the pause he did in between. Like he did the first step done, but then he had to pause and look for his last algorithm. That always costs you a lot of time. Definitely try to prevent that.
Yeah, Matteo counted now, I think, a 2-2 and a 2-8, so.
Because any time you spend thinking during your solve is time you're not spending solving.
Don't think, just solve.
Exactly.
He's unfortunately counting a 3 because he also got a 1+2.
I've heard differing opinions about +2s and whether they should be different for fast events like 2x2 versus longer events like 7x7. So in like 7x7, a +2 often can be entirely negligible and not really affect your ranking or your mean that much.
That's right.
Whereas a +2 in 2x2, I mean, it's completely devastating to your average, especially if you end up counting it.
Remember when we were allowed to do feet, and that it was for a lot of people faster to just don't do the last move and just +2?
Well, I mean, if you're that bad with feet, then just I would say go ahead and do that. I think that was usually for people that average about above 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So, quite slow.
Yeah.
Especially with these new cubes.
Oh yeah.
Looks like about a 4 or 5 look solve, potentially more from Ricardo there. A 12.98 second solve.
Taking their time.
I think he thought he made a layer, but then he didn't.
There are still some results that have to be entered for square one.
Yeah, there are a few, but I think all of the top seeds, or at least most of them, are already in.
The data team must be looking forward to entering all of these 2x2 results in a minute. These rounds are only scheduled to last for 20 minutes each. Or actually, no, it's 15. No, wait, that's weird. They haven't scheduled them equally long. 15, 15, 15. Oh, no, they did. They have. No. Never mind.
No, I imagine. So
it's a bit weird.
At least at the competitions where I go to, I find 2x2 takes about 17 minutes to run. but because the schedules have to be rounded to the nearest 5 minutes, you have to put some of them at 15 and some of them at 20.
That's what was confusing me.
Mm.
But then 6x6 finals is also scheduled to be just 20 minutes because it's obviously only a mean of 3.
Yeah.
A fun fact, but I have found that 6x6 is actually quicker to run than 5x5, even though it's a bigger cube. And that's down to the format, because in 6x6 you only do 3 solves, 5x5 you're doing 5. Then with 7x7, I find that that takes about the same amount of time as 5x5.
Yeah.
As long as you've got good scramblers.
Yeah, but also like running or like walking to the solving stage takes time. So the shorter the event, the more important the walking up to the judges and getting ready.
Watching Cham from the UK solve now.
Who is
not quite sure if
that
that's
a
a +2
penalty?
for them.
I don't think it is. I'd say it's okay.
Yeah, he would have been writing longer, the judge.
Years ago, it would have been easy to see because back in the days, the competitor only had to sign if they had a penalty.
Yeah.
Now let's see how Rasmus does on 2x2. He's also very good at 2x2. Just saw him in the previous round doing, or the previous event doing square 1. Yeah, sub 2 for him. Twan looking like he's never seen a 2x2 in his life.
It's a lot of moves. Long solution.
1.67. I mean, I think that was just the face of deep concentration, trying to figure out all of the possible different solutions and figure out the best one.
Some nice commentator last layer solving.
Yeah, nice Nicholas and then flipping every single edge. It's nice to see a little bit of
old school cubing
of contrast.
Yeah.
It's always like imagine seeing the Olympics and then putting like just a random average Joe from the street next to the guys doing a 100-meter dash. Then you really get the gist of how fast these people actually are.
Yeah, going into 2x2 Group 2 now, as I think we sort of floated straight into Group 2 without realizing that it had happened. Our top seed for Group 2 is Christopher Gabriel Costilla from Romania, who is seeded 8th overall, 7th for Europe, followed by William Jensen from Sweden, seeded 13th, and then Rasmus Skub Detlefsen from Denmark in 20th, and Daniel Vil Edel from Denmark also seeded 32nd.
Judging also by the nice new metric of the average of the last 12 rounds, Christopher Gabriel Costella is also the favorite of this round with seed 12 by that metric, with an average of the last few recent rounds of the last 12 rounds of 176.
It'll be interesting to see how people do in comparison to that average of the last 12 rounds, whether people get the nerves from Euros and whether that screws up their solves, or if the adrenaline, you know, gets them going and they end up doing even better than the average of 12.
Twan taking a I thought he was taking a photograph of his score sheet, but he wasn't. Not done yet. So Twan's overall average of the last 12 rounds is 2.13. We have already seen some sub 2s from him, so.
+2.
That is it only
Yeah.
a +2, or was it like 2 moves away?
I think it was U2
It was
away.
yeah.
which of course counts as one move.
Yeah, so one move off from 1.30 takes you up to 3.30. So that singular penalty has over doubled your time.
And that's also what makes 2x2 2x2, I think.
Mm.
It's the same with clock being a DNF.
Yeah.
It makes the event.
Just solve it. Just solve it.
As a 2x2er, because it's so fast, you need to focus on speeding through it, not worrying about your alignments. But at the same time, those alignments are what could cost you a really nice time. So you've got to be balancing these almost completely contradictory goals in your head.
Well, it's nice. Like the event of 2x2 focuses very much on all those little things, right? Starting the timer, stopping the timer, aligning the cube correctly. It's a good event for that.
Glad to see yourself from Christopher Gabriel Costilla from Romania, our top seed for this group. 1.46, a bit faster actually than his average of the past 12 rounds with a 1.76, so 0.3 seconds faster. But I saw that head shake, he still wasn't happy with it, so maybe quite a good scramble, and he felt he could have done better.
Another head cam user, good for the bingo card. If you want to play the bingo at home, here's your chance to take a selfie with the TV. Not the most efficient solution. Also did a two-step solve. Still leaving two edges to be swapped at the end. Two corners to be swapped at the end.
Some nice imaginary edges on 2x2.
Well, there are edges. They're just hidden below the...
Yeah.
If you ever happen to pop a 2x2, you know what I mean.
Oh, quite a nice 1.48 there from Cham from the UK. Given their average of the past 12 rounds is in fact 2.64, that's a full second faster.
So here we have Tvan again, being judged by Perry, who flew all the way from Australia here to judge Tvan.
1.72, I think that was from Tvan there. Still faster than his mean of recent rounds.
Yeah, he's on a good way towards improving on that metric.
It's an interesting metric when you compare it to their PRs, because some people seem to be doing a lot better recently and other people a lot worse. So the people that are doing a lot worse recently, that can imply that their PR was set on a really nice scramble, whereas they might actually average a lot slower than some other people.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this new metric. I'm all for using that more in having seeds, because, I mean, the seeds are only based off your best result ever.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it can be a bit skewed, especially because it's only an average of 5. And with an event like 2x2, it's going to be very scramble based.
It also favors people who do more competitions.
Yeah,
definitely.
Some of these
scramble
people,
farming.
Some of these people will have done potentially upwards of 100 different 2x2 rounds before. So the chance of getting one lucky average in all of those 100, 200 rounds is actually quite high. Watching Daniel Adel here from Denmark, our 32nd seed. Wow. Solve was done before I could even finish my sentence there.
We hear the chime going for Group 3. That means that the people who are competing in Group 3 are now supposed to hand in their cubes.
And for me, it means I'm going to take a little break from commentating. So...
Fine, you leave us.
We're going to need some drink and some water and some food. See you around.
Yeah, Rainier, if we don't see you here at the commentary booth, we're going to see you in the Megaminx finals later today. So another reminder of our schedule today. After 8 rounds of 2x2, we're going to finish off today very strongly with 6x6 finals, Megaminx finals, clock finals, 7x7 finals, and last but not least, the famous Rubik's Nations Cup. Moving on to the next group, who do we have in this next group?
Our top seed is Yoav Dishna from Israel, seeded 5th.
I'm sure we will not see them though, because they've been competing yesterday, right? Because of religious reasons.
We've got Stefan Zajda from Poland, seeded 12th. Alvin Federsel from Austria, seeded 19th. Herman Vesterland Kalland from Norway, seeded 24th. As well as we have Daniel Karnuk set to compete. I'm not sure if he made it to this competition though.
Haven't seen him so far.
Yeah, me neither. So unfortunately there were a lot of flight delays between America and Europe going into this competition. And unfortunately a lot of the registered American competitors at this competition were not able to make it.
That means that only Stefan Zajda from Poland, currently with the metric of average of 12 of the most recent rounds of sub 2 with a 1.84 average. Is it the actual average where you disregard the worst and best rounds, or how did you calculate that?
Yes, it is actually. So you take the last 12 rounds they competed in, you take away the fastest round they did, the slowest round they did, and then average them out the 10 in the middle. So interestingly, because each of those rounds is itself an average of 5 with that measure, it's really an average of an average.
Right. Gotcha. For 2x2, we will have another round after this, so it means that this is the first round of 2x2, and then tomorrow we'll have a semi-finals before we'll get a final. So in this first round, it can happen, obviously, that some of the fast competitors get better scrambles than the others, but we assume that their skills are good enough to at least advance them into the next round. Well, they're sure to have all the same scrambles to keep things fair. But before we are jumping to the third group, we still have some solves left. For example, by Twan, 170. I mean, he does have that 3 counting. Well, it's not counting, but he already has that 3, so he must avoid any bad solves. But that 170 is sure to get him into the next one. This must also be Christopher's last solve. There was a strange pause there.
2.17.
Maybe he wasn't sure if he predicted the last case correctly.
The one thing you know, if a competitor's got their phone out and they're typing on it immediately after a solve, they're usually putting those times into a calculator and calculating their average themselves so that they know how they ended up scoring.
And more often than not, that's the case when they are trying to calculate if they've beaten their previous personal best.
I think we saw during Timofey's Megaminx European record average, he does the 5th solve, he gets out his calculator, he puts the times in and works it out. He knows that he's finally gotten European record after last round not quite getting it, and then he pumped his fist up in the air and he finally got it. Still a few more solves left in Group 2. We just watched somebody get another 2-second penalty on that solve, and they looked pretty disappointed.
Yeah, everyone who's competed, well, almost everyone who has competed probably knows what it's like to get that penalty. Only yourself to blame, obviously.
I mean, when you're having to look for the entire solution of the solve in one go in inspection, all it takes is to memorize the last move backwards, and you've incurred yourself a penalty. Somebody asked if SEED in this context is an acronym. It's not an acronym. It's just a word that symbolizes where they placed either by their personal record for the first rounds or where they placed in the previous round for any consecutive rounds.
Well, he's certainly taking his time to get ready. Sure, the stopwatch of the judge is running to see if they exceed the 30, well, the 1 minute mark. Taking a multitude of the time it takes to solve the puzzle to get ready.
I mean, if you're taking a minute to get ready and you can solve it in something like 1 or 2 seconds, it's such an interesting ratio.
Maybe they should, you know, decrease that 1 minute time a little bit. A minute is quite a while. Not a very nice solution there. Oh, is there some debate about the stopping and the starting? Looks like it. Eventually, a delegate must decide on that.
There are quite a few rules about how you must start and stop the timer.
Yeah, I also get the feeling that most judges, well, maybe not here, but at usual competitions, the judges don't really enforce it enough. I think as well, if like, imagine you're like a 9-year-old kid, you're at your first competition and you see like, I don't know, some guy in his 30s or 20s or whatever solving, and then he's like, well, I'm not really sure they started or stopped correctly. I mean, you can imagine you're a little bit hesitant to call them out on that. Like maybe they've touched the cube while stopping the timer or whatever. It's also a very hard thing to judge.
So you have to start with your fingers on the timer pads. You have to wait for the yellow light because it actually takes half a second for the timer to begin after you put your hands on it. So often people get caught out by that. They'll sort of briefly touch the timer, but if you don't hold it down long enough, it won't start. You also have to have your palms flat, so not curled up too much. And you got it sort of almost entirely with your fingers, so as opposed to starting with your hands. Because if you start with your hands, your palms on the timer, then that makes it a lot easier for your fingers to come up and grab the cube quicker.
But especially on these new timers with bigger pads, it's hard to like. There's many people that definitely start with at least part of their palms touching the pad. So that's the first part. It's where it's not entirely clear what is correct.
I think
and
that's
what's
where it
not.
falls into a bit of a grey area. And I think historically, the regulations committee have ruled in a sort of more lenient way in terms of a little bit of the palm or so on.
So and then the second thing you mentioned with your the palms, you have to be flat, right? But what is flat? Is palms facing down?
Yep.
Oh, it's just facing down. Facing down is facing down, no matter how curled up it is. I mean, this is facing up, this is facing down.
I mean, if they completely curl over, then they're sort of facing down. But at what point is it sort of in the in-between state?
Well, if you would translate that to badminton, you have to do a serve with your racket facing down. But that's being explained in the actual rules. Like, it must only facing down like 1 degree away from horizontal. That's already facing down. So it doesn't mean like you have to be like completely vertical.
I think that's definitely a place that the regulations could be clarified to be a little bit clearer than they
If
are.
only there were some guidelines. Maybe it is actually explained in the guidelines. I'm not a delegate, so I don't really have to know that. Although, I mean, obviously the judge has to know, but if you're not sure, you're always encouraged to ask your delegate.
Another rule, you can't start the timer touching the puzzle. You could only be touching it for that split second while it's falling. Definitely a lot of ambiguity and grey area with timer starts and timer stops. And I think there's historically been a lot of controversy on that topic.
We can ask some of our other delegate commentators on that, on their opinions. I mean, other delegate opinions. We can also ask. I mean, we can also ask Sean and OJ to have a nice discussion, and I'll head out then.
So a 1.42 there, but with a +2 second penalty, so that will count as a 3.42 second serve for that person. Do you happen to know if Stefan Zeider is related to Theodor Zeider? Or just the same last name?
Not really sure how common that last name is. Another penalty, even close to being 2 moves away from being solved, which would be a DNF.
I think Theodor Zeider, fan favourite coming up in Group 6. Of course, the world record single holder with a .43 second solve last November.
He'll be in Group 6.
Yep, seeded 3rd overall, 2nd in Europe, but also 3rd by the metric of the last 12 averages, so seemingly quite consistent solver. But also at his first ever European Championship, so especially in an event like this where it counts so much to turn quickly and you've not got any margin for error in a short event like this.
.957 seems to at least have fun, which is obviously the main goal here for all of us today and tomorrow.
Have you had fun this weekend, Eric?
Sure. It's always fun to see some paces that you haven't seen over, for some it's 12 months, or for some it's even been 2 years. Yeah, I mean that's always the main thing about cubing that has kept me going for 19 years already.
Wow.
I mean it's just such a tight community with like-minded people with similar interests, and it's always nice to have, I mean, this family to go back to every time you come to a competition.
You've got your 20th anniversary of cubing coming up next year then,
That's right. It should be in October.
October. Are you planning to go to the World Championships in Seattle next year?
Why not?
Why not? Huh?
Why not? I mean, I've competed in the U.S. before, although it was a very short experience because we had to leave for the airport after the first round.
Wow.
Still was glad to, get that one in,
Mhm.
gathering new countries, but I haven't been to much of the U.S. so far. We've only been traveling in the east side the northeast side for that period.
Do you have any plans to celebrate your 20th anniversary?
We were having some rough plans of organizing a competition.
Ah.
Um,
Where would that be?
maybe in the vicinity of where I live, in the area of Cologne. And then we already have a badminton match with Sean. So I'm sure I'll try to get one of the badminton halls in my vicinity to host it. Would be cool. I still have some timers at home, so we can use those. If Sean comes, we already have a delegate. So it would be a cool thing.
That sounds really nice.
Maybe have it like a little bit smaller. Why not?
I mean, you're one of the oldest WCA IDs that's still active.
That's true, but there are some people that are at least like as old, like judging from their ID.
Yeah, there's Ron van Bruggen from the Netherlands.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see Ron, retiring from cubing anytime soon. So he'll be one big step ahead of me at all times. Istvan still going strong, obviously, as well. And then there are some other 2005ers. I think Tim Reynolds as well. I don't see him stopping with cubing anytime soon. I'm looking forward to see if Guus will still continue to compete. I'm not sure if he's competed in a while. Guus Razu-Schulz, obviously one of the finalists at the very first World Championships.
Yeah, back in 1982.
Let's see when the last time was he has competed. It's in 2013, so that's a while ago.
But even still, I mean, that's 30 years of cubing competitions.
How about Lars? Lars Petrus. He's the one with an 82 ID who's been competing most recently. So he also competed in 2013, just like Guus, but then he did go to a competition last year.
Wow, so 2023 from 1982. Wow, that's 41 years then.
How about Jessica? No, she's only been to a competition in 2007.
Had a bit of discussion in the chat. Random Slow Cuba asks, Eleanor, did you bring any Scottish water with you to Euros?
What is Scottish water?
So Scottish water is the best kind of water.
Because it's Scottish.
Well, it's so much tastier than any water you can find anywhere else. Comes direct from Scotland. All of Scotland's water is provided within Scotland. And in fact, did you know that there is more water in the Loch Ness alone in Scotland than there is in the entirety of England? Fresh water.
I did not know that. That is an interesting fact.
So yeah. Great. We've just got a brief sponsor advertisement from Rubik, so we'll be back shortly after that.
All right. Seems we are still back. We're still on.
We caught I think it was about a 1.33
From Rasmus.
Rasmus
Yeah.
there.
So is it safe to say that all of the drinking water in Scotland is surface water?
I'm not quite sure actually, but it is very delicious. And I'm quite missing it here in Spain. It doesn't taste the same.
It is a little bit chlorinated for safety reasons here.
But anyway, to answer that question, did I bring any? I did not. I had to tip away all of my delicious Scottish water when I got to the airport.
Imagine using all of your checked luggage just to bring water. So here's a familiar face. We haven't seen him in a few groups, but he is back on the green stage. It's Timofey.
So Timofey seeded, wow, 1.16 from Timofey. That's incredible. Sorry, so as I was saying, he's seeded 34th, but by the average of recent rounds, he seeded 19th.
That's interesting. Has he even got 12 representative averages? Because he hasn't been to that many competitions in the last few months.
So Timofey is actually at his 9th competition this weekend, which is pretty incredible. I think he's done just over 12 averages in his entire cubing career.
So for him, it would be like a better metric to get the average of the last 5 averages.
Yeah, so that average of 12 is in fact taking him back to his 2nd competition. Wow. We are looking at Olaf Kuzminski right now from Poland, our 12th seed.
Very long solution. Didn't seem to one-step that one.
Yeah, 3.12 at this level is definitely not what you're going to be wanting.
Another familiar face on the left and on the right. Tommy with a 151. Almost +2ing, but it's still safe. So yeah, chat, hello. How are you doing? Where are you watching from? What are you excited to see? Do you have any questions? Any remarks? Anyone here you want to say hi to? Let's see Timofey for his 2nd attempt. .203, not the best. Watching from Nigeria, how about organizing a competition in Nigeria?
There are actually some competitions in Nigeria. There's in fact a recent cubing YouTuber who's emerged from Nigeria who's getting quite a lot of traction.
Nice. It's one of the continents I haven't been to yet. Would be cool. How did it feel breaking a world record? Well, that's obviously a nice feeling. Although it's one I've almost forgotten because it was so long ago. So Olaf with 175 next to Kevin, about to start his solve. $184. Another question, how many days is Euros? Well, it's 4 days of competition. but I'm very sure that the setup of the venue here has been at least 2 days of work also, and then obviously many weeks and months of preparation before that. But the actual Euros, it's 4 days, as most of the big competitions are nowadays. Even Dutch Nationals is going to be a 3-day competition in November.
I think a lot of national competitions these days are becoming 3-day events.
The question, will WCA organize competition in India? Well, you have to know that the WCA itself doesn't really organize the competitions. They officiate it, basically. So if you are a cuber from anywhere in the world and you want to organize a competition, just go ahead. All you need is a delegate to basically make sure that everything goes according to the regs, and you're good to go. Indeed, the Nations Cup is scheduled to start at 19 o'clock, that's 7 p.m., or in other words, in 3 hours from now, or a little bit less than 3 hours from now. I'm sure it's going to start on time, just as this whole competition has been very punctual.
Robert DeCosta says, Eleanor, enjoying your expert commentary. Thank you very much, Robert. Who are your predictions for the 2x2 podium? Very interesting question, and I think no matter what I say, I'm going to be completely wrong, because that's the nature of 2x2.
Definitely.
It reminds me, I think I said this yesterday, but of Pyraminx at the World Championships last year. We had Leaky Lee come out and come third in Pyraminx out of nowhere. Name wasn't even on the radar before the competition, suddenly coming and podium at the World Championships. And that is how these short events are, because there's such little in it between even first place and 10th place, sometimes, or even usually sheer fractions of a second, that it could basically be anyone's game. I think we're looking at Alexei Tsitkov right now, solving. Alexei will definitely be the one to look out for in this group. Seeded 4th for Europe, but 2nd by the metric of recent rounds. Juliette Sebastian now, seeded 31st.
I think that's a +2.
.52 there from Timofey Tarasienko from Russia.
So a question in the chat was if I'm ever going to do my big blind means. I don't really see that happening in the near future. I was very, very happy to get the last event, that's 5 blind. A success, I think, what was that, in 2000, I don't know, 19? I was so happy when when I took off the blindfold, and it took like 35 minutes. So I have to be improving a lot before that will ever happen again.
Olaf Kazminski on right now from Poland, seeded 11th but 9th for recent averages. Let's see how he does.
Yes, you're totally right, person in the chat. Eric Kasperek didn't make clock finals. That's a very, very big surprise. The favorite for the win.
Neither did Zane or Tommy, they said as well.
Yeah.
That's really, really interesting.
Clock was absolutely crazy. I mean, the second round already. So many people dropping out, and it's so close.
Tommy Cherry, of course, our reigning world champion in clock. I mean, him not making finals, that really is something.
Well, and blindfold. So clock round 2 was solved by Niklas Assen Eliassen from Norway with an average of 328. Check all of the live results at live.worldcubeassociation.org. Hello, Sean. What are you sneaking about? Looking for something to do. Didn't we give you enough tasks then?
Well, I have been very busy.
Doing, did you do the spotting?
Yeah, I was in a little bit of spotting. I ended up with other jobs as well.
Tommy,
Oh, Tommy.
plus 2ing out of an otherwise strong solve.
Did we see, it was an incident, Tommy had an incident or something, called the delegate over earlier, I think. I'm not sure what it was. It may have been just a +2 call. I'm not sure.
About starting and stopping, was that him?
I have no idea. Oh,
we saw some
just hit their head on a camera.
We saw some incident about someone stopping and starting. I'm not really sure what that was about.
There was one issue where the judge lifted the cover off too early, and it was caught on stream. So then I went and had to sort it out because
right.
It was long enough that it was justified.
What was your opinion on this starting the timer thing? Because it says you have to start the timer with your fingers. Can the palms touch the sensors as well?
I think it's very tricky. I think what we have seen recently, there has been no fingers touching the timer, and it's been started with all palm. At the point the timer is started, it's all palm. The competitors place their fingers down, and they move their hands forward before lifting them. I think once the pad of the timer is at least 50% finger, it should be okay. But I think frame-by-frame analysis should be allowed.
It should be a little bit more clearly phrased, maybe.
Yeah.
Because you can like slide and then take the puzzle and then pick it up.
I think we don't say the S word around here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely going to be an issue and it has to be fixed.
All right.
But it's a very delicate matter, I think, because either way, some people are going to be unhappy with the resolution.
Yeah. Either way, I can only recommend everyone doing solves officially to stop and start clearly with your fingers only, stopping with your fingers only cleanly.
It's the only way to ensure that you're not going to get a penalty applied.
Exactly. Why risk it?
Exactly.
I don't think we gave you the proper introduction you deserved there. So we're joined by the wonderful Sean O'Toole from Ireland.
Thank you. I am the wonderful Sean O'Toole from Ireland. It's been a good day. I'm very tired, but I'm having a lot of fun.
Well, there's still a lot of work for you to be done.
Yeah, always. I hope to be here for some of the finals later on today, so I can cheer on my good friend Kieran from the commentary booth.
Cheering on Kieran.
Cheer on Kieran.
Wow. Someone clipped
I
that.
just did that. I just did that on a broadcast for how many hundred people?
Someone clipped that.
That's really unfortunate. Oh. That's here. So next group we have Alexei Svetkov. No?
No, he was.
Oh, he's currently.
We just had him.
Oh, nice. So group 5 is Anthony Stoyek, Luke Burns, James Alonso, Andre Che. They're the main ones.
When is my boy Anthony scheduled to compete?
Anthony's
Group 7, I think, or
Group
maybe
7.
group 8.
Yeah, no, he's in group 7.
And then Theodore might be group 8 or 9. I don't know. I was having a look earlier on today.
focusing in on Group 5, which is coming up next. Anthony Stoyek, I mean, that's European ranked 3rd. Pretty good. But also his first ever Euros, exactly.
We're so in sync.
I know, I know.
Just having a quick glance at the new metric that we have. Have you seen that already, Sean?
What's this?
The new metric which Eleanor has
Is this the difference
implemented.
in...
It's the average of your last 12 averages.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
When did you implement that?
I did it this morning. So for the fast...
That's what you were doing this morning?
Yeah, that's what I
Yes.
was doing this
Okay.
morning. So for fast events, your PR average isn't necessarily indicative of how fast you are.
Of course.
Because it's so dependent on factors like luck and the scrambles. Whereas a metric like average of last 12 rounds,
100%.
that's factoring
very
in
good, yeah.
60 different solves. That's a great indicator of
Yeah.
how you're sort of averaging nowadays.
It's interesting to see, though, that the people with a very high, well, very low seed, so a high position, their average of 12 has actually been very good. So I just had a quick glance at my boy Anthony, who recently got a sub-1 average. But his mean average of 12 of the most recent rounds is also very, very good with 148. So in this case, it's definitely not a coincidence.
That's very cool.
Looking forward to seeing from Anthony Patarakis, not Anthony Stoyek, Anthony Pakarakis in Group 7, won 2x2 in 2022, won 2x2 in 2018, second in 2016. I mean, that makes him reigning champion for the past 6 years.
Also won 2x2 in World Championships 2017 and came second in 2019.
I mean, this is somebody at the top of their game. And I mean, talking of top of their game, you certainly caught his most recent average last weekend.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, I think it's hard to miss. It was probably the most talked about results of that weekend.
Exactly.
And there was a lot of good results that weekend. But I think what's so great about watching Anthony solve is that when he reacts, he gives such a great reaction.
Yeah.
And he's such a good one for the crowd.
It's a very extrovert person. You can really see on the outside what's going on the inside.
Absolutely. We have James Alonso here on the left, 198. He looks somewhat unhappy with that.
It's probably kind of hard to gauge what you need to do when you're competing at this moment with this big group of people, all capable of doing sub-2 averages at any point in time.
Yeah, I mean, also, it's harder with the earlier groups because they're getting different scrambles and different waves, but the scramble sets make a massive difference also. So there might be one particular group where the fastest people in the world do a little bit slower than what they would have because they got worse scrambles than the group beforehand that aren't necessarily better.
Exactly. Yeah, we just talked about that as well. But of course, it shouldn't really matter which scramble set you get.
Anyone
you should still be able to make the next round.
Anyone that's going to be in the final is going to be more than comfortable getting through on any scramble set in this round.
Indeed, that's part of the task that you have to do.
So I have an interesting proposal that I heard from Timon, and he thinks that for these short events, average of 5 isn't a very good metric for measuring your skill level because of the same factors we talked about, like luck and random chance. So he proposes that, especially at major championships, we use a wider format, like average
Average
of
12.
12 or average of, I don't know, 25. And then you've got more solves. You get to see Eric does not seem very happy with that suggestion. Eric.
I think average of 25, especially for something like 3x3, might be a bit much. But average of 12 for 3x3, I think would be a very good
Eric, what do you?
separator.
The thing is, you know, we'll have so many rounds. We have so many results. How many scrambles? We just heard like 1,100 cubes are being scrambled for multi-blind. We have to make.
Wow.
We have to make some, you know, we have to set some boundaries. I'm all for, you know, exploring these things, but then first we have to like maybe like take a step back and then look forward again.
I think it can be frustrating as a top competitor that doesn't podium because, or you feel you don't podium because you got 5 end perms, right?
No, I get that.
But also, it's very not entertaining, makes it sound a bit more, but it's very interesting as the viewer seeing something like an upset win as well. So it is part of it also. And the more cases these cubers know and the more efficient they can practice to be for last layer cases in particular for 3x3 is where the people claim the luck comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the event, right? You can run into very different situations with easy scrambles, hard scrambles. You just have to be prepared for anything. It's the nature of the puzzle.
Exactly.
There's high fluctuation, and it's part of the task that you have to do. I mean, to live up to that fluctuation and make sure to get the best out of any situation. That's why we have an average of 5. It's I think it's even rare if you compare it to any other sport where you only have 1 attempt, and that's your result. That's it.
Yeah.
If you have a 100-meter dash, you only run it once, right? I mean,
yeah, fair. Yeah.
There's certain rounds as well. Like you have like first round, second round, and that's there as well. But
fair enough.
Or swimming, it's the same. But you can only do it once. Obviously, the task is the same every time, but the same goes for these finals, the semifinals. Everyone has the same scrambles. So why do we even need a finals if they already have the same result in the finals? So no, I get where they're coming from, but
somebody in the chat summarized your position as Eric says, "Just suck it up."
It's a very rough way of saying it, but yeah.
One might say, "Womp womp." is the correct response there.
I knew Sean was going to say that at some point.
I had to fit it in at some point during the week.
Yeah.
Anthony Stoyak, seed 4, 6th in the world for average ranking. We have Andrzej Che and Magdalena Pabisz. Starting off.
Oh, Andre giving himself a very nice wiper there.
+2 for Magdalena.
Quentin Revolt with a 2.6.
Hey, there we have Diego, our own commentary colleague.
Diego seeded 38th. Do you know how many get through to round 2?
Is it 1 or 200? It's
No, it's either 100 or 125.
Yeah.
There's 2 groups tomorrow, so 100 per group.
Then it must be more. Then it must be more.
I can check now.
Yeah. Please do.
I would think that a lot, or it would be very tricky as a top player right now not to make it through to the next round. But sometimes tragic things happen, and sometimes you get a DNF, and then you get a bad solve, and then that bad solve counts because the DNF is the worst solve.
Definitely, that's part of it. That's definitely part of it.
That is what happened to Tommy Cherry in the clock semi-finals. He got 1 DNF, which counted as his worst time. He had, I think, 3 3-second solves, but then 1 extra 8-second solve.
Oh.
Then the 8-second solves gets carried into your average, brings it up by several seconds, and suddenly you're out of finals.
I think we had a lot of that in clock. It wasn't just Tommy. There was at least 7 or 8 top competitors that didn't make it through. I've just checked. It's top 250 to round 2. So it's quite a lot.
2 UK competitors on screen right now. Jay Sloan on the left, Luke Burns on the right. So 2.45 from Jay. Not her best solve, and she didn't look especially happy with it. Luke Burns, I think on the same scramble, 1.52, so over a second faster.
I mean, Luke Burns is known as to be a machine for a 2x2.
I mean, I think Luke Burns is a machine generally.
That's true.
Every event he seems to get into, he does insanely well in.
Magdalena and Andre again beside each other.
No.
309 for Magdalena.
Let's hope for her that that one is her worst.
Well, she got a +2 in her last solve, so.
Oh, yeah, you're totally right.
It's probably going to be counting.
Ah, well, some two solves.
Shay with a. Ooh.
Another. Andre messed up the previous solve as well when he did that wipe arm.
Yeah, so a few poor solves for Magdalena and Andre. Do you have any hot takes as to who's going to win 2x2?
I see this isn't precisely a particular person, but I think somebody outside of the top 15 seeds will podium in 2x2. That's my hot take. So maybe someone like 19th seed will come out of nowhere and come third.
That happened in OH last year.
Yeah.
In last time in Euros, the 20th seed won.
Wow.
So the person who only just made it through to finals won. That's my new favorite fun fact. I learned that yesterday.
That is funny. That is funny. Wasn't it the same case last year with one hand? No, last Euros with one-handed.
That was what I just said.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought you were. No, it's not 2x2. No. See, I wasn't listening to you, John.
Think of all the great information you could learn.
I mean, it's you're talking so much throughout the whole day that at some point, you're bound to miss something.
Touché.
No, all kidding aside, I'm really excited to have you on board this year.
I'm loving it. I'm having a great time.
It's a great draft.
I think we've had a great team this year. Lots of very diverse knowledge of cubing among everyone. So lots of specialists in different events. Lots of people who are all-rounders or know just enough about events to teach people some more stuff. And lots of people that know not very much about events. They can sit down during it and learn from the expert as well.
I feel a little called out there, Sean.
No. I'm saying that, I mean, you know a lot more about Square One than I do. And you certainly, the only thing I know about is clock, right? And I absolutely loved sitting down with the much faster cubers and just learning about what event they like. I loved speaking with Diego about one-handed.
I mean, speaking of Diego.
Here he is.
Here he is on stream.
Yeah. Wow. It's almost like you planned it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Diego with his taped fingers.
Do you know what happened there?
Yeah, there was some physical issues. Not very nice. We can ask him.
Yeah, I don't know.
That when he gets back again.
He fist bumped too hard. Jay Sloan with the 176. Andre Che with a 209.
Yeah, I saw Andre slight slip in the middle there. I think it could have been a high one, maybe a 1.7, 1.8 without that.
Jan Bentlager.
Next to Magnus Lensch, who also misplanned his solve. Jan Bentlager, I think he had a 24 mean at fewest moves.
Yeah.
James Alonso and Luke Burns.
Jan Bentlager, European record mean for FMC, which got tied yesterday. Top seed going into fewest moves, but not even podiuming.
No, he started off very poorly with a 27.
A 24, and then wasn't able to catch himself back with a 22 on the third solve.
You see Marc Dulemont doing some camera-related work there, I think.
Yeah, he's been on top of things, hasn't he?
Luke Burns not too happy with the 262.
Let's see if Magda can salvage her average somewhat.
I see a lot of cubers using the GAN 2x2 for those who are asking in the chat.
Any particular GAN cube?
I don't know. I see a lot of GAN logos at the comps that I run. The MGC is apparently quite good. The Diane, apparently also. It's a Tengen V2 or something. That's the one I used for a while.
I've heard that one of the better cubes on the market right now is the GAN 25M. They have the Pro version and the Leap version, but on the pricier side.
Oh, Andre with his sub 1. There we go.
There we go. Bit of smiles about that.
Haven't seen many sub 1s
Yeah,
so far.
I think this is the first sub one I've actually viewed.
There was a lot in the first group. There was a lot in the first group because there was some silly scrambles, I think.
I think in group 1 or 2 I've seen.
Group 1 there was a few on Solve 4.
Yeah.
I think. There was a 0.8. Juan Dulemon got a 0.8, I think.
Huh.
Yeah, a 0.85. Rasmus got a 0.81. Alvin Fertzel, 0.98. A few sub ones so far. I expect we'll see some more once we get Anthony and Zane in the picture.
Watching Magnus Lynch. Ooh, one flat, and he
almost
shaves his head.
Chocolate.
We do chocolate differently.
You do chocolate differently?
It's three consecutive
consecutive decimals?
Not consecutive decimals,
Oh, yeah,
like
the
same decimals,
yeah.
so like 999. It's hard to see on this one, we don't know because we only have 2 decimal places on these displays. There we go, 0.97.
Another sub 1.
Must be a really good scramble.
It must be the same scramble, yeah.
Luke Burns trying it now. Luke Burns, one of the best 2x2ers in the UK, if not the best.
Let's see what he can do then.
Yeah.
Ooh, a bit lucky.
A fun fact about Luke Burns, he's the 3rd cuber ever to get sub 1 2x2 average potential. So that's where after your 4th solve, the best average you can get is under 1 second. He was the 3rd person to ever get that.
What were the times, you know? Was it close or was it
No, it was more on a technicality because he got 2 very good solves.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
the one counting good solve is bringing it down.
Yeah, okay. That's mainly what I was asking.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a 0.98, a 0.98 and a... There's Mark again. Looks like chatting with a delegate about one of his solves.
How does he also find the time to compete?
I have no idea because he's literally never stops. He's running around the whole time.
Such a workaholic.
It's crazy. The only time I see him sitting down is when he's
when he's solving.
When he's solving, or he's on the radio telling the camera people where to put the cameras.
So that means that he's sitting all the time because he's basically doing that non-stop.
Didn't quite catch the time there, but somebody was very happy with that solve.
I think it was
a
1 point something.
Yeah.
1.6 or 1.63 or 1.36, I believe, but I'm not entirely sure.
Did they just put a call for the next group?
They did.
Oh, I'm in that group. I'm going to go.
It was lovely talking with you, Sean.
I'm sure I'll be back later, hopefully, for some finals. If we have Kieran on stream, I would love to be here.
Was tied with Yi Heng Wang for most sub 1 BPA.
Possibilities.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is group 6 then already, possibly, because this is Theodor Zeider, if I'm not mistaken. Seed 2 overall. Well, no, seed 2 of Europe and seed 3 overall. The mean of the last 12 official averages is 141.
Which places him 3rd for that metric.
Indeed.
So for anybody that is not aware, Theodor Zeider is the present world record 2x2 single holder with 0.43 seconds. So that's not only the fastest time in 2x2, but that's actually the fastest time for any puzzle within the WCA to be solved.
It's even faster than Magic back in the days. Wasn't that 0.68 or something? I believe so. Magic obviously one of the side events that you can compete in at this competition.
Yeah, I find it really interesting that they're holding some unofficial events over in the corner. They've got team blindfolded, so you have two people solving the cube. The person actually solving it is blindfolded, and they have to get guided by another person who can see the cube. We've also got Magic, Master Magic, which used to be WCA events, but got removed from the WCA.
Exactly. Obviously, they were not really scrambled, so I think one of the main reasons was that it was not really a puzzle that was being solved. It's just basically we're doing a trick over and over.
Yeah, and that's what differentiates cubing from events like that, because with cubing, every scramble is different. You never know what you're going to get. You can get easy scrambles, hard scrambles, but when everything is the absolute same, it's not the case. Cube drop there for a 2.56.
Some other events that we had unofficially were two-handed, one-handed solving. No, two-handed. How was it phrased? You had two solves. You had to solve two cubes with only one hand, and like one hand, like one right-handed and one left-handed. There we go. That was interesting. And then also linear fewest moves, where you have to solve a cube in the fewest moves, but there's no take-backsies.
So solve 2 from Theodor Zyder. Do you remember what he got on the first solve, Eric?
1.45, if I'm not mistaken.
So a 1.58 there for Theodor.
Meanwhile, we're joined by Diego.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Hello, everyone. So I just finished 2x2. I started with a DNF, which is extremely unlucky. I missed one looked. So I decided to execute every other solve extremely safely. Even the last one, which was extremely easy.
Was that the one that we saw people getting sub 1 second solves? Or?
Yeah, I did 1.2 on that one. So I think I have a 2.0 or 2.1 average, which is more than enough to qualify.
Very good.
It's really difficult going into an average when your first solve is a DNF.
Yeah.
Because all you need is a bad solve or another DNF, and that will count towards your average. It could either bring it very high, in which case you might not get through to the next round, or if it's another DNF, then it's a DNF average, and then you're guaranteed to not go through to the next round.
That's why I specifically trained average of 5, starting with a DNF at home. Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And in more than 80% of the case, I can get a sub 2 average, which is pretty okay. But this time, there was no need for that. I knew that a mid 2 will be enough to qualify, so.
Very good. We were wondering, or what was with your bandaged fingers? Can you explain what happened to your fingers?
A year ago, I turned my pulley while climbing, and since then, my fingers are pretty weak, and when I cube too much, I feel like a little pain.
So, climbing injury then?
Yeah.
I've definitely heard of a few different top-level cubers who've had finger-related injuries and have had to...
Yeah, just like Lucas Etter, for example.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's the most famous example.
Yeah.
So Lucas Etter, former world record holder for 3x3.
And 2x2.
And 2x2. And then got diagnosed with childhood arthritis in his fingers.
Exactly.
So he took a break from cubing for a few years. He's come back in the last year or so, but not competitively and not to the same level that he was before.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. The graphics have been updated. This is indeed group 6 of 2x2, group 6 out of 8. So coming to an end, but wasn't Theodor?
Theodor
No,
2.1
this is correct.
Theodor.
This is correct.
Theodor, one of the youngest top-class cubers in the world, really.
The youngest cuber to ever break a world record.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure how old he actually is.
He's 8.
8.
Yeah.
incredible. It really, really is amazing to be performing at this high of a level at such a young age.
Yeah. But we saw that at the previous World Championship with the Chinese kids that were extremely fast at, for example, Ziyu Ye, who won the 2x2 World Champion title, and Li Qile, who podium in 2x2 and in Pyraminx.
On the left side, we have Lorenzo Mauro from Italy. He's been around a little bit longer than Theodore. You can already tell by his shirt, 2018. But I think he's been cubing for longer than that.
I think he's mentally preparing himself for the solve, getting himself in the zone. Because you have to be on your A game in 2x2, especially.
I think there are a lot of cubers that can improve on that perspective.
Yeah, definitely.
I think a good example of someone who did it really well was last weekend at NHMs. Luke Greiser in the finals. You could really see him taking his time, doing his exercises, and well, it definitely worked for him.
I think cubing is increasingly becoming a younger person's game. A decade or two ago, you would have seen it sort of people in their late teens, some in their 20s. But nowadays, we're seeing these fast results from people who are 8 years old. Yiheng Wang, who I'm not quite sure how old he is, probably about...
He's 11.
11, I know. So really young, but when you're younger, you've got the brain plasticity.
Yeah, exactly.
You have the free time as well to practice.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, Eric, you probably experienced that. I mean, sort of aging through as a cuber.
Well, I started when I was 16, so I haven't been to that phase that Yiheng and these other young top cubers are going through. I always had things to do on the side. I'm not really sure how it is for competitors from that age groups.
Have you felt like you've had less time to devote to cubing as you've gotten older?
Well, yeah, I do. Especially now, with even more responsibilities. But I do regret not getting into cubing at a younger age, because starting with 16, obviously, there's only so much that you can achieve. And those fast, flexible fingers, I mean, they were gone before I started. But it's nice to see people like Felix Zemdek still be able to perform on a high level, even in like 30 years plus.
Yeah.
Coming up like for a couple of the top cubers.
But I mean, it really depends on the event, I think.
Yeah. I mean, you can always get into multi-blind and FMC and things like that. But for the really fast finger events, like 2x2, like Pyraminx, Cube.
And even 3x3, I would say.
Even 3x3, yeah, definitely.
So Theodore's 1.25 solve there, his best solve of the 4 so far. That means that he's now counting that 1.45 and 1.58.
Yeah, it looks like he will probably not be the top contender for this first round currently.
I mean, he has a 1.4 and 1.5, can't he?
Yeah, he has a 1.43 second best possible average, which is 1/20th of a second faster than our present top seed of the previous rounds.
So far at the top we have Rasmus Deadliften, 148, but shared with Pep Eden with also 148.
But Rasmus beats Pep on single because Rasmus got a 0.81 single, whereas Pep's best was only 1.14.
Weren't they in the same group? I think they were in the same group.
Potentially.
It's an easy way to check. No, in fact they were not.
Oh.
Okay, so
Emanuel Leonid Müller.
1.50.
He is very happy with that. I've seen some other sub 2s from him, so maybe he already knows what his average.
Emmanuel actually has a PR single of 0.52, which is Germany's national record single, just a few hundredths of a second slower than the world record single. I mean, that's how tight it is.
That's super tight.
At the top level. So he is ranked 5th in Europe with that single.
Let's see how Mauro does his next solve here on the top right. .188.
With an 8-move CLR, I think it's pretty slow, to be honest.
Sure.
I think we just saw from Nicola Mazza there from Italy. I think that was a 2.02. He sort of clutched the air in frustration after that.
I mean, it's enough to qualify. He shouldn't be frustrated.
I mean, that's what this first round is all about.
Yeah.
I mean, that
you don't need to take unnecessary risks, you know?
It might not be the same perspective for some of these competitors. Like, I mean, if you are, you know, a bit more experienced and a little bit older, maybe you're seeing it like a little bit more balanced, and you're like, okay, well, first round, let's just see, let's get through to his.
Yeah.
Just, I mean,
Totally.
a good horse only jumps as high as it needs to, you know. But I mean, some of these younger competitors, maybe they do want to use that opportunity to bust out a PR average, even though it's not really necessary.
Yeah.
I mean, there are pros and cons to going into the semi-finals with a higher seed, because on the one hand, it's a huge confidence boost that you did well in the last round, but on the other hand, you've now got expectations to live up to. You're sat, especially for the seeded finals, you're sat directly at the front. Everybody's looking at you. The pressure is on. So in some sense, it might be better to go into the finals ranked slightly lower, takes the pressure off a bit, and then you can come out of nowhere, grab yourself that podium or that win.
That's exactly what I did like 2 years ago.
That's Lorenzo, yeah.
Lorenzo Mauro from Italy.
He's usually just called Mauro by his countrymen, I believe.
What's interesting about Lorenzo is that his personal record average is so close to his personal record single. His personal record average is 1.51, his single just 1.21.
Oh, really?
That's 0.3 seconds between them. It's so tight. And you can even see it in his rankings. So in the world, for average, he's ranked 121st, but for single, just 1,216th. So that's about 10 times better, his average, than his single. That's crazy.
You know, in 2020, I did 1.68 average, which was ranked 60 in the world at that time.
60th.
And yeah. And then I had 1.52 single, which was ranked like, I don't know, maybe 2,000 in the world.
Isn't it for 2x2 a little bit different? Because if you always do your method, you know, always make your face and then, you know, doing your algorithm, then the expected time is always roughly the same. Opposed to if you really have like these really short solutions, like 5 movers, you really have to see the complete solution.
Yeah.
So that's a different perspective. So if you're just not really that good in finding like a 5-move solution instantly without, you know, watching which method you use, then it's obviously logical then that your times are always roughly the same.
Yeah, you're right. However, I still think that when you have a 1.5 average, you are still able to see like 5 or 6 move solution.
And a lot of top cubers practice the 4 movers, the 5 movers, maybe some 6
Yeah,
movers
because they're
specifically.
waiting that scramble. Because every top cuber can beat open 4-3 in a 4 mover. Yeah, like Anthony can go sub open 3 on a 4 mover, so.
So 4 movers is the absolute lowest amount of moves that a 2x2 scramble can be, but they are really rare. I can't remember when the most recent one was. Many cubers can go their whole cubing career and never end up with a 4-move scramble.
Yeah.
But if you do get it and you pull it off right, like you said, that could be world record.
Yeah, yeah.
See,
Totally.
I'm using this other website to see what the distribution is. Should have it.
And we are back. We were just talking about 4 movers, 5 movers. So Diego, what's the lowest amount of moves you think you've ever gotten in one of your averages?
It was a 5 mover in Italy, but it was extremely difficult to execute, so I think I did 0.8, something like that, 0.89. It has 2 double move, which isn't great.
So according to Jaap's puzzle page, there are 534 positions which can be solved in 4 moves, and then out of a total of, I'm not sure if he had, if these are like the complete ones or like with mirrors and inverses.
So that makes it a 0.015% chance you're getting a 4 mover. I mean, that's about 1 in, I think, about 10,000.
It's ridiculous.
But
which is like a last layer skip, right?
I think it's probably on that magnitude.
Yeah. It's not the
I think
most far-fetched.
A last layer skip is 1 out of approximately 3,000, I would say. I don't know.
I don't know. But then, obviously, for a 4 mover, the difficulty that comes added to it is that you have to see it.
I would hate to be the person who gets that 1 in 10,000 scramble.
Oh, yeah. And
has a terrible solution. I get, you know, a Y perm at the end, and I go to speak to other people about it, and I get told that it's a 4 mover.
And fun fact, I think there was a comp in either Italy or Switzerland, like 6 or 7 years ago, where the first scramble of the first run of 2x2 was a 4 mover, so which means that people who were attending their first competition at that time got a 4 mover on their very first solve.
And you're never beating that, really.
Yeah.
Imagine going to your first competition. You could average something like 5 seconds, and you can get a 4 mover and get potentially 1-2 seconds. That'd be probably your best ever solve.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, we were previously talking about whether you should start out with Ortega or CLL. Well, from that perspective, it's much better to start off with CLL because if you just make the layer, I mean,
yeah, that's true.
It's probably already solved.
However, it is technically better to start with EG1 than CLL because you have more possibilities for the first phase.
Yeah, I knew somebody at a UK competition who was averaging about 5-6 seconds. They got a 5 mover, got a 1.65 on it.
Yeah.
And they were the only person in their group to spot that 5 mover.
Oh, what?
It was.
How is that possible?
You sort of had to do quite a weird first layer, and then it would
Yeah.
skip the last layer. So most people didn't see it. And he was in the slow group because he averaged only 5 or 6
I
seconds.
see.
Only one to spot it. Everybody was amazed. They thought it was a data entry mistake or probably a miss scramble. And then he showed us his solution. 1 second. I mean, incredibly fast.
Sometimes it can be frustrating when some people that average like 3 or 4 do a 8-move phase with a last layer skip and got a better time than you, who just one look like 3 solution.
Somebody in the chat says, Eleanor with glasses isn't real. She can't hurt you. So, Unfortunately, I do need to be able to see the screen in front of me. So, against my better judgment, glasses have come on. Ooh, we've got Ben Stokes coming in now. Top 3 blind solver from the UK, but often a 2x2 as well.
So that means we are in group 7 with Anthony Paterakis as well.
Exciting. I mean, everybody's waiting
It's
to see what
Anthony's group?
Anthony
Okay.
Yeah, since a few years he's now officially also one of my countrymen.
Yeah, because he used to represent Greece and then converted to representing the Netherlands.
Maybe he thought it was too easy to get the Greek records, I don't know.
George Scully, former UK national record holder, no longer. Let's see what he comes out with now. Seeded 44th overall, but 30th on recent rounds. So let's see how he does in this scramble.
Oh, it's a miss one look with a Y perm.
Seen that before with Andrei. So George has a mean average of 12 of the most recent rounds of 204. We should get a more catchy name for that, shouldn't we? Chat, what do you think? What should we call this new metric? Should we just call it the Eleanor average?
+2 King says, Eleanor, are you talking about Max Tully who found the 5 mover at Stevenage? No, Max Tully is a very strong 2x2er. I don't think he presently has UK national record, but strong contender for it. I'm talking about Blue James, who got this back in, it was last year. It was, I think, in Scotland somewhere. Oh, no, it wasn't. Carlisle, so just short of the Scottish border.
There is Yannis Kostinkele, one of the top contenders within this group.
Yannis is a former Romanian national record holder because a week ago Christopher Gabriel Costiac clocked a 1.22 average.
Everyone waiting to see from Anthony.
Oof. Oh, a terrible solution. 4-0-0.
So Christopher already has competed and he has set an average of 150.
Yeah.
See if Yannis can beat
Quite
that.
solid. Okay, so Anthony Paterakis
And
on the
here we
screen
go.
right now.
Anthony always taking his time to get ready.
Yeah, he's always the last to finish in the final.
And we recently just talked about that. Maybe it's part of the reason why he has been on the rostrum so often.
Yeah. He knows how to deal with this pressure.
Yeah, because all eyes are definitely on him right now.
One 1.39, pretty solid.
Using up that whole 15 out of 15 seconds inspection. I'm curious what the stopwatch said there.
So something interesting about Anthony is, of course, he set the European record last weekend in the semi-finals of 2x2 with a 0.98 average. But in the finals last weekend, he only came 5th.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a 0.97 on the first run, but then he had a 1.68 and 1.70 average.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, and that just goes to show you how, in an event like this, the fastest player isn't necessarily going to be the one who wins it. There's so much luck involved.
Yeah, even your metric of the last 12 averages, I mean, of course there's going to be a worse average in it. That's why you truncate them.
Exactly. Ben Stokes finishing off another solve there, 3.38.
Ooh, and that's another penalty.
Uh,
All right.
David said Anthony did win last Euros in 2x2. Yep, he did. We were talking about last weekend at the warm-up Portugalette competition where he placed 5th. So Anthony was your European champion in 2x2 in 2022, 2018, first at the World Championships in 2017,
Yeah.
also second at the World Championships in 2019, second in 2016.
Yeah.
Reigning champion, therefore, for 6 years. He's really got a title to uphold here.
I talked to him a little bit, and he told me that he's very confident about the fact that he's going to win.
Ah.
I mean, if you are confident to win, you should. I mean, you should just say it, right?
103.
You see it in many sports where they're like, yeah, but the opponents are good, and we kind of like underestimate anyone. I mean, come on. If you think you're gonna win, just come on, go out
You
and
have the
say
right
it.
to say it.
Yeah, and Anthony is definitely one of those people who are not afraid to say it, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a realistic thing. It's not arrogant to say it.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Well, not in the way he does it, at least.
Ooh. 10.32. Wow.
It felt like everything went wrong in that sort of back-to-back there. Back to Ben Stokes from the UK. Our 51st seed for Europe.
Oh, that was a bad algorithm as well.
Oh no, that's a 5.05, and I believe he's already had 2 3s. And for somebody who's no doubt looking for 2s here, potentially some sub 2s as well, counting that at least 2 3s.
Yeah, there's a better alg for that.
Oh, yes.
Do you use the one that starts up with like RU prime? And then no? There's many. I mean, obviously there's so many algs for
yeah,
that
I
case.
use 3 different algorithms for that case.
Watching Ekaterina Kaneva briefly there, WRC member, so part of the regulations committee that writes and upholds the rule book that we have to follow at these competitions. Quite interesting.
Back to Yanis.
Oof, 252 counting, because we saw a 4-0-0.
Ooh, it felt like there were 2 moments there where the cube seemed to slip slightly in his hand.
Quite upset. He should maybe have a little lesson from you, Diego, about just focusing on what's necessary to make it into the next round. Starting off with the DNF, basically.
Yeah.
Oh. Philippe, get ready.
Back to George Scully, 1.95. Not bad. He seems to global about 2 seconds, 2.05-ish. So a little below his global.
Very consistent.
Okay, so Anthony solves 2 for him, I think.
Yeah. No, it's third solve. He has a 137 or 134 or
and
something like that, and a 103.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, where does Yoav Vishna place in the metric of last 12 averages? He places 6th, which is actually pretty comparable to his European ranking of 5th.
Anthony having a very good study of this scramble.
Yeah, I think it's a solution which was terrible.
So he was looking for alternatives.
Ooh,
oh, that was he chose the correct one.
Yeah.
Let's say it like that.
CLL plus a 6 move alg, I think, and U prime IF.
Do you try to avoid any U2 AUFs?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I tend to +2 those a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I had the same problem because I was only doing U2 with my right hand. So I train to be able to do the same with my left hand, and no, there's no problem. No matter how my grip is at the end of the algorithm, I can do a U2.
That's good. Yeah, it's those little details that, you know, help you improve.
+2, 1.42 +2.
So meanwhile, we'll have George back at the screen. .187. Yeah, back to those sub 2 times. Those high sub 2s, but sub 2 nevertheless. So we'll have Anthony here. See if he gets a nice fourth solve.
What?
Nope.
Okay,
Yes.
that's better.
There we go.
It doesn't seem pleased with the scramble. And yeah, 1.83.
No. Well, it already secures him a good spot.
Yeah, of course.
He must already have, I don't know, a 1.5-ish average, even if he messes up the last
1.4,
one.
something like that.
It sounds like the call for Group 8 submission just went off, which just so happens to be my group.
Oh,
so
okay.
I will have to love you and leave you.
Well, no, don't forget Diego's words.
Yeah, start with a DNF.
I'm not sure that's the gist of the whole story there.
We should hopefully be having an interview with somebody shortly.
Ah.
Yeah.
Ooh, surprise
That
guest.
would be nice. This is not Anthony Patarakis, though.
Ah.
No, it is Yanis Karsten Kelly.
Yeah.
Who looks absolutely devastated.
I mean, he knows he will qualify. I don't understand why he's so frustrated.
Yeah, look at the big picture. Try to salvage it.
Oof.
Oh, that's no. Just no.
That's no.
No.
That's a no.
No. It looked like it was another very nice pie case, but then I mean it was it wasn't even solved after that.
Okay, Anthony's here. Well, he's not anymore. And unfortunately, we won't be able to see. Ah, yes, there it is.
Ah, there we go.
So as we said, Anthony's always the last.
He's
to
always
solve.
the last
Yeah.
one, that's true. Now, let's see how he does on his last solve before our mystery guest joins in.
Okay, sub 1.8 is all he needs.
Not really sure what is.
Okay, 1.3 incoming.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
1.0.
yeah.
An even faster time.
That-
He's probably first at the moment.
Yeah,
Yep.
definitely. Clocks in his BPA. Not too shabby.
Nope.
He did. What he did? He had a
103.
Oh, 103.
Yeah.
So okay, well, fine.
Almost, yeah.
It's like 0.1 something
Yep.
more. I mean, come on. Hello, hello, hello.
Hi.
Mystery guest, mystery guest. Say something.
Hello.
Hello,
Can you hear
hello.
me?
Chat, do you guess who we've got between us? Well, maybe it would be good if the mystery guest would say some more words for that.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say. But I'm here between you. I'm kind of good at 08, so that might help.
All right. Let's see if chat can guess this. So you're quite good at OH. You've just competed at 2x2.
Yeah, like 2 rounds ago.
Another fun fact.
I have a cat.
You have a cat. You're not.
I have some videos of it on my YouTube channel, so that could help.
You're not completely rubbish at chess either.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, someone guessed it.
Someone already guessed it.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Magnus Lenz from Germany. Welcome.
Hello. Nice to be here.
Nice to have you. I'm not sure. I think the mic is a little bit silent. Maybe it's better like this.
Hello.
Whatever.
Well,
maybe.
Mic works.
Just speak a bit louder then.
Oh, I can try that.
All right. So, give us your thoughts of these 2x2 solves.
Well, I haven't seen many serves. I've just saw Anthony get, I think, quite a good average. I only saw 1.0 and another low one. I'm not quite sure.
Apparently, it's a 121 average for Anthony Patorakis, yeah.
Yeah, that sounds quite good. Well, he just got the average, so he probably will still be happy with the 1.2 average. I mainly can talk about the scrimmage of my group because they were kind of terrible, and most people didn't get a good average, like Andre and Luke or me. But the last one was an 8 mover, so most people got a sub 1. It was 3 moves cancelled into F6 F1.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah.
Which group were you in?
Oh,
the
group 5.
fifth.
Yeah.
The 5th group. Yeah.
So we have Martin Wiele Idol. Also plays one of our better spots.
Yeah,
better seeds here. He is seeded 6th in Europe for this competition.
A former WR holder.
Former WR
for
holder.
a very long time, yeah.
He came in 2nd in 2018. And he had 1 world record and 2 European records.
He had 2 WRs. He had square 1 WR1.
Well, for 2x2.
Yeah. I think he just recently beat his average, his old average with, I think, kind of 0.8 and 2 mid ones. So it's quite recent PR.
So I think we already quickly saw Zain Kanani. Obviously, one of the fastest, if not, well, maybe he is the fastest 2x2er here. But let's see how that turns out at this competition. It's certainly not a given that he's going to win.
Absolutely not.
Especially not with Anthony, who already showed that he is more than capable of pulling out a good average.
Yeah, and we can add to that the fact that he didn't podium at the North American Championship a week ago. Yeah.
It's a very good point.
Also, for the first round, they don't have the same scramble set, so it will be quite luck dependent who wins this first round.
That's true. Yeah, speaking about Zane, here he is on the left side. Kim Roger with 170. Kim Roger is the 15th seed in Europe. Now let's see how often Zane touches his mat and how often he turns the cube.
I think it's a no bar scramble, so quite hard to unlock for most people.
Certainly not for Zane. Although, oh, that is really not
3
nice.
3.
Shake of that. We just talked about the exact same phenomenon. Diego just told us that he practiced at home with basically pretending that he DNFs his first solve.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's depending on the event, like on 5x5 or something longer, but like that it doesn't really matter.
Right,
but for these short events, especially clock and 2x2, it's very important to keep yourself together under pressure. Like I DNF'd myself first 2x2 serve this round, and I did not keep myself together. But for clock, it's very important because you have to often have to flip to the backside if you DNF. Oh, that did not look like a great serve from Christopher. Oh, it's a DNF. So now we can see the live pressure of the DNF for Christopher.
But Christopher already went.
Wait, but like that was Christopher.
Yes, it was. But
it was Christopher.
But why is there a result here?
I don't know, because I saw him compete. Yeah.
But here's
what?
This is confusing.
I don't understand at all, to be honest.
What?
He already has a 150.
Yeah.
But that was Christopher.
that was Christopher for sure.
Did they let him compete again?
But like there was some method on the board.
It's not a +2, I think. It's
about Christopher.
It's very close. This is
Carlos
Carlos Mendez Garcia Barroso.
Yep, former European record holder in 2x2.
Oh.
Favorite of the crowd.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Difficult, Basti.
Needs a very sharp eye from Callum.
Zane in the back.
On the right side, Carter Kukala.
With a 4-move layer, I think, out of your upright.
They're placed 24th overall at this competition. Small hesitation in between, but 172, still a very solid result. So this is the last group of 2x2. After 2x2, we're going to head for our very first finals of today, 6x6.
Zane with accounting 1.64, so not too great for standards.
Yeah, that first scramble looked not very nice.
I don't know. I can't remember all the times we saw.
Moving to Martin.
Same scramble as Carter's 1.7.
Yeah.
So
well, should be.
Yeah, but like maybe they're on maybe they're on different attempts.
Ooh, a big lockup 2.7.
There are many possible different phases that you could start with on that scramble. I'm surprised that he had such a long solution.
Oh no.
Ooh, 2 looks solved, 2.3.
Well, Magnus, now that we have you here, you're obviously a one-handed expert.
Yeah, I would call myself that.
It would be a shame if we didn't talk about that. Let's have a look at the results of the first round. You placed 3rd for the Europeans, 4th overall, with an average of 964. Give us your thoughts.
Yeah, the average wasn't that great. I messed up first block on, I think, 3 of the stars, on the 9.7, 9.9, and 9.2. But I'm really glad to still get a sub 10 average despite doing not so great. It makes me very positive for the finals. And what's also nice, top 3 Europeans all year through instead of CFOP. So maybe a full row podium on the finals too, to get some more, to get the method more into the mainstream eye.
Does Eden
Eden also uses Woo, yeah.
also uses
Yeah,
funny.
he has ER Woo single with a 4.4.
That is
Two-handed,
funny.
of course.
Yeah, that is
and
funny.
one-handed.
So only Patrick in first place with an 898 average is using CFOP.
Yeah.
And then Jonas, he's also.
Yeah, Jonas also uses CFOP.
He's also a CFOP user. What about Druva?
Druva and Jonas are both CFOP servers who with a very distinct style of turning very fast and not doing much fancy stuff, but it works out for them. Like Juliet is also very much known for ZBRL, so we have those opposite ways of solving CFOP with mainly Druva and Juliet on the completely opposite sides of the spectrum, but getting very similar times. Yeah. Druva probably is the fastest CFOP solver right now for one-handed. I know that he global sub 9 at home, but can't quite get it in comp yet.
Well, there's still 2 more rounds for him to change that.
Yeah, also has a 9.01 average, so it's very close.
And the 2 other competitors with a sub 11 average to finish this off are Janis Kostin Kille and Andre Che. Yeah. They are both also CFOP users.
Yeah.
Okay, Zane improving slightly. 127 after that bad start. Is there anyone on one-handed who we haven't talked about who might improve in the next round?
Mainly Alexei Svetkov, I would think. Because
probably, right?
Yeah, he is insane at two-handed and also he uses Woo. So he definitely has the potential. Otherwise, I don't see really anyone who is like a favorite to win or podium who isn't in the top 10. And maybe Bartosz from Poland. He got a 10.1 PR with last comp, so if he can hold himself together in the finals, he also could podium. And yeah, but not many else. But I see a lot of Woo users, which makes me happy.
Yeah, many PRs in the first round, but I haven't seen a single. Well, we have to scroll all the way down to spot 84 to see a national record from Grigor Shavverdian from Armenia.
Yeah.
1484 average. Focusing back on the screen and the action on your screen, Carter with a 263, not the nicest of souls.
These scrambles don't seem so good. Like, I've seen only 2 scrambles with the bar so far.
Yeah.
And everybody is messing up pretty much.
555. So this is Irish chocolate, if I understand correctly. They need three times the same digit for chocolate.
Okay.
Yeah.
They also have that in Denmark, but you need to get an 00 time.
Yeah, Danish chocolate is just flat. So 5 flat, 3 flat.
Would have gotten one in 2x2. Shame it's not in Denmark.
Well, maybe you can go to the Danish and ask if they've got some chocolate.
Oh, that's a great plan.
Cash in on that. Martin with some funny facial expressions there. Must be one of the bar-less scrambles. So, chat, while he's still here, Magnus Lench, if you have any questions for him, here's the time. Seize the opportunity.
I guess I'm not that interesting.
Or maybe the people just don't expect to have you here while we are having a 2x2 round on. Maybe they're getting their drinks ready for the finals.
Oh, how did I improve at OH? I mostly did solves, like most OHers, but what I did a lot was fixing like my single steps. Like I did very, very many LSE-only solves. I did a lot of grinding arcs. And what's very important in my opinion is doing unlimited inspection at home to improve your inspection specifically. Because the farther you plan, the easier lookout gets, the faster you can turn on the beginning. And which is also why I struggle a bit now with inspection in comps, because I'm not quite used to 15 seconds of inspection. But now I'm happy with my inspection and also using 15 seconds of inspection at home.
Right, right. Do you think that's a specific Roo thing, or is that also a CFOP thing?
I think that's also a CFOP thing, because in Wu you just plan parts of your second block, and in CFOP you just plan a better cross split first pair, better X cross, or just more pairs. I think that goes pretty much for any event which you don't want to look, that the farther you plan, the better the first get. Do I think I can get WR? Yes, I think I still can get WR, but it's much, much harder now. I think like there's still a lot of people who can get WR, but it won't be beaten for half a year, I think. Any other questions?
Right, what is the best way to learn new algs and memorize them?
Oh, it's just separating the moment to triggers, and then like I don't really know much about learning new algs because I'm with you, and I only need 40 algs for my method, but it was just separate them into triggers, find similarities between algs, so it gets easier to learn them. They get a bit more similar, which is hard to distinguish them, but it will work out in the end. I won't bring my cat to a comp. You would not like that.
Maybe the cat doesn't either.
Yeah. What I think the best thing about CFOP OH is, mostly that TPS spamming gets quite easy, because you just can rotate a bunch and do RU spam, which is objectively the best for one-handed. As you can see in Truva solves, he does no fancy solution, he just spams and gets very fast times, with up to 8 TPS one-handed.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Will there be a Swiss OHER soon? I hope I can break ER first, but I wouldn't be surprised if either Eden or Truva get ER average or ER single. So I don't see any more questions for me.
Well, I've got a last question for you then, before sending you off and letting you enjoy some of the finals today.
I'm also participating in one.
Oh, you're also are you participating in Nations Cup?
No, I'm not good enough for that, but I made clock finals.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so I can quite enjoy I think 6x6 and Mega, because I want to warm up for clock.
All right.
Yeah.
So the last question from my side is, who do you think is gonna win the Chess World Championship?
Oh. I do think UCAS is going to win. Ding Liang really wasn't on his best performance in the last few major tournaments. I think he was in a winning position against some Indian player, and then just offered a draw, so he didn't really have a fighting will. So I don't think he will have it to defend his title. And also Gukas is like a really nice guy, so I hope he wins.
Yeah. I think I have to agree as well. And Ding has been, I don't know, avoiding the top tournaments over the last year.
Yeah, he had some health issues, which are not quite figured out yet, so it's not entirely his fault. But yeah, Gukas is just a beast in chess.
It's true. Yeah, he's very creative as well. That's nice to see. But maybe Ding can, pull a rabbit out of his hat, and maybe with some good preparation, manage to, prolong his title.
He isn't world champion right now for nothing.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Magnus, it was great to have you here on the stream.
It was great to be here.
And I'm going to say good luck for the other rounds that are still to come for you.
Thanks. So, bye.
That was Magnus Lensch, everyone, from Germany, one-handed specialist. And we are back again with Sean O'Toole.
Back where I belong, eh?
Back where you belong. Well, Sean.
Some might say.
Unfortunately, I have to agree.
How is everyone doing? How was 2x2? I missed the last couple of groups.
2x2 is fun.
I think Anthony won with a 121 average.
Wow. And Zane?
Zane has a 1.2, 1.5, 1.6 counting.
Oh, okay.
So yet Anthony's time has just been put in as we speak.
121 is
121 is confirmed, taking over the top spot from Andras Orban, or Orban Andras from Hungary.
Did we get any really fast singles, or was it just kind of 0.8s, 0.9s?
No, it wasn't. Nothing crazy really.
I would love to see a really fast.
I think we saw 0.79, but that's pretty much it.
0.80 is the fastest I've seen entered in the time so far. No. So in the top 100 competitors whose results are
0.80.
put in so far is 0.80 by Christopher Gabriele Costea.
I heard lots of cheering, but I think that's just the crowd being very excited for the day.
It is an exciting day, though.
It's a very exciting day, yeah. It's great to see people doing well, people getting good reactions and lots of fist bumps in the air and stuff.
Do you know what it says here on my schedule? The next round, it says final.
A final?
A final.
A final?
There's a final coming up.
And what final is it?
It is a final with Irish competitors.
Ooh.
Or what? One Irish competitor. Right?
I think.
Or is it two?
I know there's at least one other Irish competitor in a final.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out. So obviously it's going to be 6x6.
It's one. It's only one.
There's 20 competitors in 6x6.
There's one other Irish competitor I know that got into a N-by-N final.
Though there is a certain Kieran Behan from Ireland.
Kieran Behan seated second.
Representing in the final.
I mean, I don't think anyone's particularly shocked that he's in the final, but I saw him practicing and he got
certainly
what is near his overall PB for average in warm-up.
Yeah, well, he got a new national record in the first round with a 109.59 single.
Yeah, I mean, he was very, very happy with that. It was his first sub 110. I don't think ER. I think ER is lower, much lower. It's like a 105 or something like that, I think. But 109 is still very, very good for him. He was very happy.
So top favorite, obviously, for 6x6 is Timon Kolesinski from Poland. He finished with an average of 112 in the first round.
The current reigning world champion for 6x6.
Yeah, that's right.
And also reigning European champion.
And then in third place, Timofey Tarasenko with a new national record with 121.84 mean and 118.59 national record single. Also noteworthy, in the first round, we actually have a continental record.
Yes, of course. Daniel
Hasn't been
Rush.
spoken about a lot because it's a African record. Daniel Rush, 125.58 average and 120.13 single.
I was chatting to Daniel. I think he had lower expectations for himself. Daniel spent a long time in Ireland and the UK, so this is my fourth comp with him this year. And I asked him immediately after 6x6 first round. I said, "Oh, how did you do?" And he said, "Oh, I hope I make finals." Fully expecting you to not make finals.
I hope I make finals, and then he finishes up sixth in the first
125,
round.
Yeah.
Free finals.
Yeah.
Hoping to make finals is a bit of an understatement, then, right?
Well, I think he was shocked how well he did compared to where he was seated. So he was very, very happy with himself. He's been doing great, and also him and his whole family. They're all so nice. They spent a long time. They came to Irish Championships, came to a couple of other competitions with us, and they're great. And they came here so Daniel could not be winning all the time for once, I think. He seeded 11th or something for 7x7, and I was joking. I was chatting to him earlier. I asked him, when was the last time for a big cube he was seeded in the double digits? And he genuinely wasn't able to tell me. So he's certainly dominant in big cubes in Africa.
So finishing up, a shout out to all of the records. Let's not forget about Ben Barron. He placed 18th in the first round for 6x6. He also managed to get two national records, being a 127.82 single and a 137.02 average or mean for Israel. Shout out to Ben. Also happy to see right behind Ben, Celine Tran from Norway.
Who podiumed at the last European Championship. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah. She was so happy about that. I was very happy for her back then as well, because she was working so hard. She wasn't even prepared for the finals, because she was doing the MC there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yes,
so
I remember.
It was like putting the mic away, picking up the cube, going to hand over cube to be scrambled, and then, I mean, there she was, up on the podium.
We have Sean Moran in the chat.
Why is Sean Moran in the chat?
I'm not here.
Exactly.
I don't know. Sean Moran, why are you not here and why are you in the chat?
It's a shame. Is it? It's a real shame.
As someone who always comes second to Daniel, I'm all good with him not always winning the Europe comps. Lol. Yeah, I think that was the goal. I think he wanted to come here, try and motivate himself a bit, especially for Worlds upcoming next year. I think he's really gunning for that.
So someone we haven't spoken about yet is Janos Berecki from Romania. I think he's also a contender for one of the podium spots. He clocked in an average or a mean of 122.76 in the first round. And based on this new metric by Eleanor, he is actually the favorite to be on the podium as well. But I mean, this metric is a little bit skewed because Timofey's last 12 rounds of 6x6. I mean, when was the first round? It was probably when he was still slow. So,
I mean, has he even done 12 rounds of 6x6?
That's a question.
I'm not really sure how it. Well, there's a result here,
yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm sure he has. But
let's have a look and see.
Yeah, so it's gonna be very close between these first four.
This is Timofey's 5th competition for 6x6.
So it must be just.
Yeah, mean of
it's
those.
just the average of those 4 means that he's done ever.
Yeah, I guess so.
So
he still started out very strong though. His first ever mean was at 155.8. That's very fast.
So his means ever were 155, 2 flat, 128, 135, and then 121 from this round.
So that's 7 seconds faster than PR.
So every time he has competed, he's done good, then he's done worse in the next mean.
Oh, yeah.
Then he's improved, then he gotten worse.
So I wonder what that means.
And now he has improved again. So
you think he's going to do worse than what he did?
According to this scheme, obviously, according to this rhythm, he has to be worse in the finals, which is obviously not unthinkable.
Timofey has had 5 6x6 NRs in 5 rounds. No. 5 NRs in 3 rounds. No? Yes.
Yep.
No? Yes?
5 NRs in 3 rounds.
Yeah, the first, you can just
5 NR over the last 3
first
rounds,
few.
yeah.
That's very impressive.
It is indeed.
And it's not like the NRs are free NRs either. They're very, very, very competitive NRs. Or very tough NRs anyway. I hear the venue, the buzz is starting to grow a little bit for these finals. There's been a noise.
Yeah,
the bleachers are starting to fill.
I think this is the point where we have been looking forward to throughout the whole day, because the day has been a bit. I mean, it has been exciting at times, but it's a little bit been like a long stretch day so far.
We had like some very long
some
rounds.
action along the way, but now we know that we're going to have a few hours of packed action, and the crowd certainly knows it.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few very long rounds. We had a 3-hour 3x3 round and a 2-hour 2x2 round. So that's 5 hours of watching the same puzzles. But this is really going to bring the energy back up, bring the action back up, and get everyone psyched before Nations Cup.
It's a nice change of pace, right? First round of 2x2, the smallest puzzle, many different attempts, and now we're back to one of
the longest
events we have.
It's not very long in the hands of these guys.
That's right, that's right.
He's setting up now for the walkouts.
Okay, so the real question is, do you think... Well, first final, here it is.
And the crowd goes
wild.
Let's have a huge cheer for each of our 6x6 finalists. Representing France, we have Peter Cressard. Representing Norway, Selena Tran. Representing Israel.
So we can see, we have our mics are off.
Representing Spain, Ada Olivencia Gonzalez.
Big cheer.
Also representing Spain, Antonio Lopez. Representing the United Kingdom, Daniel Partridge. Representing France, Abdallah Kador. Representing the
We're gonna get water.
Juan Dulemon. Representing Denmark, Martin Villedal. Representing the United Kingdom, Ellie J. Representing Switzerland, Alvin Rutz. Representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. Representing the USA, Patrick Pons. Representing Switzerland, Ricard Delacoste. Representing South Africa, Daniel Rush. Representing Germany, Mark Zillman. Representing Romania, Jaros Gorecki. Representing Russia, Timofey Tarasienko. Representing Ireland, Kieran Behan.
Massive cheer for Kieran.
He's a real crowd favorite.
Representing Poland, Timon Koleżynski. Best of luck to all of our 6x6 finalists.
Okay.
Now look at that.
Look at that beautiful graphic right there.
These new graphics. Jules
Wow.
Desjardins has been working on them tirelessly for the last few weeks, months,
Or
years.
you can see Jules is given a, he's delighted with himself. He's given a big, excited expression there. These graphics are incredible. I hadn't seen these graphics before. These were kept secret from us.
Yeah.
So I've been told, well, I mean, being like one of the
the boss man.
one of the boss men, these graphics they will update while these competitors will clock in their times. You will see also that we have 2 competitors from outside of Europe, so they're displayed in a slightly different color.
Okay, so here we goes. Timon first solve just started.
Do we have any bold predictions for what times these cubers are going to get?
This is gonna be a 1:07.77.
Ooh, I'm gonna say
1:13 for Timon.
I'm gonna say 1:10. I'm gonna split the difference, smack in the middle.
I've seen you do this before.
And it didn't work for me last time, so it might not work for me this time either.
So I don't think it's too far of a stretch to say that the first 2 spots are going to be decided between the 2 of these competitors.
Yeah, unless something catastrophic happens or something incredible happens from other competitors.
I mean, unless Timofey can
certainly
make another huge leap in his times. I'm already proven wrong by Timon saying a 1:07 was not a good prediction on my side. But also a 1:13.
Wow,
difficult start for Timon.
And he's not finished edges yet. This might be a.
He's starting 3x3 right now. This is leaving the door wide open
parity
for the other competitors. 126.
He's not happy at all.
Okay.
Kieran, finishing off edges or halfway through edges-ish? Oh, that graphic. Oh, the animation. You missed it off stream. He did a bit of a chef's kiss for the graphic. Wow.
1:16 from Timofey.
Wow, that is fast.
That puts him.
If he
in
continues
the
on
lead.
that pace, he certainly could do something
But
very, very
Kieran
good.
must be almost finished as well.
OLL parity.
Yeah, but he will be slower than Timofey.
But he'll be faster than Timon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Eddie J with a 1:33 also.
Nothing decided yet, but that's a very good start by
we have
Timofey.
Richard Lacoste with all parity. And 1:25.
I'm still in shock as to these graphics.
Okay, and a 1:24 for Janos.
Kevin Gerhardt with a good solve for him as well. 126. That's a bit better than what he meaned in the first round.
So if we can extrapolate from these first solves, Timon might not even be on the podium.
I wouldn't go.
I know.
I mean,
I know. Timon is better than 126, and he probably will end up with a sub 120 mean
I
still.
would be very comfortable betting against that.
I mean, you know what happened during the 2023 World Championship final? Max Park.
He was the favorite.
Yeah, he was a favorite.
I mean, this is the nice thing about 6x6 and 7x7, I think, that it's just such a high-pressure event that any one mistake can really mess up your whole result, because all of the times count.
Yeah.
If you were also, like, even something as simple as doing one slice too many when pairing edges and messing up your centers, that could be devastating for the mean.
Now on the right side, Mark Zimmermann, unfortunately hiding the cube.
So, Timofey's previous...
Oh, no, wait, never mind. He already solved it. It was the timer display that was being fixed.
Timofey starting his second solve?
He must be one of the first to get his second solve.
Timofey's previous best was a 118.59 from the first round. So...
oh, that's an NR.
Yeah, it's an NR. And it's an NR by 2 seconds.
That is the best way to start your final. Immediately putting pressure on everyone else.
Timofey obviously being one of our most inexperienced, very fast competitors in terms of number of large competitions.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem to affect him that much, you know?
Yeah, I mean, this only being his 9th official WCA competition. I know he competes in unofficial competitions relatively frequently.
So now have a look at this second solve from Timofey, working on his centers.
Okay, so
Kieran and Timon, both Kieran warming up and Timon starting.
Jumping over to Timon then.
Timon needs to bounce back.
This solve could really decide what the average looks like, because it's gonna, if Timon pulls out a 106 here, he's gonna be in the zone. He's going to be in a good mood. He's not going to be nervous. But if he gets another slow time here, is that a...
Ooh, what happened?
What happened?
Did he stop the timer? Or
is it a display?
I would imagine it's a display malfunction, because he solves, quite far away from the timer.
Yeah.
It's unlikely that he stopped it after 20 seconds.
There were also no emotions or discussions or whatever, so
yeah.
I can't imagine that solve has been aborted.
Well, it would be terrible for him, it would be DNF.
No, he's still solving.
He's still going. I think it's just a timer issue. Sometimes the displays will stop halfway through, and then when you stop the timer, they'll update, and it'll be okay.
Okay, so we can still have our hopes up of seeing his time.
We'll see it once it gets entered anyway. We'll see approximately what it was.
So Timon
doing
still some edges. Unfortunately, the timer is not being
with the time.
updated. I hope someone will.
He doesn't look
seem pleased, yeah.
Hopefully we might get an overhead view.
113 for Timon.
There's a big cheer from the crowd. Patrick Ponce with a 39.
Probably solid from Patrick.
I'm going to say I have some doubts in the correctness of that time.
Remember, it's 6x6, not 5x5.
Kieran starting his second solve. So Daniel Rush with a 118.17 African record average also. Or, sorry, single, apologies. Daniel Rush on his second solve with a 118.17.
Now let's see what Kieran does. He is on his centers now after finishing his cross.
It's reading from WCA Live this weekend. Timofey's second solve was a 126.37.
Okay. So in case, just for you at home watching, so in case that the data entry people don't see the time from the display, we always have a backup feed coming in when the cubes get back to the scrambling table.
Yes.
So worst situation is that
Oh, a difficult time
there's
for
a little bit of a pause.
Alvin.
Alvin with a 140 something.
144.
Kieran with a 117.
And 117. Kieran
Excellent.
is taking the lead, I think.
Very consistent second solve.
So Kieran's mean of his two solves is 119.07.
It's going to be super close, and it's going to be all decided.
I
in
think
the last
this.
solve.
Showing 119.06. WCA Live is 119.07. So it's rounding. Yeah, as a mean of 2. I think it's rounding. It's okay though.
Okay, so Timon
is
started
already
his
on his last solve. So
yeah.
there's going to be a lot of information that we can get out of this final solve from him.
Timon is currently in second position behind Kieran.
I'm not sure Kieran really wants to know what Timon gets.
No, I think Kieran likes to live in his own zone.
Yeah, he must stay focused, await the things that will happen after Timon puts down his solve, or his cube, and stop the solve. Stay calm.
Kieran's very experienced though. He's well able to lock in when he needs to.
Still on
edges,
his
finishing
last
off.
edges. This must be his last edges into 3x3.
That's very, very
this
fast.
This is going to be a very good solve.
OLL parity, yep.
And his last ZB.
And 114.
14.
So he's in the lead right now. With the first one to finish his mean of 3.
A 117.83 for Timon.
But the win isn't guaranteed.
Not guaranteed yet. Yeah. If Kieran gets a good solve here, it can very much. It's Kieran's to win here, I think.
Okay, so what time does he need to win?
His second time hasn't been entered yet, so it's hard to tell. But probably something very, very fast, maybe a 112 or a 113. We'll have to do it.
Kieran's second time was a 117.
Yes, so let me have a look.
And Timofey Tarasenko can still win a medal.
He needs about a 115, I think. Maybe like a sub 115 would do it.
Ooh.
It's very doable. It's difficult, but it's very doable. He's certainly shown that he can do it.
So Timofey looks to be on 3x3 as well.
Yep, that seems pretty good. I hope he doesn't have a parity. Oh, it's PLL.
PLL.
Wow.
113. Oh, national record.
That gives a 118.87 national record mean and a 113.47 national record single for Timofey. He is going to be delighted with that. His previous round set him at a 118 single. So I believe that national record average is actually almost as fast as his previous PR single.
Well, it's unbelievable. And it has a 126 counting.
Yes, so he is going to be unbelievably happy with that.
So we're already sure that the rhythm we talked about earlier of him doing a really good average and then doing worse and then doing better and doing worse, he broke it.
Yeah. Kieran starting his final solve.
No pressure at all.
I think Kieran is the only one that can beat Timon right now. Ugh.
Display issues.
Yeah. There have been some issues.
A few little pauses here for Kieran.
Oh, it doesn't seem great.
It doesn't look to be very fluent.
Yeah, many pauses.
But maybe it's because there's some edges that are already paired, and then you're just like, what?
Okay, so
What?
it
That does happen to
edges
me.
at
Yeah.
43.
It's not terrible. It's not brilliant. If he has good edges here, he certainly has the potential.
Yeah, nothing is avoid yet.
Bit shaky.
I mean, but reasonably so. It's a
Yeah, I mean, come on. It's
very high pressure situation for Kieran.
only human looking to.
Okay, he started off for E.
Not very.
I think
on
it
top
might
of
be
things here.
tough for Kieran to claw this back.
It takes
Yeah, I think it's already
quite a long
over.
time for those last 4 edges.
And he's got OLL parity to deal with also. Ooh, and a lock up.
Very lucky. And PLL parity.
Oof.
Okay, he will not be happy with
127,
that.
Yeah. So Timon Kalashinsky is
Your
our
European champion.
champion, yep.
And Timofey Tarashenko coming in second, but most likely Kieran Behan coming in third.
Unless any of these other competitors can pull a rabbit out of their hat, but.
I think Richard Delacoste has the only one that is likely or possible to break it, but you have to get something unbelievable here. A 121.72 average for Kieran. He's going to be very disappointed with that.
Yeah, definitely. That last solve was
Really unfortunate.
very hard to watch.
Ooh. And Richard is finishing with a 122.
Very
looks
strong.
happy with
Very
that.
strong.
Yeah.
We have 2 more solves to finish. Abdullah Kadur is going to finish his third solve. Oh, actually, that's the last solve. Daniel Partridge just finished. It's looking like we have our 6x6 podium.
Indeed.
Yeah, Timon Koloshinsky from Poland in with a 117.83. Timofey Tarasenko with a 118.87 national record average. And Kieran Behan with a 121.72 for our European competitors.
But let's not forget Patrick Ponce placing third for the whole competition with a mean of 119.92.
Which is his first sub 120 average, so he'll be very happy with that.
Yeah, kudos to him. Very excited.
Yeah, I think
very exciting finals. A bit of an upset. Well, not upsetting for Kieran. Better put it like that.
No, I think you can call it an upset. I think Timofey. I think everyone expected him to be on the podium.
Yeah.
But that 113 was really, really what he needed on that final solve.
Very impressive. Very impressive indeed. He just keeps on improving.
Yeah.
Even from round to round. There's just no stopping him.
Imagine what he's going to be like in a year's time.
Oof.
Yeah.
There's no way to tell what he can achieve.
And because he's so young, his hands are so small. Like he physically cannot turn the cube as well as he will be able to.
His hands will get bigger. So
his hands will get bigger, and means his turning will get better.
Yeah.
So we might have some serious competition on our hands in the next few years, once he's not so young. So we have finished our 6x6 final. Results are entered. You can check everything on WCA Live.
Although, I mean,
you can see it all
with
here.
These graphics, you don't have to. That's we're going to do it all for you.
It looks like we're preparing for Megaminx final now.
Definitely does. I'm really looking forward to these Megaminx finals because, well, firstly, it's the prettiest puzzle.
I agree. I really like Megaminx.
And the logo of this competition has definitely shown that. You can see it right behind us. The Megaminx logo is Megaminx formed logo. It's obviously because of the city of Pamplona. If you have a look at the picture on Google Maps, you'll definitely see what I mean.
Yes, there's a big park in the very city center that is the same shape as that logo. It's beautiful. Were you there?
Yes, actually the whole city is very beautiful.
The whole city is beautiful.
We've done a little bit of a tour at the first day that we arrived here. It is a very, very nice city. It's rich of culture, very old buildings, it's an old fortress, old walls.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Lots of green as well, lots of trees.
Yeah.
I like that. So I would say definitely, if you got the chance, visit. It's one of the nicer cities.
Yeah, I think so too. We have Megaminx final coming up next. We want to look through a few stats from our previous rounds of Megaminx?
Yes, please do.
Timofey Tarasenko with a 28.66 European record average, I think is what everyone is talking about. He's certainly going to have a very good day for finals. Lukas Kurjak from Canada with a 32.23, pacing second overall. Aiden Granger with a 32.29. I know he was very disappointed with that. He would be expecting a sub-30 average. Jan Zich from Poland with a 34.01, which is, I think, about standard for him, maybe a little bit slow.
Yeah,
along with Magdalena Pabic, 34.07 average. And then Yanis, of course, from Romania with a 34.71 national record from Romania also. I think we're expecting to see the biggest things from those top 6 competitors. But also Rainier, our commentating friend, got a 37.59 French national record. Sorry, Dutch.
Whoa.
Dutch national record.
Wait until we tell him that.
Oh, no.
You better hide.
Yeah. A Dutch national record average. I'm flustered now. Yeah, and then we have lots of very, very strong solvers. Of course, Kevin Gearhart, he's been around Megaminx for a very long time.
Yeah.
He's known to be very fast. Some newer solvers that haven't been in the spotlight so much before, such as Prabhav Rajaram Nayak. I know he hasn't been to any majors before. He's from India, so he's not eligible for a podium, but he was really happy with his results. Who else hasn't been to majors before? Let's give us a check.
We have Elise Merlin from France.
That's right. I think it's very nice and aesthetically pleasing to see that it's exactly the sub-40 cubers that have made it to the finals.
Yeah.
Spot 21 already has an average of over 40.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so you can clearly see that it was sub-40 to get to finals.
I guess the 20 people making it to the finals was a good decision.
Yeah. I mean, I think 20 people is a very, very reasonable number because we've seen it in the past with Euros. We've said this before already on the stream. That really anyone in the top 20 in some events really have the potential.
Yeah, totally.
So a lot of people who are in this final have never been to a Euros before. Timofey, of course, hasn't been to a Euros
obviously,
before.
Obviously.
Lucas Kurjak from Canada. So, I mean, he's almost definitely been to a major before. Ulysse Merlin, from France, has never been in Euros before.
I mean, Jan Zik obviously
Jan Zik has obviously, with the Polish national records. Also, Alessandro Calzoni, never been to a Euros. Ariane Martin Nunez have never been to a European Championships before. And so many more. I'll be here until after finals are over, but if I keep reading out all these. But having a quick look back over last European Championships, to get into finals for Megaminx, so we have a look and see how much we've improved since over the 2 years.
Yes, please.
So it was top 20 get to finals last time also, and it was 46.78. So the finals cutoff has increased or decreased by over 6 seconds since the last one.
Yeah, almost 7 seconds.
That is very impressive.
That is very impressive.
A lot of Megaminxers now are learning full PLL, and some of them have even learned full OLL, very fast ones.
So, last year in the finals, and who are back again, Reinier Schippers, we will see him again. Magdalena Pabic, she's back again.
Yeah.
Sean Moran, who is only here in the chat.
Yeah. You're in finals in our hearts, Sean.
And then obviously Kevin Gerhardt, Jan Zik,
Juliette Sebastien.
And Juliette Sebastien.
A very different final though this year overall. A lot of new faces. Any bold predictions?
Bold predictions.
Any hot takes for who you think is going to be on the Megaminx podium?
I'd say Ulysse Merlin from France, because I'm French.
Of course, no bias at all.
Always root for your homeboy, right?
Yeah, but he told me that he averaged at 31, 32 at home. So that's definitely
certainly in contention for it.
Yeah, and he finished 3rd or 4th European after the first round.
I'm going to say Magda makes it to the podium. That would be really cool.
I have a hot take. I have a take, something I'd like to see. It's not really to do with the Europeans at all. Prabhav is based in Ireland. He lives in Ireland. He's been averaging about 33, 34 for a while now, and he really hasn't had an average in competition to show that. So I would love to see him get the Indian national record.
Before we begin Megaminx finals,
It looks like we're about to start Megaminx.
Good timing.
spectators, that while you're allowed to clap, please be respectful towards the competitors who are solving. If you are a competitor, please make sure not to encourage the spectators to be loud or disrespectful. Okay. With that said, we are going to be starting Megaminx finals. In 20th seed, representing Germany, Jonas Pilhofer. In 19th seed, representing Sweden, William Jepsen. In 18th seed, representing Hungary, Gerlin Notbondi. In 17th seed, representing France, Rubik.
A big cheer from the French.
Yeah.
In 16th seed, representing Spain, Ron Martinez Renata.
Ooh.
In 15th seed, representing Italy, Alessandro Cosogna. In 14th seed, representing Germany, Elias Fischer. In 13th seed, representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. In 12th seed, representing India, Prakash Rasharan Nayak.
Big cheer for Prabhav.
In 11th seed, representing the Netherlands, Pioneer Schnippers. In 10th seed, representing Switzerland, Timo Goodhart. In 9th seed, representing Germany, Henrik Gerber. In 8th seed, representing Spain, Ariane Martinez Nunez.
Big cheer.
In 7th seed, representing France, Ulysse Ballon.
Wow.
That's a noisy entrance.
In 6th seed, representing Romania, Ianis Kostenkele.
Nice glasses.
They're good glasses.
6th seed, representing Poland, Magdalena Palisz. In 4th seed, representing Poland, Jan Sich. In 3rd seed, representing the United Kingdom, Aidan Granger. In 2nd seed, representing Canada, Lucas Gucci. And in the top seed, representing Russia, Timothy Tarashenko. Good luck to all of our Megaminx finalists. Can we give them all a massive round of applause?
So Timofey's back on the podium. Another final for him. Let's see if he can continue his amazing form of today.
I think he's able to do it. I think he's got it.
It would also be kind of cool if Jan would prolong.
I would like Jan,
his
yeah.
title. I mean, it's very rare that people can prolong their titles nowadays. So
Yeah.
It's
Totally.
it's so hard to be this competitive these days because there's just so many new cubers coming in that are so fast.
It would both be like sort of like the underdog thing.
Yeah.
But then the same thing, it would be like a wholesome thing because he would, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Back-to-back champion. Looks like Henry is gonna start first. Henry Gerber spent last weekend a few nights at my place. Try one of some old cubes, East Sheen 4x4s, 5x5s. He was not able to reproduce the times of the old days.
No.
Nah.
What was the difference in the solving? Do people just solve more efficiently? But
Yeah, well, we redux and then I mean this turning style as well.
I guess you're just not used to the turning style.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, we already have our first result popping in. Henry Gerber. No. Yeah, that's Henry
Yeah, that's
Gerber.
very fast.
Yeah, that's a really good start. And 31.08 for Aiden.
Oh, there we go. It looks like it was a misentry of 35.96, not 31.
Okay, so Magdalena with a 35. Yanis with a 35.59.
Doesn't seem too unhappy about it.
Nothing from Timofey yet.
Although Magda doesn't look to be completely happy.
Timofey starting his first solve.
He's taking his time.
I noticed that Timofey likes to get himself ready, get himself in the zone before.
Yeah,
we talked about that before. I mean, it's.
I think he needs time to recover from all the emotion of the 6x6 final.
I think so. I mean, I'm not sure whether he's going to be riding on the high of 6x6 final, or very fast though.
Yeah.
Wow.
He is.
He just keeps on turning, doesn't he? Oh. He's at his last few algorithms.
29, 23. He's
29,
not happy
23,
with
Not
that.
even happy with that.
Having a quick look at what Aiden got.
Quick gander.
Yes. A peek. Oh, having a look at the orange stage there.
He's playing mind games with Aiden.
Maybe he's made out Aiden to be his
32 from Prabhav. He's going to be delighted with that. That's a PR for him.
Kudos.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be really, really happy.
So except from Timofey and Aiden, all the other competitors are well with a 35 single on the first solve.
Everyone is going crazy in the chat for Prabhav's 32.
He's very popular, isn't he? Here we are on board with Henry. At his last layer, PLL recognition. There he is.
38.81.
Not too happy about it. Last weekend, managing to pop in sub 30. Sure, he hoped to save it for today.
Magdalena looks extremely focused.
I think she wants to wait until Yanis finished his solve.
Yeah, it's
very fair.
Yeah, it's especially not nice to start at the same time. That's I don't
Yeah,
really
if
mind if someone finishes before me, but like if you start at the same time, it always feels like an unwanted
just
race.
Useless pressure. Yeah.
So Aiden, he has the black pieces and
Ooh.
very
Fixed
happy
bump
with
in the
that
air.
solve.
Let's see if we can
what
get an eye on the
was.
time.
28.89.
Yes, that's very good from Aiden. He'll be happy with that.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind a look of Timofey over his timer at this point.
Yes. Jan with a 35, sorry.
Solid. Improving on his first solve.
The overhead cameras are great, aren't they?
They are great.
They're so good there.
Took a
Just
while
get
to set them up. I mean, there's so many of them as well.
And I've been over and back that many times when people bump on their head.
33.96 from Ulysse.
Timofey starting his second solve now.
See if we can get on board with him.
He looks to be very, very far ahead of pace here.
This is gonna be a good solve. Starting his last few phases there. Last layer.
OLL
29
and
possibly?
PLL.
Ooh.
30.39.
He doesn't look happy with that.
Hitting with a slight gander and a, you know, confirming nod.
A difficult start for Magdalena.
Yeah, she won't be happy with that.
Yeah, she's got to improve. Come on, now, Magdalena. I want you to.
I would love I'd love to
fulfill my
see her on the
prediction.
podium.
Yeah.
Magdalena, of course, has plenty of opportunities at podium, so if she doesn't make this one, Pyramix as well, she's very good at, isn't she?
She's good,
She's
at
good at
so
everything,
many things.
yeah.
What's she not good at? I don't know. Maybe like the odd events like multi-blind and FMC.
Prabhab with a 31.
What?
That is better than his previous PR, which was his first solve. And is 0.04 away from Indian NR. So that is, he's going
now
to be...
Aiden is on to his third solve. This will tell us a lot about his possible average, where it's going. After two solves, you never really know what's going on, right? I mean, there's something here, something there, but then after three solves, you kind of get an idea of where this can go. Can also give you a good amount of confidence if you've already clocked in two good ones so far. Doesn't lead like.
Ooh, not a good solve for Aiden.
Yeah. Okay, 35.26.
Something that people were saying earlier is Timofey's solves are incredibly basic, and he turns very fast.
Yeah.
A lot of Megaminxers these days put a lot of work onto like turning quite slowly, but doing really, really efficient solutions. Timofey threw that out the window and is smashing records.
Stick to the basics.
Exactly.
In the back we see Rainier with a 36. Currently in 16th spot. While we move on board to Jan.
So of our European competitors, Aiden Granger and Timofey Tarasenko are certainly our two that are doing the best. After that, probably Jan Zik, who's got about 33 mean of those first two solves.
But let's see what he does on his third solve. I think it's not a bad solve.
Bit of a head shake, 34.
34.
No. He was probably looking to
That's a
improve.
that's a counting time. That's tied his first solve.
So here we go again for Timofey. Getting ready for his third.
Prabhab with a 34 on his third. That is almost guaranteeing Indian NR. Indian NR is 35 average. And he's gotten a 32, a 31, and a 34.
Now Timofey's off. Let's see what we can recognize. The lighting is so good at this stage.
So
that
good.
It's almost hard to see because it's basically letting the puzzle shine. And especially because he doesn't use the darker colors, like he doesn't have black tiles on his, it's a bit harder to see what's going on.
I bought a GAN Megaminx accidentally with the...
Oh, what is this?
27.34.
Wow.
Timofey's taking the lead.
Well, he's solidifying the lead, more or less.
Yeah.
Unless Aiden here can pull out something really, really, really strong.
Yeah, he needs to have a very good solve, well sub 30 to allow him the chance of having even the slightest of chances at his last solve. So this is a make or break moment for him.
35 for Henry Gruber.
Henry continuing with a disappointing time for him.
And after three solve, Ulis is currently in third position for European contender.
Aiden here starting off solve 4. So this solve is going to be really a decider for Aiden about how much potential he has to be the European champion.
This is it for him.
Timofey having a quick look during the solve.
I think Aiden is a bit lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not looking great.
It doesn't
I'm
seem
not, I don't want to
great.
say
No.
like he's trying too hard, but
Oh, and the 32.57, yeah.
I think it's certainly going to
It's
lock
good.
in a second place.
it's good. But it's
But I don't know if it's going to lock him the
Yeah.
win. I think it's unlikely at this stage. So Aiden with a 30.85 BPA and a 32.97 WPA.
so moving on to Jan. I'm sure he wants to get on the podium. 34.
34 again, yeah.
So that is going to mean his average is going to be 34 ish,
it would
33
be
to
a
34.
It would be a big surprise if he doesn't even make
Ooh.
the podium this time.
Okay, so here's an interesting situation. Jan's BPA, worst possible average is tied with Henri Gerber's best possible average.
Oh, really?
So if Henri pulls out a 32.35 and Jan gets his worst possible average, we could see someone losing by this best single.
I mean, it has happened before.
Giannis there with a 31.
Yeah, he was pretty happy with that.
So Magda on our PLL.
Magda happy with a 31.
Yeah, that's good. She needs another good solve to move her up the ranks.
Prabhav with a 37, still guaranteeing Indian national record.
Congrats.
That was what I wanted from this round.
Congrats.
Prabhav has been working super hard. So that's going to guarantee a sub 35 average.
I have no idea who's going to get third. It is extremely tight.
It is
very
super
tight.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and a twist for Elise with a 34.9.
Careful fist bump there. Now this solve will probably already give Timofey a title here.
Yeah.
I think so. I think it's very unlikely.
And an easy PLL. Yes, 27.2.
And that
Timofey
going to
is
give Timofey
European champion.
Yeah, 100%. His
Yeah.
worst possible average is 28.99 and his best possible average is 27.92.
So he can break the European record.
Yeah. In fact, he's
Yes.
very likely to break the
Yeah.
European record.
Now this is already Aiden's last solve, who has been on a bit of a faster pace than Timofey.
I think that could be because Timofey likes to get himself prepared before he solves, and Aiden just likes to get it done.
Just get it over with.
Yeah. I'm more of in the Aiden mindset. You sit down, and I'm only going to overthink it.
Yeah.
I'm already nervous enough before I arrive for a high stress solve.
You have to use your time in a good way, you know.
Jan with a 33.78 average.
It's very strong ending for him.
Aiden with a 31.82.
Definitely brings him the silver.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's almost impossible for anyone to beat him now, or other than Timofey.
So Jan has also finished his average with a 33.78 average.
I mean, did he secure the bronze medal?
There's still a few people who have not finished.
Possibly. A few people have only done 2 solves. Yes.
Yes, I think he's most likely to get third. I don't see anyone who can beat that time.
Can Ulyss still beat it?
No, he can't. His best possible average is 34.35.
Magda might still... No, probably not. She has a counting 35.
Magdalena Pabis can still get the bronze medal here. She has the best possible average of 33.55, which should be enough.
So the prediction might come true after all. would be nice.
It would be incredible for her. Okay, so I'm rooting for Magdalena now.
But upsetting for Jan then.
Yeah.
I mean, it's safe to say that Poland will get bronze.
Yeah, definitely.
Timofey deciding now whether he's going to achieve a European record average in the finals. It's looking very good.
If only he knew the full BLL set.
28.96. And that is a 28.51 European record average
That
for
is
Timofey.
insane.
Okay, Magdalena need a low 32. She's the only one here who can beat Jan.
First, we're having a look at Ulyss.
Luis, I think, will most likely finish fourth, which is, to be honest, the worst place.
Yes.
Ah, and he doesn't know.
Probably not.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. That gives him a 34.43 average, which already pushes him out of contention, I think.
Okay, here it is.
So this is the solve that will define whether Magdalena gets.
I wonder if she's
on the
aware of
Yeah.
this. She must be at some level.
I don't know if it's a good thing to be aware of that at that precise moment.
I don't know, man.
She needs a very fast solve. She needs in and around sub 32 for this to work.
Yeah.
Maybe 32.2 might do it.
She can. She's done it already.
I'm nervous, and I'm not even competing.
I'm glad I'm not in this finals.
Yeah, same.
Well, it's an incredible final.
UNSC getting a PR average in finals.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's a solid performance. Okay, here we go. Last solve
This will
from
decide
Magdalena.
whether Magdalena or Jan are in them.
Unfortunately, we cannot see the solve. Oh, yeah.
There we go.
But who counts as a time?
That's okay. I think we're already in the mid-20s here, so it's not
27,
looking particularly good for Magdalena.
No, this is not good enough. OLL, PLL,
35.
35.9, I believe. Yep.
Okay.
And that is our European Championship podium all but decided. No.
It's
William. Yes, it is.
It is. It is. Yeah, William.
Yeah, William
cannot-
Jensen can
William cannot beat it
sneak
anymore.
into fourth.
Yeah, but 38. No,
Talk about Kevin.
Kevin has an average of 36. So.
Okay.
All right. So that was another very, very exciting final. A well-deserved win from Timofey, the only sub 30 average in the finals.
I mean,
Yeah.
is he the only sub 30 average in the competition?
I think he is. Well, in second one, he was. In the first.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Timofey got 2 sub 30 averages in 3 rounds, and nobody else got one in the whole competition.
So in second place, it's Aidan Granger from the UK with a 31.82 average. We'll also have a shout out to Lucas Kuchek from Canada, who would have placed third if he were European. I mean, still he does get that third place, but Janzik will be on the podium at this European Championships with an average of 33.78. Meanwhile, finishing up the final, Arian Martin Nunez from Spain, local favorite, finishing up the finals, and I'm sure he will be greeted with a very big round of applause
Yes.
once
Well,
he
I hope
finishes
for
this
him.
solve.
Yeah.
I think we still have another solve for Ariane and William Jensen.
It's hard to see from here, right? Because
Yeah.
we cannot. We are basically locked into a box.
Yeah, into a little box. You can't really see it in the stream, but we're kind of a little bit away. We can't really see the stage ourselves from here. We're looking at the screens like you are.
These banners behind us are literally everywhere. They're in front, next, and above us.
Yeah.
They're even on the floor.
There's a little hatch. They push food in
exactly.
a few times a day.
Yeah. There's some of the crowd. It is hard to find good spots here on the stage for these finals.
I
really
think
looking
high
forward.
demand, yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hyped to see what it will look like during Nations Cup and especially the 3x3 finals.
Yeah, I think 3x3 finals we're going to have even the taller stages full.
So there's different levels for these bleachers, although I'm not sure if they can be called bleachers because they're aren't bleachers like movable?
These are movable.
All right, sure, we'll call them like that. So, but there's multiple levels. So even if you can't find a place here, you can go. Oh, so actually we do have some last solves.
We still have some solves to go. The excitement is not over, folks.
So the camera shots we just got
add some atmosphere.
They would have suggested otherwise. Oh, so Ariane has even another solve.
Yeah.
There must have been some issue then. Either like an extra or a miscramble.
Probably a miscramble.
I'm pretty sure that.
Are they making sure scrambles are correct for Megaminx?
I'm pretty sure they are.
I hope they are.
Did they change the regs into that perspective?
Megaminx is always okay.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
But I'm sure that for these finals,
I'm sure.
Exactly, yeah.
The discretion of the delegates
exactly.
still matters. And I'm sure that the delegate will insist that all of these Megaminx scrambles are
I would insist. So.
Yeah.
I wonder, are they doing the same for big cubes?
I'm sure they would.
I think so.
I'm sure we can find some people that can scramble 6s and 7x7s.
Yeah. Reliably.
Without mistakes. Just don't go too fast.
Yeah, exactly. Take your time, but not too slow either, because then you get distracted.
Just go 70%.
Yeah.
Taking his time.
Like Luke Reiser.
And finishing off with a 51.
A big cheer for Ariane. Probably the biggest cheer I've heard all week.
Let's give another round of applause to our Megaminx finalists.
Okay. We're back.
Moving on to clock finals. In 20th seed representing Ireland, William Carey.
Woo! William.
Representing the Czech Republic, Mateusz Kida. Representing Poland, Piotr Olszewski. Representing the United Kingdom, Luke Burns. Representing Poland, Magdalena Pavish.
She's back again.
Yeah, come on, Magda.
Representing the Netherlands, Ivo Stoichidai. Representing the United Kingdom, Jacob Chambers. Also representing the United Kingdom, Aidan Granger.
Aidan, of course, coming straight from Megaminx finals.
Representing Poland, Anthony Stoyek. Representing Italy, Paolo Marino. Representing the United Kingdom, Caleb Wolfgang. Representing Germany, Magnus Lench. Representing Poland, Marcel Politovic. Representing Norway, Anders Balkauer. Representing the Czech Republic, Michal Cerny.
Representing Poland, Jakub Turczyk. Representing Spain, Asia Adal Diaz.
So small.
And finally, in first seed representing Norway, Niklas Olsen Eliasson. Yes, sir, one more time for all of our clock finalists.
Okay.
Clock finals about to start. It is an unpredictable final.
It can go any way at all.
Yeah.
I mean, last round we saw some crazy things happen. Most notably, Eric Kasperek getting knocked out. Eric Kasperek is obviously one of the best clockers in the world right now. Evidently, anything can happen during clock, but
Can and will. He placed 25th with an average of 494, counting a 6, unfortunately.
a lot of clockers last round, we were discussing this earlier as well, got one bad solve and then DNF'd another one. So
Yeah.
the likes of, I know,
Tommy Cherry,
Jack Core, both counted 8.
And it already started, you know, 3.95.
Oh, 395 for
This
Niklas.
is going to be completely wild because
I'm not going to be able to.
It's such a quick event nowadays. It's going to be absolutely crazy.
395 for Niklas. Jakob with a 455. Michal Seni with a 401. Aiden Granger 427. Kai Geisinger with a 399. Piotr 631, unfortunately.
As is 371.
I'm trying to keep up with what's going on,
This is
but it's impossible.
This is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
There's not even time to switch the cameras all the time.
Anthony Stoyek with a 304.
That is the best result so far. For
Absolutely,
the
it's
first
best result by 0.65. 358. That's the second best result we've seen so far for Paolo Mourinho.
Magnus Lensch, we just had him in our commentary booth.
These fast times just keep rolling in. It's impossible to keep a track. Caleb Wolf done 360. A lot of our competitors, or in fact, all of our competitors have now done exactly one solve. So Anthony Stoyek with a 304, Anders Berghaugen with a 336, and Paolo Mourinho with a 358 were our top 3 solves for the first scramble.
I'm going to predict sub 4 for podium.
Absolutely. I'm going to predict sub 3.8.
I don't think so. There were 8 people with a sub 4 in the previous round, but they were very high as well. Like there's 397, 396, 389.
Okay,
I'm sure they're going to be a little bit worse
Yeah, I
in
would
this round.
I'm going to say sub 3.9. Just in that. Just below, I think 3.8 will be on the podium.
Fine. We'll see about that.
Eric not happy that I strategically guessed around him.
That's a very strategic call, isn't it?
Hate me because you ain't me, I believe is the correct phrase there. Having some graphic related issues, I think, regarding the times that have been put in.
Yeah, well. We're also having a bit of a pause between the first and second attempts.
It looks like there might be something going on.
Magnus Lensch doing some OH for fun in between. Gives the crowd something to cheer for. I'm not really sure what the issue is. I'm sure we're going to get an answer to this
Well,
very soon.
I don't really understand. Maybe they got the wrong scramble set.
That's probably possible because it must be something that's affecting all of the competitors at this point.
Chat, to be honest, I have no idea what's happening right now.
We know as much as you do. If anyone dares to wager any prediction about what's going on, let us know. Hearing some rumors about wrong scrambles being used.
Okay, I have the information. There was an issue with these scrambles, and the incorrect scrambles were used.
Yeah.
So the first solve, everyone is going to receive a different scramble. So we are now starting clock now.
So that was a quick appetizer.
I mean, it wouldn't be a big competition without some mistake, and at least this was noticed at the very beginning of the round.
That's right.
Because if we noticed this later on in the round, after people had done 3 and 4 solves, it would have been really, really upset people's flow to have to start again.
But now it's still everyone's game.
Well, you need to stay focused.
Yeah, keep the focus, exactly. Imagine your first solve as a DNF.
Yeah.
This is what Diego keeps teaching us.
What? What?
Okay, so we have just...
Ooh.
That is...
Okay, so we have just received word that the results from Megaminx and Clock, everything is going to start again.
Oh my
The
god.
scrambles from the previous round were used, which means
How
that
is that
Megaminx has to be
possible?
repeated.
I have never seen that happen before.
Not in a
Me
European
neither.
Championship. I've seen
I
it
mean,
happen previously
That
in...
is crazy. How can that... Ooh.
Oh, it's... Wow, it's terrible for those who podium.
Yeah, I think...
Ooh.
That is crazy. I'm sure we're gonna get a confirmation.
Yeah, I mean, this is still
from
coming
the-
into us live.
from the organizer very soon, especially because Megaminx is such a... It's such a scramble.
Wow, so we are going
unrelated
to
event,
do the
right?
clock final right now, and after that we are going to redo the Megaminx final.
Yes.
I'm not sure any of the competitors would have actually noticed.
Megaminx is... but you can't...
I mean, you have the right to miscramble Megaminx if the delegates says yes.
Yeah, but it
There's a significant difference between a miss scramble and a
Yes.
repeat scramble.
Yeah, yeah,
Because even something like if you can inspect your Megaminx star and you know your first pair and you get the same scramble that you got earlier, you might in theory
Wow.
remember something, and it could give you an advantage.
Oh man, I'm not sure I can
You
go
need
through this
extremely
emotional
solid
rollercoaster
nerves
again.
right now.
Important announcement. Unfortunately, the scrambles in Clog and Megaminx were not the right ones, and we will have to redo both of the rounds.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So we've just heard it for sure. Megaminx is going to need to be repeated.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a very, very strange situation.
I don't really know what to say.
I have
Well,
no words for that.
Look at it from this point of view. We're gonna have a Megaminx final again. What's
Yeah.
not
And it was exciting the first time. It'll be exciting the second time.
definitely.
That's a second chance coming out of nowhere for most of the competitors. You know?
Yeah, I think a lot of the competitors who would have been very happy with their results, it might mess with their.
Oh, the Indian records.
No.
And the European record as well.
And the European records.
And the European records.
But they're going to happen again. Prabhav, I was so happy. It's going to be okay, though. I have entire faith that he's going to do it again, and he's going to get single this time, too.
Yes. Yes. I would definitely root for everyone repeating their records again. For Timofey.
Yeah,
for
I
Mark.
mean... Yeah,
Wow. This is... well, this is a first. I mean, mistakes happen. It's bound to happen. It happened before. It will happen again.
But at that stage, whoa.
Very unfortunate to have it at
Yeah.
this stage of the competition.
yeah, I
obviously.
think it's very unfortunate, but it's the right call in terms of fairness. It has to be made.
Come on, Ulis, you still have a chance. Yeah.
Oh, well,
You know, he was fourth European.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
that is, wow.
okay, so
So
the
we
real
are
clock final is
so
about
let's
to start.
let's refocus.
Yeah.
So we are starting now with the clock finals, the actual clock finals, and after the clock finals, we will have the Megaminx finals.
Niklas starting off the first clock scramble with 371.
There we go.
I only have a sub 3. Yep, from Anders.
Anders Berghaugen with 287. He'll be very happy with that. Magnus Lensch, DNF on the first solve. Jakub Tucic, 442. Oh,
it's a DNF.
DNF for Asir.
Mm.
Four DNFs already on the first solve. I wonder, is this as a result of all the disruptions? People are losing their focus.
Yeah.
I mean, I can only...
Look at this.
Wow.
Marcel had to flip.
235?
I don't think it's quite a 235. I'd imagine that is a display issue.
It must be.
And another DNF from Aiden.
Kai Geisinger, the 447. 398.
Flip it, flip it.
Looks okay. The clockers these days, they don't have the attention span. I do not think that 235 was.
Well, it is.
Surely not.
Let's wait until it's entered into
I think
WCA
I think there was a display issue because the solve certainly.
Well,
did
it
not
is
look
in WCA Live.
I think the WCA Live is being.
Yeah.
Well, the results are being entered from the displays.
They are provisional anyway,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, all results will be checked. Yeah, it's not a 235. We're back. Apparently it's us. Hello, guys.
Hello. I'm sure there's some more exciting things to see than our faces, but...
but not your face, Eric.
Stop it. Sean. Let's see if we can come back. Well, I mean, this is probably just these first few scrambles. And now we're going into the second few scrambles. Clock is an event which notoriously takes longer to scramble than to solve.
Yeah.
So this is very much to be expected. So we have quite a few people following Diego's advice.
Yeah, start with the DNF. That way you will not feel the pressure at all.
Exactly. I always this is gonna sound odd, so you have to bear with me here. If I'm on track for a very good average, I always check BPA before I do final solve.
That is insane to me.
Because especially back when I was on getting like national record potential relatively frequently.
Mm-hmm.
If I think I can get a national record, I'm going to be incredibly nervous.
So you rather not be.
So if I know I have national record potential, I'm going to be the same amount of nervous if I check and I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
But if I don't have national record potential, I'm no longer nervous and I might get a good single.
I get where it's coming from. I have to think about what I think about that.
It works for me. It has worked for me in the
that
past.
Makes any sense.
There was one time I lost my national record, and then in the same group, I took it back by 0.01 because I knew BPA was 0.01 faster than the new national record.
Whoa.
So it's it does work. Trust. Trust me. Trust me, bro. Seeing our first batch of second solves coming through. Andrew's 375, and it's okay. Chams looking for a delegate by the looks of things.
Okay, so it seems that the 2.35 has been removed.
Yes, I think it was a display-related issue.
Yeah.
Niklas, starting with the second solve.
So he started with DNF, right?
Niklas started with a 371.
Okay.
Nice. Are we happy with that? An 815 for Jakob. Caleb Wolf done now. Seated 8th. Ooh, having to fix the back. Oh. 654. Clock is such a brutal event.
Yeah.
Like, a small mistake just like that, being off by 12.5 degrees on one turn can cost you the European Championship.
Yeah, totally.
It's an all or nothing event, right?
Yep. And especially with it being so competitive now, you just have to go all out on every solve or you won't podium. So there's no way to really guarantee it.
No safety flipping. Flip it, flip it.
Oh, it's a DNF.
Ooh, 360
Ooh,
DNF
we
for
saw that
Marcel.
reaction. 4.3 counting.
Shake of the head there.
Oh yeah, he started with a DNF, and
Yeah.
this must be in his second.
Mikhail? Ooh, slight fumble on the last turn there, 436. Niklas starting solve 3.
See if we can get. Yes, we can get the overhead view.
4 points.
Looks quite smooth how he solves.
4.2.
I mean, it wasn't.
412.
It wasn't the fastest one.
Caleb Wolf done 6.54 was counting because they DNF the first solve.
Oh, he's out.
I mean, we could see some 2s coming through, I guess, but
I
I
don't
think it's
it will be
very
enough.
unlikely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you DNF the first 2, then you can just go all
Go
out.
all out. Yeah, you might get
all
a
for single.
Aiming for the WR.
Oh, a DNF for Magnus. And that is 2 DNFs. That is Magnus out of contention for the European Championship.
He must not continue that shakiness for his one-handed results.
Okay, quick question. We'll have 100 solve. Well, we'll have 20 competitors with 5 solve each. How many DNF do you think there will be in this final?
Ooh. 25.
Ooh, that's enormous.
Okay, 20. 1 in 5.
I'm going to say 21.
I'm going to say 15.
Eric, trying to beat me at my own game. Well, so I have a 3 DNF window here that I can win.
I'm not really sure I went in the right direction there.
Sham with a 4.00 and a 3.79. Niklas looking very strong so far. .382, happy. Did you know that a previous African record clock holder once there was once an African record clock holder, apologies, that had the word pin in their name. Ryan Pin Harry.
It's funny. See, that's why we picked you on the team, Sean.
Full of useless random information.
Keep spouting them out. Correct.
Well, Niklas is
Niklas
looking
has
really
a
good right now.
345 BPA and is guaranteed a 3.74 average.
On track.
Yeah. This is extremely good.
Niklas is known for being very, very consistent.
And he's showing it right now.
Yes, absolutely.
It's definitely the hardest part of clock these days, right?
Consistency. I mean, we've seen it with everyone in this. So many very highly seeded competitors in round 1 just didn't make it. .312 there for Marcel.
Oh, it's a DNF.
Oh.
And it's his second DNF, I think.
At least he's taking it in a stride.
Adds 1 to the board.
That's a guaranteed DNF average for Marcel also.
Yep.
Magnus with 3 DNFs and a 7 so far.
It reminds me of a certain someone.
I got 3 DNFs and a 6.
Oh.
Actually, Eric.
I stand corrected.
Yeah. I also got an 11, but $382 for Cham. They'll be happy with that. $362. Apologies. They'll be very happy with that. Anthony Stoyak with a BPA of 372 and a WPA of 408.
So he could potentially beat Niklas, but it's pretty unlikely.
See if we can get another overhead view of this clock solve. Yes.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, it's like we've known.
Niklas last solve.
It's like we spent hours on it over the past 3 days.
It's like we can eavesdrop in on
oh,
every
Niklas with a 319, and that is all but guaranteeing the European championship or the European champion for Niklas.
Clutching the BPA.
Is that Luke Garrett in the chat?
I think so.
Shout out to him. Very sad to see that he's not here.
They had to cancel, yeah.
So Anthony Stoyak with a 372 BPA. Asir with a 394 BPA, but also has a DNF, so that makes the last solve incredibly stressful. Jakub Turcic with a 4.00 BPA. We've also seen some very fast times out of Anders with a 375, 365, 373. Similar times out of Cham. So I think it's going to be probably Niklas, Anthony, Cham, and Anders on the podium, or on the top 4 anyway. Oh, Mikhail Cerny, I thought it was some DNFs there, but evidently no. Counting 359 so far. Ooh, Cham with a 452, which is the worst solve so far.
Head shake, 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 shake.
Jakub Turcic with a 405 average.
Some averages being calculated there as well, real quick.
Yep.
432, that's for the bingo.
Yes, it is. Anyone in the chat that's participated in bingo from home might want to look.
3 descending or ascending numbers, that's also one of the bingo.
Yep.
Ooh.
Nice.
And that will be a 372 average for Anthony Stojic.
That will
all but guarantee a podium
that
also.
Will probably, yeah.
In fact, it's
just so many DNFs, yeah.
Cham has a 3.80 BPA. Aiden Granger on your screen right now. With a DNF of 425 and a 655.
So remember when I predicted that it's going to be sub 4 for podium?
I said sub 3.9. That's looking like
it. Right, yeah, that's why I remember you went very cheeky with that. Nice.
Anders with a 314.
That is the fastest solve of this final so far.
It is. And that guarantees Anders a podium of 371 and guarantees Anders second place, I believe.
Oh, that is...
Ooh, DNF for Caleb. So it's going to be on our podium most likely Niklas, Anders in first and second respectively. And then between Cham and Jakub Turcic for third. Unless, actually, we also have Asir with a sub 4 potential. Mikhail Cerny starting the last solve.
Nope.
Second last solve, actually. Mikhail could also get... Oh, Mikhail also has 351 potential.
There's still a lot to be played for, I guess.
This is very, very tight. So even if Cham BPA is here, that doesn't necessarily guarantee them the podium. Currently, we have Asir just BPA'd with a 394 average.
Niklas has 6 as a win, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
And then it will be between Anders, Mikhail, and Anthony for third place. And Cham might be able to sneak in. That is BPA for Cham.
346, so very strong.
That is a 3.80 average for Cham. Currently in third place, but we have 2 others with a sub that BPA.
It is sub that.
Well, sub that, yeah.
This is a very, very tight finals indeed. Anders Berghaugen now with the last solve. This is going to decide whether he is on the podium or not. And that is going to be a podium for
That
Anders.
is very strong.
Second place for Anders Berghaugen. Michael Cerny's last solve will decide whether he is placed second or not on the podium at all.
Or not second.
So Michael Cerny needs a 330-ish solve to be for second, and better something worse than that.
Okay, here we go.
So
Shaking his hands.
This solve will decide our final podium. 3.30 per second.
Yeah, I gotta shake off that tension, shake it off.
Yeah.
Ooh, a little mistake there.
That's it. That's
Oh,
it.
it's a DNF.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't stopped. So it's
Oh,
a
really?
6.70.
Oh, 6.7.
What that means that our European Championship podium for clock is decided. Niklas Asen Ilesen, Anders Berghaugen, and Anthony Stuchik, in that order, are our podium.
Norway proving they are a real
Dominant force.
a force to be reckoned with. at
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Other notable, Kai Geisinger is still not finished, so we still have some 2 solves left to see from them. But not a single person has gotten any PRs.
That's what I was gonna say
Yeah.
as well. It was very that's very notable.
Okay, so we currently have 15 DNF, and I said that we'll have 15 DNF at the end of the final.
16, right?
Now come back to the green stage. That's Megaminx finalist. Please come to the green stage.
So for all those that weren't tuned in the past, we have to unfortunately repeat the Megaminx final. There's some disappointment in the stands, but
Yeah, of course.
unfortunately it is a decision that had to be made by the delegates and the organisers in the interest of fairness, because
It's a very sad thing to see, but there's no way to change
the
it.
scrambles are on paper, and when they're finished, they just get left in a pile. And in theory, anyone could have looked at it at any time in the competition. So
Someone might have even published them. I don't know.
exactly, people could have posted videos already of them doing solves on these scrambles. The scrambles were on the big screen in this very room for everyone to see.
Yeah.
So in the interest of fairness, it had to be decided that the round is to be redone.
It's sad but true. We have to live with it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
I mean, it's obviously easier to say for us than for those that have already been there. They've done
yeah,
their solves,
absolutely.
broken records.
It would be really quite disappointing now to see someone lose out on a podium that they would have gotten in the past.
Exactly. I'm gonna be rooting extra hard for those that just did like any
Yeah,
record
absolutely.
for
I
them.
think they absolutely deserve it. They put in the work, and you'd feel a little bit hard done by if you lost that record, but
it's just the way
it's
it
just
is.
the way it is.
Yeah.
It's better than the results retroactively being removed after the competition,
Oh,
which is what
definitely.
would
Yeah.
absolutely happen.
Definitely. So, Megaminx Finals, what are your predictions?
Oh, deja vu, Eric. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see Prabhav break the Indian national record.
I'm sure he could.
I'm sure he's proven already that he has the potential.
Yeah, technically, yes.
I think Timofey is also able to get a very good average, maybe even
What makes you say that?
I think sub 30
What makes you say that, Eric?
reasons.
Aiden Granger, lots of cheering for Aiden Granger in the chat.
But then again, I mean, I'm slightly hoping that my initial prediction might come true after all with
Jan?
Magda on the podium.
Jan, Mike on the podium, and you said you wanted Jan to win?
I did want Jan to win, but I mean, come on.
I think it's too difficult, yeah.
I think Aiden and Timofey are both so dominant.
Yeah.
It's going to be very difficult.
Exactly. So if they have to redo it, I mean, sometimes you do wonder, like, what would the result be if they would just redo the finals? What would happen if we did the same exact final?
And we'll have
10
the answer
times?
right now.
And we'll get the answer to one of those scenarios in a while.
We can think of the last one as a warm-up. They've had some comp sim solves.
That's true. That's true. Timofey now has some experience in
Yeah.
Megaminx finals and
Yeah.
Europeans. That's interesting. But I mean, these results that we've just seen from the the deleted round, I don't think they're gonna change that much.
I think the podium, maybe third place might change, but I think
Yeah.
first and second are very.
Yeah, because
they're going to be very similar.
Yeah.
even comparing the second round to the provisional final round, it didn't change that much.
Not really, no.
If you're still in the venue, please come submit your party for Megaminx. Lucas Pucci.
Okay.
So that
Maybe he
might be interesting.
maybe he left.
Can't wait
Maybe
to
he
read the
left.
report.
Maybe he wasn't in the clock final, and then he decided just to go home. You know.
Would that mean they would call up the 21st
I have no idea.
spot? Probably, right? If they
Yeah, technically
suddenly-
yes.
Technically, that would mean that Kostjantin Stadnik would get a
Ooh.
spot. He finished 21st in the second round with a 40.02 average. But then again, I mean, is it to be expected that after you finish the round, you have to redo it?
Technically
It's a
no.
bit, it's a bit iffy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
I'm not really
I mean-
sure what the best course of action would be. Maybe just let Kostjantin provisionally compete? I'm not really sure what the best course of action is. What do you think, Sean? You're a delegate.
Oh. I mean, ideally, this situation wouldn't be happening in the first
Yeah.
place. I think it's not fair to let someone else. I don't know. I think Lucas worked for that place.
Yeah.
And,
True.
you know, he made it into the final.
But what do
And
you, what are you, gonna,
Constantine, it's-
you can't like you can't use the result from the provisional final.
Well, if it's
But
not
what I'm
here,
saying
you
is-
have to take the 21st competitor.
Does that mean if someone doesn't show up, but they're in the venue and decide not to compete, you should take the 21st?
Yeah.
What it does, doesn't it?
You
Yes.
you can't. It's discretion of the organizer and delegate.
Well, if there's a free spot, I'm all for occupying that spot with a competitor. Why not?
Absolutely,
We
yeah.
have
I
the
mean,
timers, we have the judge. Why not?
it'd be very unfortunate for Lucas, though.
Definitely, but
Yeah.
like.
I mean, I think it's one of these
but
situations.
Kostjantin competing or not doesn't change the fact that he might not be here. Lucas, that is.
True. I mean, I think I absolutely have him compete. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think it's just a terrible and unfortunate situation either way.
Yeah.
But more solves is more better.
More solves is more better. That is. That is very well
Yeah.
put, very well Englished.
Thank
by
you. I
Sean too.
English very
You
goodly.
teach us new things every day.
Yes. I think there was some clapping there because he's arrived. I think
that
John.
That would
Yeah.
be the ideal scenario.
Yes. So okay, at least we do not have to worry about the possible. It looks like a relative of Lucas is in the chat saying he's on the way. Please, he's hurrying. We'll make sure no spot gets taken.
Now, are we going to see them being announced again on the podium?
I hope so. I mean, I think it's the least they can do.
We can see the whole shebang. With
I would
the,
like to
with
say,
the cards
I
again.
think if we're going to do everything, if we're going to do it again, we should do it again properly.
That's right.
And give them
Yeah.
the glory they deserve for
I
getting
agree.
into the final.
I agree.
Just forget what happened an hour ago and
Yeah.
start again.
I mean, they do.
Yeah. Okay, so we're still waiting on Lucas. We will be waiting for him to arrive back in the venue. In interest of fairness, I think it's only right that he gets to compete in Megaminx.
So, if you just tuned in and expected to see the Nations Cup finals, you'll have to wait for that. But on the plus side, you'll still get to see the Megaminx finals and the 7x7
7x7 final, yeah.
Yes, we're only a little bit behind, but
so stay tuned.
we will get there.
grab something to drink, grab something to eat. Don't go anywhere.
Yes.
There's going to be some tasty solving coming up.
Apologies, I'm being contacted about cubing matters that I must attend to.
You must attend to right now.
Digitally, yes.
Digitally.
Yeah.
You're such an important person, Sean. I mean, this is only making you more busy.
He's a busy man, yeah.
Multitasking.
There we go. We're done. So what we've already discussed what we expect out of Megaminx finals. we're talking about 7x7 finals. What do we think out of that? We haven't spoken about 7x7 at all.
That's true. We haven't, because it was not an issue that we were supposed to be discussing yet. But then,
Oh, hear that?
yes.
Okay, we're
we
doing
are
one big batch of
gonna
Megaminx
start.
finalists.
We are going to start.
Hopefully we get a shot of our Megaminx finalists. Wow.
And the crowd
Hello,
goes
Oisin.
wild.
The crowd is going crazy.
Yeah. Oh, look at them.
Some of these competitors will be seeing this as a second chance.
Yeah.
Also, we've talked about the negatives. Obviously, there are some competitors that are worried about losing what they thought was a podium, but there's a lot more competitors that are seeing this as another opportunity.
There's 3 places and 20 competitors. It's 5 attempts each, and off we go.
If Oisin Allwill in the chat, hello, Oisin.
Let's see what people change over this short period of time. It's a clean sheet. Clean sheet? Clean slate? Clean sheet and a clean slate. Clean slate.
I would say, yeah, clean slate. Clean sheet would be like...
Clean sheet is a different
like what
type
you'd
of thing.
put... I mean, I think that's just like... what it's like, what you get into after you clean the sheets of your bed. I don't think clean sheet is anything.
Is that a thing? Maybe it is where you live. Let us know.
Clean sheet, I've never heard the phrase clean sheet before, but maybe it's the Dutch dialect.
Isn't it when you win like all to nothing?
I need to double check now.
Okay, so now we'll have the opportunity to see who's mentally prepared and who's not.
Yeah, so while Sean is clearing up the issues with his own language, we are looking at some Megaminx action here.
Yep, and Aiden first solve.
Onto his last layer, nice OLL.
PR recognition.
The
and
recognition took a while.
29.7.
2070 is a very strong start.
Oh, and a 30.91 from Jan.
And a 32.45 from Magda. That's a better start than she had in the deleted round.
Okay, so we apologize for that.
So better result as well for Rainier on his first solve with a 38.
Prabab with a 34, not quite the start he had last time, but still good enough.
And Timofey is about halfway finished on his first attempt. I'm sure he's not fazed by the pressure at all, because he hasn't been.
I mean,
his previous solves either.
He's just so cool-headed. He's just
finishing up.
Ooh. With a 31.79.
He started with a 31 last time.
Yep.
So this does not mean anything.
Yeah, doesn't look too happy, understandably.
Prabab 34.76.
There he is.
Magdalena.
She's a bit ahead of the others. think she's one of the first that got the first scramble as well. So on the left, Magda, and on the right as well, Magda. Just keep turning. Don't pause. Don't
think,
lock.
just solve.
Yeah, don't think, just solve indeed. PLL. Oh.
Ooh.
That's 3 algs for the PLL. That's not what she was looking for.
36.23.
Disappointing result for her.
Aiden about to start solve 2.
No, this is only Timofey
Warming
warming
up,
up on the left. So on the right, you see Aiden with his official second attempt.
Yeah. He started with 29.70.
If he can follow up on that, I'm sure he'll be very pleased.
Prabhav on track for something quite good here.
Ooh, 28,
Come
26.
on. Aiden looks very happy with that. That's a counting sub 30 for Aiden. Oh, Prabhav not looking so.
Chat favorite, Pragov, only with a 38.88.
Rainier with a 38.77 and a 39.02.
Now we're back with Henry, who did rather disappointingly in the cancelled round. I'm sure he's happy with this second opportunity, but it doesn't look to be going his way either in this round.
Okay, so we see a 40 from Yanis.
Magdalena starting solve 3.
Already on her third. We haven't even seen Timofey's second. She just wants to get it over with, doesn't
I mean,
she?
I think having done 7 Megaminx final solves already.
That's not a great time.
Oh, Ulysses also not finding the correct algorithms there. Now let's see how Magda does.
Okay, stay strong, Elise.
She must be on the PLL now. Yeah.
That's better from Magda.
34.
Counting.
Yeah.
Janzic starting his third solve now also.
Solve, yeah.
On the backside, Rainier.
And we have a 34 from Timo.
Jan starting solve 3.
Timofey still only has done 1 solve.
Rainier with a 33.73 national record.
Wow. Shout out to him.
That's NR. Dutch NR.
So he has been very happy with this second opportunity then. This is Yanis.
Yep.
Yes, still no second solve from Timofey.
Hidden deep within his hoodie. Maybe there's also been a misscramble situation then for Timofey.
Possibly.
Because while he does take a little bit longer than the others to prepare for his solves, I mean...
Not this much longer.
Not by this
Here we
much,
go. Here's Timofey's solve 2.
There he is.
Aiden looks like he's trying to keep himself in the
Meanwhile-
zone while Timofey is solving.
Great angle to see his solve from.
Prabhav with a 34 and 238. So
Finishing up, but not
Not
at
quite
sub
sub
30
30.
either on this one.
Ooh.
31.91. He has not been enjoying this second chance so far. Nothing lost, obviously. It's still everyone's game.
Timofey historically has gotten a counting bad solve and 3 very good solves. So it doesn't mean anything just yet.
Now it's Aiden for his third solve. 2 sub 30 solves so far. Let's see if he can make it a 3 out of 3.
Aiden's solving very smoothly here and very, very little pauses.
Yeah, the solve is crucial for him.
His turning style is a pleasure for the eye.
Yeah, it really it is. There's no pauses really whatsoever.
But only on his last solve of the cancelled round. That was very lucky, but that was
Yeah.
understandable, obviously.
I think nerves are
He's on his last layer now. OLL.
not quite what you would
Very
want.
good.
yeah.
And the PLL is a little bit longer.
33 flat.
It's not too bad.
I think it's pretty good. I mean, 33 flat is better than most people have gotten so far this this round.
I'm literally on the edge of my seat.
I can confirm he is on the edge of his seat.
Come on, come on.
Rainier with fourth solve.
What was his time? 33.99. Yep.
Jago
Yeah.
supporting his countryman.
Of course I am.
Nothing wrong with that, obviously. Very happy for Rainier as well, Finn, to follow up well on that first solve. He's in a much better spot at this moment than I would have expected.
Looking at our results so far, Aiden and Timofey seem to be switched, and Jan and Magdalena seem to be also battling it out for third place again.
Yeah, just like before. History repeats
Okay,
itself.
so Timo is doing pretty good actually. He has a 34.46 best possible average.
Seems like we have a display malfunction.
Again, this is really unfortunate, but maybe we can see it here
We
on the
might
display.
be able to see it.
24/7. I think it's a 29.
I thought it was a 30-something.
See if we can see by the movement of Simone's pen.
Well, it was a 2.
I think it was a 29.
Was
Yeah.
it? Okay.
It was really clearly, you could really see it from the movement of Simone's writing.
Magdalena starting her
Fourth
fourth
solve, yeah.
solve.
He currently has a 34.82 counting.
Prabhav no longer has NR possibility.
And PL
for average.
recognition.
Oh!
36 for
36.41.
Magdalena.
Ooh,
I don't
that's
think
not
that's
great.
that's not enough. Jan will do better, I think.
Magdalena and Jan. Magdalena's BPA is slower than Jan. I think if Magdalena pulls out a very good solve here and Jan does not perform so well, Magdalena can still take it.
Oh.
But Jan is certainly looking like the stronger contender at the moment. And
That is
another sub 30
counting
for
as
Aiden.
well.
So that gives Aiden 29.30 BPA and 30.88 WPA. So this, no, the last Timofey's third solve was a 31, not a 29. So
So we were both wrong again. I thought Diego and me saw the same thing, but then we both saw it wrong.
Timofey is going to have to pull something very strong here.
Yeah,
it
it's not
may
over
have
yet.
to even count something like a 26, possibly. With two
It really
counting
depends
31s.
on the last solve of Aiden.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a second and a half between worst and best possible averages for Aiden.
Timo with the first finished average of 35.21.
It's pretty strong as well.
It surely won't be
Giannis,
enough.
It
just
surely
finishing
won't
average
be
of a
enough, but
39 average for Giannis.
it's strong. It's strong.
Jan starting his last solve.
Oh, Rainier taking it easy, taking his time, only a 45.
I mean, I think he'll be pretty happy with that average anyway.
Yes, yes.
38.23 average and a 33.73 national record single. I think it could be worse.
Okay, we see Timofey.
There we go.
Fourth solve.
This solve is going to tell us everything we need to know about who's going to...
He needs a good sub 30, I think.
Oh,
and it's too slow. It is too slow.
Oh.
It is extremely slow.
He knows it. He knows it. Oh.
33.38 from Jan.
That is.
So that is going to guarantee Aiden Granger the European Championship.
That's a bit heartbreaking, though.
I think it is. Timofey
really
is such
feel for the guy. That is really.
Apparently, there's been another Indian national record average today, just now.
Okay.
So Prabhav would have been Keaton.
Oh, okay. That's
so that's less upsetting.
That's much less upsetting.
Yeah.
There's nothing worse than thinking you get a record and then not getting it.
So I wonder, does Aiden know that he has the title?
I think he does.
I think he does, yeah. You could see he was giving Timofey a pat on the back there.
Yeah, he knows that Timofey is the only one that can beat him.
He knows exactly what's happening, I think.
Jan just beat out Magdalena, and I think nobody else is really in a position to beat him. So it's going to be Aiden Granger is first, Timofey Tarashenko second, and Jan Zik third.
This is a good solve. 30.99.
Timofey being a very good sport. I think this is probably one of the more heartbreaking ways to win a European championship.
Going from a gold medal and a European record to a silver medal. Yeah,
But this is exactly why cubing is such a great sport. I mean, the respect for both of these guys. I mean,
and Timofey is so young, and he's able to still just give Aiden a pat on the back and say, "Well done."
Very mature.
Very mature for being someone so young.
Kudos to both of them.
Yeah, 100%.
Great sportsmanship from both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, so Timofey's worst possible average is 32.47. That will definitely secure him second place.
Ariane Martin Nunez with a 35.87 Spanish national record average.
Ah.
So I'm sure a crowd favorite.
Something else for the crowd to cheer for.
Ooh. And a 32 for Timofey's final solve. And look at him giving a big wave to the crowd.
Getting a very
massive round of applause.
Well-deserved round of applause.
Okay.
And that is looking like it might be the end of our Megaminx final. We are missing some results from WCA. But
I'm sure he's done more than
he seems to be getting ready to leave.
Yeah, we saw a 33 and a 32 from him. So the podium hasn't changed, right?
I mean, the people on the podium haven't changed.
No. Yeah, I think we're just waiting on 7x7 final now to start soon.
Yeah. Which. Which we still haven't talked about yet.
I know. I've been so excited. Of course, in our first round, there's only 2 rounds. We had the best of the GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend, Kieran Behan, seeded first. Obviously, he's from Ireland. Timon Koloshinsky from seeded second. Janos Berechi in third. Timofey Tarashenko in fourth with a Russian national record average. Richard Delacoste in fifth with a 206 average. And then we start moving into the rest of the people with like Ellie J with a UK national record average of 2 minutes 14.96. So it's really between our top 5 competitors here. It's going to be 3 of them.
Yeah, so the top 5 is separated by less than 10 seconds in the mean.
Yeah, by the looks of things.
Which it looks like to be...
Top 6?
It sounds like a lot, but
Top
actually
5.
it's been closer than it's been over the past few years, I think.
Yeah, I mean, let's have a little look at our results from the past Euros here.
I always have it, at least in my memory, that there's always been a clear favorite every time, or at least 1 or 2 who stand out a lot above the rest. But this time it seems to be a little bit closer, which is only good for the excitement for these finals.
Well, actually, I mean, first and second were Timon and Kieran.
But then
Richard de la Costa, Abdullah, Antonio Lopez, Celine Tran, Martin Egdahl were all within 7 seconds on mean. I mean, Richard de la Costa, Abdullah, and Antonio Lopez and Selena are probably were the closest to them. But I think it was still tight for 3rd place.
It was still very tight. It's still interesting to see that 7x7 finals last time, 157. First round, best result, 157.
And even in the first round last year, it was 203.
Yeah.
To win the first round. So
there have not been that many improvements in this event, apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
which is maybe a good sign, because we're maybe finally at this
bottoming out. Yeah.
I mean, we've thought that before at some other events. Like we probably is gonna see only like small improvements, but then I mean, new cubes came out, new methods were invented, and then they completely destroyed the older records. I remember when like one-handed single record stood for more than a few years.
Yeah.
2x2 singles stood for more than a few. 3x3 singles stood for ages, but then they were completely destroyed afterwards every time again.
Yeah.
So maybe this is only like the pause before the next big jump.
I guess so. I'm going to step away just for 2 seconds. I'll be back in a moment. I just gotta. Is that okay, Eric? I'm getting dirty look.
Fine, go.
Yeah, okay, I'll be
You
back.
go.
I will be back in 2 minutes.
We don't want you here anyway.
Yes.
I'm just gonna have some fun with Diego here. Diego, who came up with some excellent games early today.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you've got some more up your sleeve of those.
Tomorrow I'll have some more.
Tomorrow we'll have more of those. So in case you missed it, you can check back on earlier today in the stream, where Diego hit us with some very good statistic guessing games.
Yeah. Okay, so
we are gonna get ready for 7x7. The arena is getting ready for 7x7. Meanwhile, the sound of rain hits our ears.
Yeah.
It's a very rare sound, which we haven't heard yet, but it's the acoustics of the arena are quite funny in that you can hear it everywhere. So yeah, it's gonna be another head-to-head, basically, I think, between Timon and Kieran. But I mean, the form that Timofey has shown so far, I wouldn't count him out at all. And Janos Burecki from Romania as well. I mean, he's been performing very well. He started off poorly in the first round with a 2:14, but then pulled out 2 of his best solves, 152 and a 159. The 152 is actually the fastest solve of the whole first round. So Janos, if he can keep it together and continue on his good performance on the first round, he definitely has some chances, even maybe some outsider chances of getting the top spot on the podium.
do you think he can steal the show?
It would be a nice story, wouldn't it?
It would, yeah.
I mean, the story we had of NHMs was nice as well, you know?
Yeah.
With Timon, Luke Reiser, you know, this was great, but maybe we're going to have some new stories here today at the 7x7 finals.
Maybe, and I hope so, to be honest.
Do we want to get an interview with someone, maybe?
Yes.
I could go and try and find someone.
Yes.
Maybe Aiden?
Yes.
Okay. I just thought of that now, so I'm going to go see if I can find
Sean,
one of
go
our
back to
Megaminxes.
work.
Yeah.
It's not every day you get the opportunity to boss a delegate around.
Yeah. Unfortunately, 7x7 will start, so we'll not have Aiden right now. Not
I guess we're not doing an interview.
Yeah.
I guess we are not waiting for anything.
So while we're announcing this, it's worth mentioning that Lucas didn't get to compete in the main group, but he's competing now.
Oh,
yeah,
that's nice.
So he gets to compete in Megaminx.
That's good. I'm happy to hear that.
Norway obviously wearing their uniform of sunglasses.
Ooh. Did she say Austria?
Well, you could debate he's from Germany, but Austria not really.
LEJ popular in the crowd by the sounds of things.
Okay, my hot take is Richard will win the bronze medal.
I think that's possible. I think it's very, very possible.
And I'm going to say Janos will actually just win it.
Ooh.
Overall?
I mean, look at it.
You
First round, he pulled out a 152 and a 159 back to back.
And he has European record single currently.
Why not?
I mean, I have to say Kieran's going to win, and he's going to break.
Obviously.
Kieran's going to win everything. He's going to break all the records.
But obviously, in the end, it's going to be Timon. Isn't it always at these big finals? There he is.
There Look at him, he's getting the crowd hyped up.
Ooh. A real showman.
Hasn't it been time and time again? Timon gets into a high-pressure final. Everyone is breaking under the pressure, and he's just sucking it all up.
Yeah. He
breaking record after record. That's Timon's biggest strength, I think.
He's one of the only cubers I've seen that does better in these situations.
Yeah.
But
That's
he's
super
still
rare.
human, you know? Anything can happen.
I don't know if he is human.
We've seen very...
I've seen too many sub-5 averages to...
Yeah.
And Kieran started already.
Finishing up his blue and green centers, as he does for every solve.
Kieran's judge, a close friend of his, Maria Bozang, an Irish delegate.
Oh, I'm not sure. Isn't that spicy? And judge from your own country? I'm sure it's going to be fine.
I would trust Maria. She's been a delegate for a while now. I think doing it here, if you're going to do it anywhere, it'd probably be the worst place.
Not being very serious.
I know, I know. Oh, it's that Kieran guy, eh? He's known for cheating.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Very cheeky indeed. It's always impressive how Timon seems to be able to hide the cube from any angle we we throw at him.
Oh, yeah. He's going to use that footage for himself. Kieran finishing edges, or started doing edges at 109, I think.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good pace, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is quite quick.
Kieran has said that 7x7 is the only event that he has a sub-world record time at home.
I had to think for a while, but then I realized it's 7x7.
Yeah. Finishing off L4 now. On very good pace.
I think he's on a really good pace.
Seems to be like a very good solve for Kieran.
Yeah.
Janos?
Janos must be close to finishing as well.
Ooh!
There we go.
150.66.
Wow.
He'll be happy with that. The first 7x7 solve finish this European Championships.
Look of confidence there. Now Timon has a lock-up.
Ooh, a pop. Was it a pop or is
Yeah,
it
it was.
maybe
Maybe
a
like
bad lock-up into
half and half.
Okay, pop. That could.
He still hasn't
still not
finished.
finished yet.
Yeah.
Still hasn't finished up, but now he's gonna
Ooh.
do the 3x3 part like a maniac.
Ooh.
Still a 2:03 with
That's a very solid time with the pop.
Yes, but
considering, yeah.
Kieran has a 13 seconds lead over
Yeah.
Timon.
I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean he has to beat Kieran by 7 seconds on the next two solves.
Yeah.
Oh, each of the next two solves.
I mean, but Kieran's only human himself, you know. Mats Volk with a Dutch national record single of 2 minutes and 19.63 seconds.
I sense like a kind of revolving theme about Dutch people secretly practicing at
Yeah.
home.
Eder with a 2:43.
Updrak doesn't seem to be
Yeah,
finishing his edges anytime soon.
Timofey and Richard Delacoste are both very close. There's only 0.03 between them. Selena with a 156.
What?
Ooh.
That is going to be the second best solve so far.
Wow.
Is it NR?
Almost certainly. Let's wait until it gets inputted and I can tell you.
I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, hot take Timon, 1 podium.
I mean,
That's the hottest of takes.
No, I'm
So that
kidding,
is
I'm kidding.
that is national record for Norway.
her-
Previously 2:01.60.
So that's the first sub 2.
Wow.
Unless there seems to be some hands going on now that maybe might have been a display issue.
Ah.
I hope for her sake that it's not, because I would be.
Did she signalize a 7?
She was waving
maybe,
her
maybe
hands.
it was like a
A 207.
207 probably then. Meanwhile, Kieran does the Aiden tactic and
Just go for
just
it.
go. Just go. I mean, that's the nicest situation to be in, right? You're,
You want to be solving ahead. You don't.
you want to be solving ahead. The person next to you isn't going to finish his solve while
During
you are
your
solving,
solve.
so there's no reaction to
Exactly.
whatever you're gonna do during the other solve next to you. You can just focus on yourself, no distractions.
Timon's cube has just arrived.
Fresh out of the scrambling oven.
Oh,
And a
yeah.
227 for Celine.
Oh.
Okay.
That is unfortunate. I was really rooting for her. That,
Yeah,
that would
me too.
not be a mistake, but yeah. Kieran now
On
to
also good
finish
pace
his
here.
edges, his centers. And on to his edges. I mean, he's already done 4 of the edges, obviously.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
being
Because, yeah.
a Yao solver.
Nobody yet has finished 2 solves. Everybody has finished 1 solve. Timofey starting solve 2. Daniel Partridge with a 224.
Now we're on board with Timofey. That cube looks so big in his hands.
It's ridiculous how fast he's going to be once he gets a bit older.
Yeah. So Kieran looking to
Ooh.
finish.
And
He's
it
at
will
3
be a
by
sub
3.
2.
He's at 3 by 3
Again.
stage. Oh well.
PLL at
into the
152.
That 3 by 3 stage.
Yes.
looks-
Pretty solid.
It
Again, 154.
Looks very lucky though, that 3 by 3 stage. Bit
He won't
dodgy.
be. He internally will not be happy, but He's
But the
got
result
that's a
is good, yeah.
152.54 mean in the last two solves.
He's just harvesting what he saw.
Oh yes.
What he
Saw.
before. Yeah, saw. Again, Sean, back to teaching us English. How about that clean sheet, Sean?
Oh yeah, I have it here.
That was the issue we tried to clear up earlier.
The only definition I could find earlier was in like a U.S. dictionary. Was an existence of the absence of existing restraints or command.
Oh no, the other explanation makes more sense. That's
the
why
soccer
I know it.
one.
No,
this
the
one. Yeah,
football
yeah.
one.
sorry. So we have football in Ireland as well, but we.
Okay.
Oh, that is a good solve.
153 for Timon.
But remember, he needed to beat Kieran with about 7 seconds
total.
Every solve.
Yeah.
So 14 seconds in total. And now, so far, he's only one back one.
Yes. So he has to do quite well.
13 seconds for his last solve. That's going to be a big task. So yeah, so in football, it's when the goalkeeper
doesn't let a single
go in.
Yeah. Timofey's finishing solve too. .208 for Timofey. He won't be happy with that, I don't think.
No. Safe to say, he will not be contending for a win. Maybe he will be able to snatch a podium.
And 207 from Richard, who is neck to neck with Timofey and Mark Zimmerman.
Yeah, so just in about that Megaminx finals, we did have Lucas. He was he was found basically, and now he redid the round after the fact, and he actually did place third with a 33.84 average.
What?
I mean, it doesn't.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian, so it will not count for the European podium. But still, a shout out to him for still being able to perform that well.
All right,
after this series of emotional roller coastering.
Yeah. Kieran starting his final solve.
Let's see if he can keep it together and continue on what he's done yet. He must know that the only thing that he needs to do is not mess up too much. But I'm not really sure if that's that big of an advantage, you know, if you're going for safety.
Timon can get anything, really, though.
Exactly.
It's especially, you need to go all out in these finals because you'd feel, I think it's a lot better to know that you made the mistake rather than wish what you could have done.
Who knows? He would pull out like a 147. You never know. Anything can happen.
Well, Kieran has a 143 or something, I think, in competition. Let me double check. Or maybe even a 1.
I mean, anything can
happen.
happen.
Yeah, it's a 143.49.
If you finish off centers and there's a whole edge solved, I mean, it can happen.
Yeah.
Obviously, the chance for Timon for that happening are bigger than for Kieran, because Kieran already locks in 4 very specific edges at the start of his solve. Whereas
would that not mean that it's the likelihood there's
no.
I think
because for Kieran it only helps at the start when it's either of the 4 green edges.
Oh, Kieran is extremely good.
And afterwards he only has 8 edges left.
Wow, we're looking for
this is going to be a really
Kieran
good
is
solve.
extremely good. Kieran is the European champion.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Yes! And that is Kieran running across the stage because he knows that he has secured the European champion title.
Yeah, an astonishing performance from him.
And Sean O2 cannot stay
I am so unbelievably excited. A 151.02 average for Kieran. That is not even his PR because he's got a faster result.
So that would make Timon's task almost impossible.
Almost.
I mean, never say never, but I don't see that happening anytime.
We would need to see
135, I think.
We would need to see world record single, I think, here.
But you know, why not?
I mean, anything is
why
possible.
Not?
We've seen a lot of things today. Why not one more?
Why not? Off he goes. to be turning very fast. Almost no pauses at all. Although, short look for some pieces. A 151 mean. That's incredibly good for Kieran.
Yeah, 151 is PR2, I think.
Okay, so Mark Zimmerman is currently third.
That would be a big surprise. He finished 7th in the first round with a 216 mean. So if Mark would make it onto the podium, that would be incredibly good for him.
Yeah.
Mark just shown there. We have Antonio Lopez solving in the back.
So Mark with a 207 and a 2 flat.
Okay, so we can say for sure that Timon will not break the world record.
Yes, so that will mean that Kieran Behan has secured the European Championship title.
Yeah.
Timon locks up even a little bit more.
I'm sure Timon will get a few titles at this
I think he's not going to be short any European Championship titles. I think Kieran has put so much work in. He really deserves it.
Oh, so we have Richard Delacoste with
And
a
still a
205
set two,
mean.
yeah.
Putting Richard in a good spot.
Oh, because he finished with a 159.
Mats Volk with a 224.44 national record also.
Let's go, Mats. So currently Richard is in 3rd spot, but that can change. Mark and Janosch both have good chances, and Timofey as well.
I think Mark is the most likely to do it.
But then Timofey might just get a really good solve now.
Exactly. Timofey needs a very, very good solve. He needs about a 155 or so to do it.
And I think, I'm not really sure Mark has like the form, but we'll see. I mean, it's only one solve. He's shown before that he can do it, so why not now?
Both of Mark's solves so far have been faster than Richard's. Oh no, apologies, no. Mark got a 200. So if you can do another one similar, he should be able to lock the podium.
Yeah.
Timofey finishing up his last solve now.
On his last 4 edges. Very nice. We can see it like this on the overhead view.
Alvin Roltz.
While Mark is getting ready for his last solve, and this final solve of Timofey is also not incredibly good.
Timofey won't be.
So he's not on
he won't beat Richard.
So Timofey currently 4th with a 209.
So this solve from Mark Zimmerman will decide our European Championship podium.
It all comes down to this last solve.
Unless Janos gets another 140, which he's gotten in the past.
That's right.
I think it's probably unlikely, but it ain't over till it's over.
So on the left we see Alvin Rölz, but then on the right side Mark Zimmerman. Zimmerman. It's gonna be exciting what he's gonna get on this solve. Let's hope we can stay here. Unless we have Janosch.
Pulls out something. Janosch could pull out something.
It's gonna be exciting. This is Mark. Indeed. Confirmed by Jules Graphics.
Jules has done an excellent job with the graphics this comp.
Yeah, shout out to him. These moving graphics for the finals are absolutely incredible.
It's looking like Kieran is going to be over 10 seconds ahead of 3rd place.
So Janosch will finish up his last solve before Mark.
We're waiting on our last 3 solves of the day now. Mark is just finishing. Janosch is also just finishing. And Kim Roger is also solving in the background.
So there's still enough left on the table.
Anything could happen. Patrick Pons with the PR mean also.
But I don't know, Mark seems to be lacking a little bit of pace, although maybe
Janos, that means that Janos is off the table for a podium.
Oh yeah, that last solve is definitely not what he needs.
It will be between Richard and Mark.
So this solve will decide our European Championship podium.
That's a big lock-up. I'm not sure. We should see the time that
We need
Mark
a
has spent
round
so far, but I don't think it's going to be a very good one.
5 should do it. So it's,
it's already over.
He's already passed it.
So that means
I said it. Richard is third.
Kieran Behan in first and Timon Kodashitsky in second.
Yeah.
I think an overall pretty expected podium. I believe, actually.
You believe?
That might be the same podium as last time.
It is.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Except with Kieran and Timon flipped.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're swapping out for others, are we? For Nations Cup?
I guess.
I will go and find out.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure who we plan to be.
I'm not sure. I will go and find out.
I'm happy to be here.
I'll go and find out if you have any
Let's see who is still capable and full of energy at these next few hours. I don't know. I'm not sure how long it's going to take of
maybe
fun.
2 hours. Yeah, an hour and a half of 2 hours.
I'm not really sure how long it's going to take.
And Switzerland is doing so great, you know, at this European Championship.
They really are.
Thanks to Ezra, of course, who won the 4 blind, 5 blind, and the multi-blind. And then now we have Richard, who just finished third in 7x7.
Yeah, Switzerland is slowly becoming a very good cubing nation.
Yeah.
They haven't had that many top-level cubers in the past, but now we're really seeing them emerge on all of the events.
Yeah,
exactly. They're good in basically everything. The only thing that's still lacking is like a really, really good like 3x3 solver, maybe.
I mean, Richard is still at low 6.
Yeah, but I don't really see him contending for a podium spot, to be honest.
Yeah, he's not sub 6. He won't be in the discussion for the podium. But he will surely be in the final.
Yeah, that is to be expected.
Yeah.
That is definitely to be expected. I think for Nations Cup we will have scheduled, I think we talked about this yesterday, that Patrick Pons is probably going to be joining us. Obviously, at this European Nations Cup, Patrick is not competing himself.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if I can find him anywhere. Be right back.
Is there Russia at Nation Cup? I think yes. I think Russia will be represented by Timofey, of course. Yep, so for those of you wondering, it was Eric Ackersdijk who was on the commentary with me. And here comes Patrick. Yep, Israel will also be represented in the Nation Cup. How is Timon doing so far? Well, he won 6x6 and finished second in 7x7.
So, I found something.
Hey.
Or rather someone. Welcome back, Patrick. How's it going?
Yeah, pretty good. How about you guys?
Yeah. How did you enjoy those finals?
I'm
Very happy. I'm not gonna lie, didn't watch any of the Megaminx or Clock because I was competing in 6 and 7.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
And those went well for me, so I'm very happy.
I wasn't really paying attention to your times that much.
Okay.
So you came in 7th with a new PR.
Yeah.
At 7x7.
It's actually quite bad. Like my first all was perfectly fine. I was like content with it. Maybe like a little upset that I couldn't get a little bit faster. And then on the second one, I popped.
No.
And got like 20 seconds slower almost.
The pop took 20 seconds.
Well, it was an oblique, and then I got very nervous that I was gonna like explode the cube, and and then I had a very like the longer edge parity alg on 7x7, so I did that like very slowly. So even like PRing with that, yeah, pretty happy with that.
I mean, you must know there's still much more potential then.
Oh, for sure. I've been dedicating a lot of time recently to 6x6 and 7x7. They're more or less my favorite events.
It's paying off.
And yeah, I'm really happy. The 6x6, yeah, sub 120, what a dream. I after coming back from like New Year's holidays this year, I've pretty much only done 6x6.
Yeah.
And yeah, my goal coming into this comp was sub 120, meaning to do it in the final.
Yeah, so you even beat Kieran with your 190.92 PR.
Yeah,
puts you in
bittersweet because I want to see him do well, but knowing that he just won 7x7, I'm so happy I beat Kieran. Yeah.
Very nice, very nice. You were just going to teach me something, weren't
Yeah,
you?
so I mentioned to Eric, because we're, it's a bit late now and I'm getting kind of hungry, that I was hungry and needed food, and he said, I have an apricot. And for those who don't know, I think we're going to have to come back to this later.
Save that for later.
Yeah.
Nations Cup!
Awesome.
Is everybody excited? Give us a cheer if you think your country's going to win.
OJ hyping up the crowd.
Yeah. It's pretty good at it.
Just to explain some of the rules for those of you who've never seen a Nations Cup before.
Yes, teach us the rules.
When all of the competitors are ready to begin, I will announce begin inspection. As usual, I will call out at 8 seconds. At 12 seconds, I will announce 3, 2, 1, go. When I say 3, 2, 1, go, all competitors must place their hands on the stack mats, and only the first competitor is allowed to start when I say go. If any competitor starts even slightly earlier, I will have to DNF them. Please, hopefully they don't do that. All of the next solvers must keep their hands on the timers until the person before them has finished solving.
There we have him.
If anyone starts solving before they're meant to, unfortunately the entire team will be awarded a DNF. The team with the lowest total time will progress through to the next round. I'll just now go backstage and make sure that our first teams are ready.
First matchup.
So yeah, we're back online. A new set of graphics. You know.
You love to see it. Do we have any predictions?
Um,
I'm not actually too familiar with the Austrian team.
It's a pretty comfortable win for Team Romania.
Yeah, I mean, so I know Christopher Gabriel. Obviously, he is living in the Netherlands with me. He's at like every comp I'm at as well. And Yanis Austin Kele, I know, is quite fast as well. So, but I'm sure the Austrians will try their very best.
So you're actually seeing the Romanian team, not the Austrian team?
Yeah. We'll get those graphics sorted. These are brand new graphics that we're trying out, so, you know.
Yeah, this is nice, even though they are switched. I'm sure we're gonna get it fixed in a minute. Yeah, I can confirm they are working on it. Yeah, there we go.
Awesome.
Well,
no, that's better.
Rather than rather than changing the names, we can just switch the pictures.
Yeah, this is going to be the first match of Nations Cup.
They're just getting ready, I guess, to sort out these first few technical things. And once the train starts rolling, there's no stopping it.
Yes. Absolutely.
Can I have some silence, please?
Silencio, por favor.
Okay. Begin inspection. Now.
Now.
Ahora.
8 seconds.
It's a long 8 seconds, isn't it?
3, 2,
It never is.
1, go.
So after the first one, obviously the second solver can only start after the first is finished.
Ooh, it looks like Austria's.
Austria.
Oh, and a pretty slow time from Team Romania. Yeah, 13 seconds.
1302 is a bit much. Nevertheless, Austria is
Quite the lead they've got.
on
and already on their
match point.
Yeah, on their anchor cube.
Kenya needs to do something extraordinary here.
Oh.
And Austria receives the round.
That was actually quite close there at the end.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Surprising.
Thank you, all competitors, please.
This is going to be a best of one for the first couple of matches, so unfortunately that is going to be lights out for Romania, but that's what it is.
All right. So that was our very first battle between Austria and Romania, which was actually a very tight, especially considering that Austria took the lead after the first few attempts. But then it got exciting at the end, and it was even closer than we expected it to be. So on to our next two contenders. I'm not really sure who we get.
In our second matchup, we have
We'll be
24
asking each
seeds
other
Turkey versus 9th seed Italy. Let's give it up to the Turkish competitors. Kerem Yiğit, Ilka Demirbilir, Alper Sakim, and Tolga Khan Kantachi.
Nice.
Daniel Santori and Valerio Locatellia.
That is not the order that they have sat down in.
Yeah, they're just backwards themselves.
Oh, no, they...
Yeah, they
Yeah,
sat
they
down in
chanted.
the wrong order. Yeah.
Well done by referee OJ.
Yeah.
Sebastiano Tronto, third place on fewest moves.
Yeah.
Or wasn't it the shared second place?
I believe it was.
It was the shared second place, right?
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see. Before I tell you things that are not
I believe
true.
it, yeah,
No, it is. It is a
it's
shared.
a definitive third, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
it's a shared second place. They have the same mean.
Yeah, but
21.
Jan has a better single.
But
so
is that good for FMC or not? I don't think it's a good thing for FMC. Never mind. We can talk about that at a later point in time. We're first going to focus on their skills of solving it fast,
Of
not
course.
in fewest moves.
Although I'm sure Sebastiano will do some efficient solution as he does use Ru. So, yeah, less moves. He really likes solving the cubes and it's the least amount of moves possible. Looks like we'll be starting soon.
Okay, there was a bit of confusion last time, so this time I will say 3, 2, 1, starts inspecting. Okay? 3, 2, 1, starts inspecting. Eight seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
I'm not sure they can... the order that they're solving in there is set, right? Because of their
Yeah.
averages.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Sebastiano with a 9.
Yeah, building the lead, building quite the lead.
Oh.
On to the third solver already.
And Turkey
Wow.
just finished his first solve. Oh.
Right.
That's a strong result from Italy. But let's wait with the round of applause until Turkey is finished as well.
Yep.
Increasing the pace every solve so far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Italy makes it through to the next round, but let's give a huge round of applause to Turkey as well.
Great show of respect there from the audience. But yeah, comfortable win for the Italians.
I'm sure that was expected as well.
Yeah. Back on.
Hey, chat.
Chat, who do you want to win Nations Cup?
Moving on to the Czech Republic in 21st. We have
Who do you want to win?
Ooh, that's pretty hard to say.
Emil Henry Huber and Jan Brutnik. And they're going up against the 12 seed Ireland. Desiree Hall, Killian Heimbach, Ellen Walsh, CJ Fury, and Kira Behan.
Ooh.
OJ showing his favoritism there.
Well, the Czech Republic with great support as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fans standing close
Indeed.
to our booth.
So the country I want to win it's too hard to say.
I mean, you have to say you're...
I think I should go the safe pick and say the Netherlands.
You should.
As that is the country that I live in and plan on living in for a while. But I mean, I also really do like
It
the
is
Spanish.
It is a nice country.
Yeah.
But yeah, I believe the Spanish would be
It'd
be
be a
nice
dream
as well.
to.
I mean,
I would
hope
love to see them go far.
at
for
least
sure.
at least advance a couple of rounds. It
Yeah.
would be great for the home crowd here.
Yeah.
But I'm
Definitely.
sure whoever does win the home crown will applause and cheer just as loudly. Belgium has not gone yet. No. This is our third match.
Are all competitors ready? Silence, please. 3, 2, 1, start inspection. 8 seconds. 3, 2, 1, go.
Do you think that extra time you have being the last solver is useful in any sort of way?
I think no. And if anything, it's actually like it could be bad.
Yeah.
You definitely want to make sure that your anchor is someone who can hold their nerve. And I see Ireland have done that very well by choosing Kieran.
Yeah, and not forgetting your cross.
Although it is by speed anyway. So
Is that +2 on for the Irish cuber?
ooh.
I don't think it matters.
It doesn't matter, but if it is a DNF, then okay, I see. There's some cheering.
Yeah, what
going.
happened in case of a DNF?
In
Of
DNF, then the result is
DNF is
DNF.
DNF.
Yeah, so it's quite brutal, especially in this best of one format for our
Or
first
would-
couple rounds.
Congratulations to Ireland for making it through, and well done to the Czech Republic.
Or would Czech Republic now argue that Kieran had to wait 2 seconds before starting his solves?
A lot of Irish cheers there.
I mean, they are a very nice bunch of people, aren't they?
Yeah, and their community has exploded over the past couple of years. Absolutely exploded. Ton of talent now coming out of Ireland.
We have Athanasios Getsianos Milonos, Nikolaos Zikos, Giannis Grigopoulos, and Vasilis Prikos.
Love the Greek chant there.
And they are going up against the 13th seed Sweden. We have Helma Ewert, Pep Eden, William Jensen, Antonio Volin.
Amazing. Sweden, for those who don't know, had an absolute Cinderella run at the last European Nations Cup.
They finished third, I think.
Yeah. So it would be quite nice to see them do well again.
Yeah.
I see
Definitely.
a few of them were part of that Cinderella team.
Cinderella.
Yeah, that's very American actually, but yeah, the team you don't expect to do well that did well.
Yes, they knocked out France. I remember that.
Ooh, my apologies.
But it will not happen again.
I tend to agree, chat. Daniel Woolen is a beast.
Absolute legend, that guy.
And
He
a
is indeed.
super nice guy as well. Helping out with staffing at all of the big competitions as well.
Mm-hmm. A big cornerstone of the Swedish gaming community for sure, or organizing and delegating the majority of the competitions there. And yeah, super talented in blindfolded events.
He's not the slowest of people either for solving a 3x3.
It is a shame that a really fast Swedish cuber, Jakob Gunnarsson, wasn't able to make it to Euros. But I'm sure they'll do well.
3, 2, 1, begin inspection. 8 seconds. 3,
Actually, Sweden is slightly ahead right now.
But this is still gonna be close.
Yep, it is. No, Greece is ahead.
Wow.
It's tied up all over.
Oh, no, Daniel has about 2 seconds lead. It's quite tense. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Well,
Wait,
that was
whoa,
really
whoa,
tight
whoa,
in the end
whoa,
anyway.
whoa, whoa. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
By less than a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks to the quick calculations there as well.
Yeah. Wow, half a second difference. Our first close match right there.
Nice.
Very impressive showing from the Greeks there, I'd have to say.
I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of last time when one of the wires actually switched countries mid-solve.
Ukraine! Starting off with Rostislav Litvinov, Alexei Lesichuk, Pavlo Bondar, and Daniel Yakin. And they are going up against 15th seed Hungary. We have Benedict Simaiki, Gergely Novotny, Shabrez Shantai, and Gabor Slezak.
It's nice to see some Hungarian cubers back here. The Hungarian people were not that plentiful at last Korean's World Championship.
Oh, okay.
I think there was only Istvan there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The,
It's a bit of a shame
yeah.
because this is obviously the country that
Exactly.
we can call the start of everything. So
Yeah.
Their community has died out a little bit over the past few years, but maybe that's only been a temporary thing.
Yeah. Hopefully, I mean,
Historically, obviously, many very good solvers from Hungary.
Yeah. There are some legends like Bensevat and Milan Vaktis.
Milan Batic, who doesn't know him. If you don't look him up, he's a legend.
Absolute legend.
3, 2, 1, begin instruction. Three, two, one.
And off they go. Who's going to win?
I think Ukraine has a bit of an edge here. Oh.
But Hungary takes the
I'm
lead.
happy to be proven wrong.
Oh, that is a 3-second difference.
Ooh, looks like there's a +2 on the first one, yeah.
Yeah. Is that catching up?
Oh, it's good, it's good.
It is going to be tight after all.
Yeah. Oh, okay, wow.
Actually, Hungary might take this.
They really need to pull something together, Ukraine, if they want to get the upset.
So I have a full seconds lead.
Ooh.
Oh, I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can confirm this game is not a +2. So Hungary.
Wow.
Congratulations also to
Very impressive performance there from the Hungarians. Sad to see the Ukrainians leave this early, but wow. Credit where credit is due. That was some amazing solving there.
Gratulálok to Hungary.
Please leave the stage. Congratulate each other behind stage. Leave the stage.
Oh, yeah, OJ is a very tough and he's very on it.
Leave the stage now, please.
I mean, and
He knows how to do it.
He will disqualify them.
yeah, I mean, it's
Next up we have 20.
I think it's fine to just show the sportsmanship. Yeah, come on.
I get it though. It's an event that historically has taken a long time to organize.
Yeah,
so,
and we are already unfortunately behind a bit. Team Estonia here obviously host one of our casters, Zingopio. Yeah.
Magnus Sundergaard, Matthias Sundergaard, Daniel Vieira, and Rasmus Stuber.
yeah, Denmark probably with the hardest to pronounce names. Magnus Sundergaard, Daniel Vieira, Martin Vieira, Rasmus Sudellefsen.
Although we do have two Daniel Velegdo on the graphic
That's
there.
true.
Weird, yeah.
Well, they are very similar. Not that similar.
Who do you have here? Because Denmark is a very strong team, but these Estonians aren't too slow either.
Nope. I think it's going to be close. And my heart does go out a little bit more to Estonia than it used to, because I've been to a competition there, and it was absolutely lovely.
Denmark does take the lead.
Oh, that first solve for Estonia does seem to...
12 there. 850 there. Yeah, it's going to be very tough on the Estonians if they want to pull this back.
Yeah, they're...
Although Daniel with the...
They're picking up the pace, but this is going to be too hard. Rasmus is not very slow, specifically. Yeah, there we go.
Comfortable there for Denmark at the end. And we have Kartul finishing it up for Estonia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Congratulations also to Estonia. Please take your cubes and leave the stage promptly.
We'll say goodbye to Estonia for now. I can only recommend you visit for a competition. The city of Tallinn is especially very nice, very rich in culture.
I'll be sure to add it to my list.
22nd seed Belgium with Noah Schotters.
This is quite the big match.
Is this a wild horse?
This is a cultural clash, if you will. We have Belgium versus the Netherlands.
Ooh, that's a classic, isn't it?
Belgium team first to come out.
Fastest seed in the middle, slowest seed on the outside, please. And going up against them, we have Spain!
Oh! Big apologies for me. I had it wrong.
Maybe we'll see Belgium, Netherlands in a later stage, but for now we're gonna first focus on Belgium versus Spain.
Yeah, and this is what we wanted to see, the Spanish team out.
I'm not sure Spain is in the correct.
Yeah, they're just
order.
backwards. Yeah,
which also might be fun if one team starts off with their fastest and the other one with the slowest. It's a bit harder to predict who's in the lead at that point then.
I know there's a very loud Spanish crowd, so please make sure that we respect all competitors as they are solving. Is everybody ready on both teams? Three, two, one, begin inspection.
Well, I think it's a shame that you cannot choose the order of your team.
Definitely.
Could do some tactical games with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite close on this first one. Looks like Belgium takes the lead here.
9.99.
Oh, it will be terrible for Team Spain to be eliminated right now.
Oh, that's a good second solve from Spain, though.
Yeah, and Lorenzo here is...
They made up some good ground. Let's see how Cuphead does.
Although Lorenzo is quite a fast cuber.
Ooh.
It's going to come down to the last one.
This is going to be close.
Deal Salmons, two-time back-to-back Spanish champion. Can he do it?
Ooh. And yes, he can. No. Spain is out.
That was super close.
Wow, massive upset there.
Yeah, right.
Wow. Oh my.
Please leave the stage properly for the next competitors.
Wow, I'm actually in shock. Yeah.
For
probably not what they wanted, but that's the sport.
We have the 19th seed Finland with Evert Antola, Anto Penskanen, Viljo Elo, and Vincent von Schantz.
Our Finnish team.
And going up against them
Vincent von Schantz does not sound quite Finnish, does he?
Sounds very German indeed.
Ooh!
Whoa! Someone clipped that.
Yeah.
Very impressive acrobatics there. From, I believe...
It went so fast I couldn't even see it.
I can't even see who it is. I believe that's Idan.
Yeah, they're not in the order that we see right now. Ben is on the outside right.
Yeah.
Any predictions?
I think... I'm pretty sure Israel is going to be seated higher than Finland here. But it'll be close. I think from what we can see from the first couple of matches that the first two seeds are kind of what determines the outcome, more or less, in these closer matches.
I'm going to say Ben pulls off a crazy single, because that's just what he does.
Oh, Finland with the lead already?
Yeah.
About 3 seconds gap. Oh, okay, about even there on the second one.
It's all tied up. Going into their third solver.
Yeah, we have Viljo.
Yeah, that's extremely tight.
Oh, this is going to be close.
Sven versus Vincent.
Oh.
Oh, it's...
Is it enough? Yes,
wow.
it is.
Enough.
Yeah. Almost second there. We've already had quite a few close matches, and we've only done a couple. Oh.
Make sure you take your flag. And can we please leave the stage promptly? That is the end of round 1.
Wow.
In round 2, we will be seeing 8 new teams who qualified and got through round 1 already, and they will be facing up against the 8 winners from round 1.
So because of the amount of teams, we didn't have like a specifically nice, clean bracket. So that's why these first few rounds only had a few matches.
Yeah.
Simon Krofke, Thomas Hayden, and Thomas Strasser.
There we have Austria.
And they are going up against the number 1 seed.
Russia? Yeah.
That's going to be a tough one.
Nikolai Masson, Andrei Cher, Alexei Tsitkov, and Timothy Tarasenko.
What a team.
Are all of our competitors ready? Timothy, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, begin inspection.
Absolute silence before these first few solvers.
3, 2, 1, go.
And a sub 6 from Theodore. Yeah, True.
They did start in the wrong order, didn't they?
Yeah. Can they get penalized with that?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Not sure what's going to happen now. Oh, and the timer didn't start on the last one, or is it a display error?
Russia goes through to the next round. Congratulations also to Austria.
Apparently it will have no consequence.
Bit confusing.
Instructions weren't followed.
And I think they're getting told.
Thank you to all of our competitors who please promptly leave the stage for the next competitors.
Maybe our top referee, OJ, will allow it.
Ooh.
They're having a quick delegate meeting. Also, I'm not really sure what happened on the last solve from Austria where the timer didn't start. It's an eventful one, this.
Okay, sorry, just because there was a timer malfunction with the Austrians and also some of their cubes were swapped around, we will be redoing that round. So could the Russian competitors please hand their cubes back in, and then we will get them scrambled and we will go again.
All right, let's do that again. That was a bit confusing on both of these issues. Not sure it's going to change anything about the outcome of this one, but we'll see.
No, I don't think it will. Well, maybe a DNF, you know.
I mean, Timofey is starting off with a with a sub 6 easy as if it was nothing. Yeah. Let's see. Having a hard time finding them again.
Welcome back on stage, the Russian competitors.
There they are again. Now, yes, now they are taking their correct places. It was already weird in that cancelled match where Timofey was finished really quick and the first Australian. There we go.
Australia.
Australia, well, Austrian competitor. Not really coming anywhere close. Would be funny to see Australia here. Would be like a Eurovision song contest where they sometimes compete, even though obviously they're far away from being anywhere near Europe.
Competitors, please sit with the fastest seed in the middle, and the Russian competitors sit with the fastest seed in the middle, and the slowest seed on the outside.
Oh.
Ooh.
maybe they sat in the correct order, but they started on the wrong side.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah,
that is what happened. Now
Yeah.
we're actually getting somewhere.
because it's the same order as before.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, are all of our competitors now ready? Silence, please. 3, 2, 1, start inspection.
So because of a timer malfunction, we are actually redoing the match.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, but no, none of them is starting. I guess it doesn't really matter that much. At least they they started in the correct order. Oh, not the best of souls for Austria there. Timofey doing his thing. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that certainly gives them a comfortable win.
And the Russian team goes through to the next round. Congratulations also to Austria.
But this time it's for real.
This
Russia
time
qualified, yeah.
Yeah, it's confirmed. Nothing changes about the result.
Next up, we will see the return of Italy, featuring Sebastiano Giotto, Giacomo Tagliacomo, Daniel Santori, and Valero Locatelli.
So there we have the Italian team again, with Sebastiano, Giacomo, Daniel, and Valerio.
Facing off against the 8th seed Switzerland.
Against Switzerland.
Ruba Sairova, Alvin Woods, Eden Robinson Rechiki, and Richard Delicos.
Really excited for this one.
Oh,
oh.
He's taunting them.
I think Switzerland and Italy are close enough where they can have that like friendly banter amongst themselves. Who do you have here? I mean, I think the Swiss team is a little bit younger, a little bit faster.
Yeah, Switzerland is probably the favorite.
Yeah, definitely.
But then again, maybe Ivan, he got himself maybe a little bit of a bad karma. Starting off this little banter with Italy. At least he didn't come out breaking spaghetti in front of them. I'm sure that would have not worked in his favor.
Are all of our competitors ready? Silence